Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving one pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus. But what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there.
But will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
So we've got new players. Is that Tom Hudson there?
No, Kieran coming in.
Bit of a doppelganger there.
He is a little bit. The online manager, Mr. Tom Hudson.
Deborah's called now, and Richard. Which Richard is it? Do we know which Richard it is? Hearts and Hearts fighting off again. 3 times. A lot of hearts been dealt out, Tal, but not many on the flop. I did well. He hit the straight flushing hearts, didn't he?
Yeah. Kieran Davey comes to our table. Richard Griffiths in C1.
Richard Griffiths. I don't think I know him. Oh, look, what the
10,
hell?
9, 3,
Tower,
all hearts.
3 of them have flopped hearts.
They've all flopped.
Queen High, King High, Ace High.
Wow.
This is going to be carnage. Oh my gosh.
There's nearly every out on the board. The Jack of
Have you
Hearts
seen
is out
this?
for Richard.
This could be a 3-way all-in, Tower, if it's played fast by any of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. When Kieran gets all this action, he'll have to check his cards back, see if he's bloody actually got the Ace of Hearts, Tower, and not the Ace of Diamonds. So Richard's just called. Oh, Richard's called just with a Jack, with a King, with a Jack.
Yeah, he's got the redraw to the
Heart.
straight flush, he thinks.
Blow me neck. So what's going to happen now? KK's going to squeeze it up. He's just called as well. Now what's Peter going to do?
Yeah, Kieran's got the notes. I don't mind.
No,
I don't mind
KK
it.
just flattered with his Queen High flush.
Oh yes,
And now
Kieran's
it's on
got the
Peter
nuts.
with the King High flush. He's going to raise here. Here we go. So he's going to raise.
Oh man.
Kieran's going to probably just flat call, or jam it, or just put it in, thinking he's never going to get a fold,
Yeah.
which he won't.
Raise to
How the action's
5k
gone.
from Peter.
Kieran's getting a bit. Look at him. He's playing. He's giving it the old Hollywood, isn't he? He's got the stone cold nuts, and he's going. He's like, "Oh, what's going on here? What the blinking hell's going on?"
Does he call?
I think he. I don't know, Tower.
Or is does he think he's up against
I
set?
just don't think he's. Well,
He's
with
all
it-
in.
Yeah.
He's
and
all in.
now what's KK going to do with his Queen High? He's going to have to go move all in, surely.
Yeah.
There's hands that Kieran could have aces with the Ace of Hearts here. Yep.
This would be an amazing fold.
And Peter's
No, they're in.
Peter's going to be absolutely sick.
Peter, what you done?
Peter's absolutely sick.
Peter
but
raised it up with
he's going to have to put
5K.
it in. And just hope it's a set against the ace with a heart, I guess, or 6-7 of hearts, for example, or 7-8 of hearts. These are hands that are possible as well in Peter's eyes. Doesn't have to be against the nut flush.
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilting now. I'm in for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
Yeah, he's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6-2 suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straight with the King 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the King 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the King 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all.
Changes nothing.
So Bobby here Maybe thinking about going for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus. But what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. Freeze.
Players are dealers in the main event. You have your blind now. Start line 200 big blind, 300 and 300 big blind ante. 2 big green dealers. Please begin to deal.
Hey up everybody.
Here we go. Look at that comms camera.
Here we go. I fixed everything.
Yeah.
While you've been out eating and drinking and doing all sorts, I've been fixing up my hands and knees and everything. Fixed it all. If it goes wrong, it'll pinky.
So moving featured table for the session.
Local players Northwest will recognise seat 1.
Who's seat 1, Tower?
He doesn't play poker very often. Howard Plant is his name.
Yeah, and then we've got Danny Ryder in 2, Murph in 3, Andy Taylor, Lee's in 6, TJ, Terry Jordan, you all know, in 7, Justin Devonport in 8, and our team pro, Jamie Nixon, is in seat 9.
There we go. Danny Ryder's just got out of bed.
Sure, look at this for a first hand for us, Tower.
Jacks, aces, and the 3-4 from Teddy. Oh, we're on Donkey Derby. It's just Princeton.
So Murph and Justin fairly deep here, 65 odd big blinds, and Murph is just going to choose the 4-bet here, makes it 10k. Nice sizing in position, we've got 2.3x, and Justin makes a very good laydown with the jacks. Nice fold from him.
Sorry, I'm thinking you're
I am man of straw.
How did a man of straw?
Extended break, 60 minutes it was. The thing is the first break was 25 minutes.
So the first break was 25 minutes, and then the dinner break was an hour. Then end of level 6, it's 25 minutes. End of level 8, it's 25 minutes, which means we finished around about 1 a.m. And I think tonight is straight to the pit.
Yeah, and Brandon Holloway just taking his seat in seat 5 next to Lee Mulligan. His Queen's out now. Time for Danny Ryder with the ladies. So Dave's just missed Danny open here. Danny's opened the ladies. And Terry with a 7 deuce on the button. So it's heads up between Danny Ryder and TJ. We should get the action back very shortly once our man realises that a flop's about to be dealt. I just think Danny passed and
David, he just realised. Watching the action. And Danny Ryder shows the ladies. Did we watch the IPO? I thought we'd be there like last year. You went over and you had a selfie, says the man of straw. No, unfortunately we didn't do it. We had a couple of things on ourselves, and we were having a chat with Nick O'Hara over in Malta, and we did say that we couldn't make it, and just one of them things that a couple of things clashed for our team and we couldn't get over. We love it, we love the IPO. So it's a fantastic event, always good to get over to Dublin, but not yet. Maybe the deep stack in February. That could be the next plan for the team over in Dubbers.
yeah, just going to run you through the bust outs we had before the dinner
Go
break.
on,
guys.
then.
We lost Mo Kearney, Ashley Timms, Justin Devonport, who's back on his second billet on this table, Barry Grime, John Joe Lawrence, Gary Miller, Ali Malou, Wadey. We mentioned them two before, and that brought us up to the dinner break.
Awesome. So yeah, unfortunately not the IPO. Watched some of it. Enjoyed it. Always enjoy watching the IPO. Definitely be over in Ireland for the
Irish Open.
3rd till the 10th of April. And the Irish Open next year in a new venue, the RDS in Ballsbridge.
So Jamie here electing to 3-bet the King 9 suited. Don't mind this at all. Nice little hand selection, and looks like it's going to work. We'll play from Jamie.
Excuse me. What do you think there was less runners for this year, man of straw? Was there a reason? Was there anything else clashing?
Yeah, it streamed last year. It's always streamed the Irish Open anyway.
Yeah, Stars have owned Paddy Power for years. They just had the Paddy Power name to it, and Paddy Power streamed it last year. So they'll be doing the same again this year, just with the Stars name on it as well. It's only good for poker if companies get behind the toes. We'll be there. Jay will be playing the main event. I'll be rooting with the pom-poms from the side. And then playing the seniors.
Brandon making it 700 from +1. Terry and the hijack with the 3-bet to 2.1. Don't mind this at all. Little nice hand selection for it. Mixing in the 3-bet with the King Jack.
All that value when he folds for the folders.
Queen 8-9.
So gut shot for Terry. He's going to check behind pretty quickly. 4 spades on the turn. So Ace Jack high is still the best. Oh, Ace Jack's not in here. Brandon folded, and Howard actually cold call with the King 4 suited. And turning the 4 now, calling this 2k bet from Terry.
Terry misses.
Okay, I'm going to try and block it.
Howard says no, thank you.
A nice bluff from Terry. The winner of the high roller was Robbie Ball, red tooth.
Robbie Ball. Oh, Robbie. The Bullmeister managed the win. Great effort. Topped it 4 ways. He won the extra 5.5. It was a good stream. Not the fireworks. It was just a good classic stream.
So Lee got a nice one to open here, even from early position. Want some of these in our range from EP. And raises 2-7, and Terry's in with a 9-5. And Jamie Nixon already squeezed once, so this is beautiful timing for him to wake up with aces. Because we saw Terry fold the first time to the squeeze after calling the open, but I'm not sure if he will fancy folding twice to a 3-bet here, and Murph with the ace-jack in the big. He's out the way, good fold from him. Let's 8-9 suited, definitely one we can peel. 2 3-bets. A lot of the time going to have the live cards. However, Lee, if he does call here, still going to be working with what, 45, 40 big. So he is happy to come along. And will that get TJ involved?
Yeah, now we've got the value.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, they're still the same, Jamie. They are the boots. King 3-2. 2 hearts.
Yeah, there's nothing going on here for Terry or Lee. I think this is just going to check to Jamie. We'll see a bet, and that will be fold.
That will do it.
Look at that, 403 bigs for TJ. Heaps
Already.
of chips. Chip leader, I'll take it in the room.
Yeah. Very surprised if he isn't.
Like, you bag up 120k at the end of the night, Tal, you are chuffed. You're over the moon. You're coming back to day 2 with 100 bigs. You're loving life. King Queen for Terry, makes it 1.2.
Ace on the turn. After a 7-6-6 flop. Chickadee check. 4 of spades on the river. And the 5s will win. So level 5 of the day. Hello! Man of the Wasp is in the building. How are you? Up the posh. Up the posh. How are you doing this season?
When you treble, please.
Not sitting for 2 years. Up the posh, don't put them in the treble. What
I agree.
Well, I'm not being funny. That's just wrong. How are you, Richard?
Very well, thank you.
Good. You playing sides, or you just railing?
I wasn't coming at all, and then I had a very good offer from Ian Wilco. I'm staking in the 500.
Oh, delightful.
So I'm going to do that, and then see how that goes in the probably play
Excellent.
Sunday.
It's an absolute great edition, the 500, the 2 day.
Yeah,
Brilliant stuff. Nice one.
It was a rush job, and then motorway today and got stuck on that for 4 hours.
Hey! Friday afternoon traffic in England. Can't think of anything better. Nice one, Rich. Absolutely. Lovely. Richard Whitmore. Thank you very much. Richard Whitmore on his way to play the GUKPT Cup tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got a blind raise from Terry here under the gun, makes it 1,000. And problems all the way around to Lee, who wants to be defending, especially against a blind range. And does flop top pair here. And Terry checking back with his second pair, 8 on the turn. So want to see the lead here now from Lee out the big blind versus Terry here. Quick call from TJ. Oh, Terry does it. Back doors into the straight versus top pair with a 4-5. And going to see a bet here now from Terry. He's just checking. Yeah, you got a straight, mate. And fires for 4. Now really tough spot for Lever against Terry. He just pays it off, and Lee sees the 4-5, sees the bad news. Top pair no good, and TJ 0 good. Adds to that already huge chip stack at this stage.
$424 bigs. 424 bigs. It's a great site, overlooking the lights straight down as a full card room.
My nemesis again.
10-9 suited for Jay, raises to 800. And Terry defending in the big with a 9-4 off here. And that's flop 2 pair. Jamie, but Terry's not going to be giving him any action with the 9-4.
Here's a character, Damon. Here's a character. Was you busy last week? I hope it was.
So now, when I saw our old mate Yanis a few weeks ago.
Did you?
Yeah, I was down in London, ended
All
up
right.
in went to Stratford and
Sweet.
popped in the casino for 2 minutes to go and say hello.
Awesome. How's the big bear doing?
Yeah, he seems all right. Terry just cold calls the 24 big blind shove, and everyone else will be getting out of the way. What's Howard up to, Tal? Do you know? You obviously know Howard better than me. Is he one that likes to get the chips in?
No, he don't play too much. To be fair, he don't play too much poker anymore. He used to play on a regular basis. Used to play a lot of table games. Plays backgammon for 12 hours a day.
So guys, what a table, what an advert for a 12.50 this is. There's been an open, a call, a shove for 24 big blinds, a cold call and another cold call, and the 2 cold callers have king, queen and 6-4. Tell me this isn't a good tournament.
Well, TJ's up and down. Not the best flop for the 9s, but it picks up The 8 of diamonds on the turn, and it's checked all the way down.
Going to be a treble.
Howard might think he's good with a 6.
Howard's got to show his hand. It's all in a call. You got to show the table, Howard.
Why have you shown my cards, he says?
Oh, is that Mr. Miles coming to? No way. We've just got Anthony's joining the party.
Wow.
This
What a table.
This is going to get fun.
What a table.
Anthony Miles joins us. Didn't come for the cash game, was originally on the list, but he's here for the main event. Sitting down, had a deep run here last year, very deep run. Final tabled. What a table we have got for third session of a day one. This is going to be a lot of fun here, guys. We've already seen it from Terry. Even Howard wants to put it in with the 6-4. And as well as that, guys, at 7 o'clock, we've got some big news.
Are we?
Well, I've got some big news.
Exactly. There's no. We've got some big news about it. When I look down and think,
we're
what
a
news?
team. If I've got some big news, you've got some big news.
There we go.
If I get a cup of tea, you've got a cup of tea.
I'll hear some big news when Jay tells us what it is. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
So stay tuned, guys, for 7 o'clock because you're going to want to hear it. That's Lee in the cut-off A7. Raises to 700, and Terry with the Queen 4 calling on the button. And Jamie in the big, like Jamie here, like I think we have to defend wider when Terry's in the pot, just for the times that we do flop 2 pair plus, chance to get all the chips if Terry's caught a piece. So Jack 5 deuce is the flop. Checked over to Terry, who fires for 2k. And Lee going to call once with the ace high. Is the best hand.
Yeah. 4 of hearts on the turn.
Not anymore, it's not. Terry turning a pair and going to fire again. And Lee now picked up will draw. And nut flush draw. And there's the call.
Wheel draws about.
There it is.
Any wheel draws? Really, really nice river card. Shows him the ace. Yeah, Howard on the same table as TJ. Won't be for long if the way Howard's playing. But he's on 12k. He's just called an all in with 6-4.
Not just called.
Not just called.
It went open, call, shove for 23 big blinds. Terry cold called, and then Howard cold called as well with a 6-4 from the big. Might not even be the big Howard. Actually, I think Howard was the original opener with a 6-4. ZP. What a dreamy table we got for entertainment purposes.
Absolutely. Level 5 of the day.
A6 suited for Brandon. And Terry, second time he's free bet Brandon. Queen 10 off this time. And this time Brandon not letting it go. Maybe Brandon's not aware of who Terry is. The first time he opened Ace Jack and Terry free bet him, he just let the Ace Jack go. But I think after seeing how Terry's played this first 20 minutes of the session, so turning nut flush draw here now with top pair. Almost a lock on this one.
Five of clubs on the river.
Yeah, and I think we can go for value here versus Terry, but Brandon's going to check. I think obviously in Fury it's not the worst spot to check on river. We can definitely check call, but I think against TJ go after some 7X, Queen X, pocket pairs, these type of things that Terry may pay us off with after the flush draw bricks out.
Douglas MacArthur on YouTube says, does Terry fold? Very rare. His VPIP's usually over 90%.
Yes.
He either gets the lot or he has a re-entry or two.
Saying about Terry and VPIPing even more in PLO.
Even more?
Well, I've got around 80,000 hand sample size, and he's got 96% VPIP over 80,000 hands, which is incredible.
Wow.
This is online, obviously, so you're going to see more lines, but over.
my
I know it's
days.
6 card as well, so probably going to play more hands. But speaking to little Dan about it earlier, 96% over 80,000 hands in 6 card PLO.
Was he on the phone or something when he folded or something and he couldn't get to the button quick enough?
But it's the way he plays, and
It is.
you know he can run up a stack, he can put
Yeah.
you in some spots, he can tell him you can be out the door in a moment, get hit with a Terry sent you, and he's entertaining, and that's what we want on the stream. We like action, and we always get it when TJ comes. He's always fun to watch. Really nice bloke off the table as well. Yes, Ian Hamilton chopped Coventry last year, leg 3 of the year. Steve Jelinek won that one, but I believe there was a chop. I can double check, but yeah, he's played a few GUKPTs, Ian Hamilton. I don't know him personally, but obviously I'm aware that he was the player to ship the GUKPT, not GUKPT, the EPT in London recently. Yeah, comes second in Coventry, lost heads up, versus Steve Jelinek for £70,000. Also cashed in the grand final last year. And while I was checking that, I've just missed this because we got
Set
Lee
of sixes,
with
the old
set
Mickey
of
Blacks.
sixes.
And the snap call. I think when you get snapped,
You know,
you absolutely know you're behind. No matter what you've got. So Murphy's all in.
yeah, and he's dead as well because Terry had the other ace and one folded pre. So Murph doesn't know it. He
No.
still has a glimmer of hope, but we know that there won't be an ace on this river.
And it's the 9. So we're going to check the stacks. Murph thought he might be out, but I think he's got a few chips left. We'll just check them all. Lee Mulligan probably has less chips than Andy Taylor. Another check it. And he has a few chips.
Yeah, deep run for Murph this year at WSOP, made day 7.
Yep, Lee's covered his head and his face and has the hoodie up there over the chin when he's in the hand. And Justin sat there thinking, not many spots here. Just,
Anthony straight into the mix, suited king under the gun, just going to limp in.
Murph's all in.
Anthony's all in. Well, he's left himself a
Yeah, he's
few
not
chips
done it,
back.
it's all in.
I think I'm live.
There we go. Murph's in. Danny's not in.
Oh wow, Terry's in with the 10-7. Just puts it in with the 10-7. So we got a three-way here. You got a side pot between Anthony and Terry, and Murph all in. And look at these hands, guys.
Ace high flop.
This is a 12.50 buy-in.
Ace queen 10. Murph takes the lead.
Wow, and Terry just sets Anthony all in for his last 6.7k. He's already put a lot of his stack in, but just lets it go with his gut shot. And Terry going to say, I got a 10. Murph's got a 9, but Terry's going to take the side pot.
Murph can treble up here. Needs to fade a 10 or a 7 or running spades.
Clean.
10 or a 7. And it isn't.
Oh, Anthony would have got there. Anthony would have got there.
So Murph trebles. Anthony would have taken him out. Survival.
I love it when a plan comes together. Put your hands up. Thank you. I had to save my ball friend down there.
So Brandon with the ace jack opens under the gun as he should be, and Terry's in with the 9-7 of diamonds. Howard coming along in the cut-off, and over to Murph in the small blind. So Murph, knowing now that Anthony's folded, is going to defend the 4-3 in the small.
Flop time. King 6 ace.
There's nothing going on here for anyone other than Brandon, so should just be bet, fold, fold. Well, we don't know what Howard's got, but this is a board 4-way. You just want to be betting here as Brandon. Well, he's going to mix in a check. I think with the players in question, Terry and Howard here, who are going to peel pretty wide, we just want to be betting this spot 4-way, thin the field down, flush out some equity. But maybe the check on this occasion is going to pay dividends, because Terry has caught a 7 on the turn and Howard overcalling as well. So we got Terry in, who would have just passed the flop. And 5 of diamonds on the end. So here comes some value from Brandon. If we do elect to check this one on the flop, going to be going for 2 streets on this drive run out. Just leave too much value on the table the times that we check, and we've got players behind us that can most certainly call. And there's the bet from Brandon, and Howard over to him. Just going after some king, queen, king, jack, king 10 type hands here, as Brandon, like the sizing choice, shows the ace jack. Wow, it's not good. How can it not be good? What's Howard got?
Ace 7.
I'd love to know. I'd love to know. Why has Howard not raised against that size? He only had 5k back.
Yeah. We need to get Dave. That's what we need to do.
To input.
We need to get Dave to input the. Obviously, he's had to show his cards.
There we are, 6-5.
6-5.
Yep, 6-5.
Okay.
think if Brandon bets flop, we don't lose that pot. Like, I understand we can mix in one and mix in some checks with top pair for balance, and I just think multi-way there, 4-way with the players in question in the pot, we want to be betting, like, flush out that equity there. What's he gone backdoor, 2 pair, 6-5? Like, I understand maybe trying to make it look like he doesn't have an ace and potentially Terry's a fire, but I think in those multi-way situations, just want to be betting our top pair and filling the field down, start ranging opponents. Just unfortunate for him that Howard did river 2 pair.
So Teddy, oh here we go. He's got some chips now. Here come the jokes, the one-liners. Danny is in.
Me, I was waiting to come out as late as I could so that you won't get it. Straight up. Come on, man. Just going to post it the last minute. I want it. I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, you come strong and get pop there.
Jack 2 flop. Decent flop for Brandon. Jack 2 flop. Brandon check calls, bets on the turn. Terry says if you got a flush, you got a flush, and I've just got a king with a jack. Thank you very much. Terry flicks in the chips. Terry down to 97. Straddle. Straddle. Hey, Straddle. Over 260 so far today.
Jamie going to be opening the 8s. He's at 8. Brandon calls the suited ace on the button. Over to Lee in the small. Lee's in and Terry's in.
Ace King 9, Rainbow. Random flops best again.
I think this is one we can bet 4-way. Like, he is going to choose to check again, and like, they are good checkbacks, these candidates, but I think in heads up or even 3-way situations, that's when we want to mix them in. I think when we got the likes of Terry and not what in the pot, who will call any 9, any king, any gut shot, maybe even some like backdoor stuff, can just come out betting, getting value straight away. But check on this occasion is going to work a treat because it gets Terry to lead into us. Brandon making the call. And he's going to come along as well.
3 of Hearts River.
Yeah, and now clear value bet spot for us as Brandon. And I don't think a king is going to be folding too often now that we have put the deceptive check back on the flop, so maybe we can go over half here, 3-4k, 60-80%. Does go small, goes for the 40%, 2k is the bet. And I think it's just always going to be a king for Lee. Just king, queen, king, jack, king 10, something like that. I think he would have probably pulled the 3-4k, but Brandon gets value. Murph makes it 1.5.
I'm all in, says Murph. Oh no, yeah, it is Murph. In they go.
And you see here,
Howard's in.
Come on.
is Terry coming along as well. And you see here, Tao, like Murph opening 5x over the limp here, and that's just adjusting to the table. He knows that Terry's V-pipping 100%, so with our strongest hands, we can actually add on a big blind or two, knowing that TJ isn't going to be thinking about our sizings and just getting more big blinds in the middle with our strongest hands. So three-way all in. Murph with the ace king.
Terry could have 7 deuce.
He could have anything. Well, 9-5 of clubs.
Kings for Howard.
Jack and ace to fade for Howard.
8 of clubs.
Terry's dead.
Terry is dead.
So Howard just fading jacks and ace.
And does.
So we're going to lose Murph.
And Howard up to 60,000 just shy of.
Terry down to 74.
Why has Justin got a Scottish flag?
He hasn't.
He hasn't. He hasn't.
25-3.
See it open. The buy-in was £12.50. £12.50 total. Excuse me. £12.50 total. Have we got any eliminations to shout out?
Shall we have a little look?
Are we charging? Are we on it? Have we got 10%, 20%?
We have got 31%.
Oh, plenty.
So,
go on then.
The last player out before the dinner break was David Vinya Gamorfi. After that, we have lost Ali Malou again. William Henderson, Peter Mock, Brett Angell, Robbie Ball, Simon Appleby, Lillian Welch, Ben Dobson, Gary Stephen Smith, Phil Tate, Melvin Carter, Chris Cunliffe.
Wow. Plenty.
Yep. There's more. There's more coming.
There's more coming.
There is more coming. So, Chris Cunliffe.
Yeah.
Anthony Smith.
Yeah.
Mitch Hynam.
Yeah.
Gary Whitehead.
Yeah.
James Jones.
Yeah.
Stephen McLeod.
Yeah.
And we just lost Murph on our feature table.
Wow. Eliminations.
How
many
many
runners today? About 270?
Yeah, 268.
268?
Yep.
Beautiful.
424 total tower.
Okay.
And we're not even at the halfway point of the day.
And there's a turbo and day 2 buy-ins to go.
There you go. Sleeping bag Sunday night.
Boom. Anthony says I'm all in for my last 5k and a Jack 3 flop. What's Terry got? 7-3? 9s. He's got a legit.
He has.
Wow. Oh my
there
days.
it is for Anthony.
How do you find that?
Finds a lady. So Terry needs a 9. And it's a 10, so Anthony will double.
Sit down.
Frank, that might be when new players come to the table because it has the flag inputted for the seat, not the name, if that makes sense. The previous feature table we had, I'm guessing there was someone Scottish in seat 8. And Swanee was there, wasn't he? I think. So just maybe takes time for the flags to go back to the player's actual nationality. And in 20 minutes time, guys, just done that, we have got a big exclusive coming in at 7 o'clock. Oh, I can't wait.
Oh my days.
I can't wait.
Me neither.
So make sure you're tuned in for 7, guys. You won't want to miss this one. Terry raising with the King 5 and Justin with Ace 10 on the button. I think first is Terry here as Justin. We can definitely free bet this one for value, but maybe wanting to keep Howard in the big blind could be the thoughts here for Justin. Yeah, it's going to be 3-way to the flop. That's why he didn't free bet. Knew it was coming top 2 for Terry.
Absolutely.
Top 2 pair for TJ.
You got King 5, it's definitely coming.
There's not a table spare in the card room today, guys. Every table filled for the main event.
This has been one busy week.
So Brandon finds aces and Jamie Nixon with the ace king. This could spell trouble.
Yep. Both pretty deep, to be fair.
Makes it 4K. Gonna come back to Brandon here. I love this from Brandon Tower. Really like this from him. Realises that Terry's not folding behind, so keeps Terry in the pot here with the aces. Yes, it's probably going to cost us because we could have built a bigger pot versus ace king, but Jamie doesn't necessarily need to be nutted here. We blocked the top of his range holding 2 aces, so I really like the flat here from Brandon, just because he's aware Terry's behind him and Terry's never fold him once he's getting a prize closing the action there, so just trying to keep Terry in and win a big pot versus him potentially. And Jamie flopping top pair, top kicker hit, and fires for 7K, opts for a bit of a bigger size in 2/3 on a fairly dynamic board. And Brandon here with the ace of diamonds. Do expect to see him just call here. Don't think we want to be raising. Jamie's 3-bet range will contain 9s, kings, queens, king, queen going to be in there as well. Jack 10 might be in there some of the time as a bluff, so I think we're always calling here as Brandon. Not the ball we were looking for after flattening going 3-way in the 3-bet pot, but still going to feel okay about our hand. Jamie can still have a lot worse for value. Ace king, king jack, maybe some suited aces that are just electing to c-bet once, so I think we're just always calling here as Brandon. Now Jamie will
Count, please.
Like, I really like the flat pre, but I'm just not a fan of this. I think this is just scared poker tower. We've seen the king queen 9 board. We're scared about a wet card.
He's got the back door as well. He's got the
yeah, but I don't think we ever get called by worse. I don't even think. I say if Jamie's got the other 2 aces here, I think he folds. I think Jamie's more inclined to fold aces here than ace king. King blocking some of the 2 pairs and obviously top set. So probably a little bit better to have the ace king here as Jamie, the black ace king as well. But like, Brandon's just ripped it in here and Jamie's holding no diamond in his hand. He could have some sort of combo draw, queen jack of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds, these type of hands. Set of 9s could be in there. Like, it's one of these situations, Tower, when we think about the value jams for Brandon. Jamie knows we're not beating any value here with ace king. Literally, we're not beating a single value hand. So that against the value hands, we're going to be drawing to 3 outs a lot of the time. Sometimes, if he's somehow got queen 9 suited, sometimes 5. And then against the bluffs, we're not even in the best of shape. If he's got like a queen jack of diamonds here, we're actually losing slightly on equity. So taking all those things into account here, I think Jamie Nixon's going to make the correct fold. Like, imagine we're up against a queen jack of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds, ace queen of diamonds, something like that. Ace queen of diamonds would be the best situation, only 2 queens in the flush draw, but still going to have just over 40% against us. So there's never a situation here for Jamie where we turn the cards over and we've got like 65% plus equity, and there is the fold with the ace king. And Brandon potentially lost out on a lot of value there, Tower, and I just think it's down to scared poker. And it's one of those, you see that board and you're like, oh, there's a lot of bad cards that can come off, but it's just too many big blinds to be ripping in. We've got to be thinking about what we're trying to get called by. We're never getting called by worse, and there's a great example there with that hand. Ace king is the next pip down. It's the next pip down from our hand, and it folded. So that doesn't make our jam good, because we're never getting called by a better hand, and we just get snapped off by the sets, the 2 pairs, the jack 10, and very good fold there from Jamie, just recognising the spot. And Brandon loved the flat pre. I'm not taking that away from him if he was flatting for the reasons that Terry was in behind, but I think maybe overplaying the aces there on the flop.
And Jamie's already been told he folded aces. He had aces. Queen 10-5.
Didn't say pre-flop, Mark. I said on the flop. I think on pre-flop he was pretty comfortable with his aces, the pre-flop nuts. I think once that flop come, he just played the aces a bit scared. I think didn't mention anything.
10 Queen 5, 6 on the turn, 10 on the river as it's checked on the turn.
Yeah, Terry's going to win this
Yeah,
with a
Terry
5. Oh, Anthony has fired.
Oh.
And Terry with 2 pair. Going to let it go. Fair play to Anthony, getting the bluff through. It might not even be that. It might even be that he's not aware of the spot and just played it what he thought was the best way in his head. Like, although in theory it would be a blunder, like in his head he may think it's the right play at the time, and never know what's going through the players' heads in any situation.
Yeah, the rumour was if you fell over my rock, you'd spend 3 days in it.
You only tell jokes.
Keep listening to your jokes.
Terry raced again for that sake.
They'll tell you the same joke.
Ace 3 for Brandon. 8, 9, 7 flop, 2 spades. Flops very well. Boom. Instant service on the turn.
Man makes 2 pair more than anyone I know. Although he's in more hands than anyone I know, so probably would make 2 pair more than most.
And he's behind more times than anybody ever know.
Well, this is going to be a biggie because Brandon now, with the nut flush here, a bit of heat coming his way in the last 20 minutes or so, and Terry firing 4 or 5k hit, so near pot size.
We'll make it 15.
And Terry's not folding 2 pair.
Why not? Does it happen?
Be ill with it, did Tower.
Does it happen?
Because could see the biggest pot of the tournament today, but it doesn't. King of clubs. And Brandon loves to see that. So probably want to go big here as Brandon and just goes for the lot. All in, huge shove. 59 into 35, and Terry makes a very good fold with the 2 pair. Credit to TJ letting it go, and Brandon with the nut flush up to 94k.
Well, he was chip leader at the start of this level. He's not anymore.
Fizz, yes, I see what you're saying, but we are being so results orientated here. There's an open from, where was it, hijack or low jack. Like, Jamie doesn't have to have ace king there. You're literally only saying that because you can see the cards. He doesn't have to have ace king. So yeah, if we 4-bet, we can get it in versus ace king. But Jamie's range is so much wider than that, and we're blocking the top of the range. And Terry, if you've watched Terry on the stream, you will know, yes, he likes to pill a lot of opens and sometimes cold call 3-bets. But if there's a 4-bet in the mix, he's not calling unless he's at the top of his range. So I think you're just being a bit results orientated with this one, that you've seen the ace king and you were saying we could have got it in against Jamie. Always got to look at things in a vacuum. It's a long-term game. Can't be thinking about short-term.
Have you got any news yet?
No,
I'm getting
5
I'm
minutes.
itchy. I'm itchy. I want news. I've got news. Because the J thinks at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. What? You got more money to give away? I've done mine, so I've got 2 tickets per day all weekend. So if Tom's giving you some extra, then that's fine. I'm happy with
We've
it.
only done one today, and we're going to do another.
And we done one yesterday.
That's 2.
And we got 4 each day. We got 130 each day, 110. So we got 140 to give away each day. That was excluding the cash game screen. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
No, I'll keep it.
You can throw it in,
I'll keep it.
but I'll let Tom know Tao wanted to put on an extra. I'll let him know it was your idea. Comes out the pay packet. All right, we'll do 1 at 10. We'll do 1 at 10. Last session.
Someone had this great idea. There will be a drum roll soon. There will, honestly.
To be fair, we don't really need to do a giveaway on the Sunday because we have the live stream free roll, don't we?
We do.
And obviously everyone's
We do.
engaged in
That's
the
what I'm
final
thinking.
table.
I was silently thinking that.
Okay. So blinds going up in just under 4 minutes time, and when they do, we have an exclusive. Better hope the comms cam's working.
It is. It's all been fixed. Told you I was on my hands and knees for an hour and a half while you were swanning it down at the Miller and Carter.
Is there a Miller and Carter in Blackpool?
It's 2.
There's 2. When you guys go on stream, there's a huge echo in the comms, just to let you know. Thank you, Johnny.
Cheers, Johnny Catino. Johnny Scott. PK's already looking at it. What kind of echo? Echo.
Where's all this rumours coming around about Newcastle added to the schedule? Who's even started that?
Where's that?
I've not heard anything about Newcastle.
Don't put Rotherham United in Towers treble. They haven't won 2 games in a row all year. Okay.
So, last hand, guys, and then
Something's happening.
we're gonna release some news here on the live stream exclusively first.
Echo. 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 Fixed.
We're fixed.
See, I've done it again. I was down here under the table. Fixed, hopefully. Yes, make the mod. Thumbs up.
Danny, Queen 10 at Diamonds raises to 600.
Drum roll, drum roll. Drum roll, drum roll. Drum roll, drum roll.
And Terry's in the big blind.
Oh, Teddy could have folded.
Small blind.
News it.
And Justin's in the big blind. Both the Queen 8s coming along.
Ace 3-4, first bet wins.
Yeah, it should be going Danny's way. I think Danny can just have a small bet at this, and here we go. This is going to be it. Bet, fold, fold. So, guys, did someone say
Drum roll.
2023?
This is me drum roll.
Should we have a look, Tower? Do you want to press it or should I? I haven't even seen it yet. Do you want to press it? It's that
I'm
one.
too tired to press
You're
it.
alright. There it is. And do you notice anything, Tower? Notice anything that...
2023.
Oh, keep looking.
The Vic. Birmingham. Blackpool?
Blackpool?
Why has Blackpool moved to
Blackpool's
in November as well?
2 Blackpool legs next year.
You've got 2 chances to bring your flip-flops.
Yeah, I'm already saving my tickets up from the arcade. I'll be saving them in March, bring them back in November. So there's the news, guys. Next year, Blackpool is going to be having 2 legs one in March, one the usual November. And we're going to have news about Coventry Ball Bag over the weekend, I believe. There's a little special something regarding Coventry next year. Yes, we have the Goliath, but there's some news coming about what's happening in Coventry this year. The Goliath will be separate to what we're going to announce, but we will.
No Reading. Oh, that's true. No Reading. No Newcastle.
No Newcastle.
We ought to have two. I think we have two tours. Newcastle, Reading, Cardiff, Thanet, Portsmouth,
Brighton,
Plymouth, Bolton, Plymouth.
2 tours.
Wow.
So there's a schedule, guys. The best thing to do is screenshot that so you can get your hotels booked and whatnot. Best thing to book them early. It's obviously a lot cheaper. But Blackpool twice, and the great thing is in March,
do you think
it's not wet and windy.
Do you think? How do you know?
Well, it definitely is.
Just to let you know, there's more wind in March than there is in November. Just say.
It's spring.
It might be spring.
No Birmingham, no. We don't have enough room.
No, Birmingham card room. We'd love to do Birmingham, but Hill Street's got about. Is it still on 2 floors?
Yes, 3 floors.
3 floors?
Yeah, it's a 3-floor casino. 3 floor. Well, you go up the stairs, you got the main, and then you go up the stairs to the poker room.
There we go. Up the gas. So I don't know where the rumours came from regarding Newcastle.
I thought I heard it was Dan Oliver. That's what I'm saying. I heard it was Dan Oliver.
Wow.
Because someone come up to me yesterday and said, Dan Oliver's told me there's a Newcastle.
All right, okay.
I know. At 4 Bacon Ruffles, you got to watch him.
Yeah.
But there will be news about Coventry, guys. I think it will be this weekend. If it's not, it will definitely be the grand final. But there's an exclusive for that, and I think a lot of you will be happy with that news. It's going to be big.
Huge. Enormous.
And that is separate to the Goliath.
Massive. Bolton and Didsbury for the 25-25s on deep stack. I know there's a 25-25 in Cardiff being talked about. I do believe. Might have to come to Cardiff myself.
Ah.
So there we go. Already screenshotted by Mick the Mod.
Tell you a 2-pet. Well, we can show you guys.
What can we show?
If you look between leg 2 and leg 3, there's a bit of a gap in there. A little bit of a gap, 6-7 weeks.
Ah.
What could be fitting in between Manchester and Blackpool, I hear you ask, Tower?
We're going to Vegas.
We will see. We will see.
Bahamas.
Getting closer.
Antigua.
Antigua, yeah. GUKPT Antigua.
Oh, you'll never guess. Sat at the bar the other day. And I've started this story and I forgot who it was, so I'm going to have to come back to it because it was a great story. Who was it? I was just wandering through. I can't. Oh. You know when you start something and you've not thought about it, and then you think, what a silly thing to say. It was Dave Doherty.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Yep.
It was Dave Doherty. Do you know, Tower, how you keep saying that you've been to every single leg?
Yep.
Did you know there was a GUKPT in Belgium?
Yep.
I went, yes. He says, but did you go? I went, yes. So why would we not? He went, oh, okay. So you've been to every leg then? I'm like, yes.
What was it? Blankenberg?
Blankenberg, yeah, in the north. I
Blankenberg.
think the northwest of Belgium, right on the coast. Stunning casino as well, and it's just it was overlooking the sea.
I can imagine that in the room where they're all speaking about the schedule at the back end of the year. So we'll go here, we'll go to Thanet, we'll go to Newcastle, we'll do Manchester. What about Blankenburg? How does that even come up? How does it even come up?
I remember funny little story about that. I remember when Russ was in, obviously Russ Tamplin was in charge of everything poker related with Grosvenor, and he's told us there's a Blankenburg leg, and he's told us not to mention it at all. Don't mention it. Don't mention we're going to Blankenburg. It's not been signed off yet, but we're going, but it's not been signed off. So it was a pre-live stream, walking around with the microphone, PK on the camera, having a chat with everybody. So I walks up to Russ. I said, "Hi, Russ." He says, "I said, so next year's schedule's come out." I says, "And everything's like that." I says, "And you're going to you go to the normal legs, but we're going abroad." And he went. And the eyes got together and closed up like that. I says, "Yeah, I can't wait to go to Cardiff." And I'm like, and that was obviously the year we went to Cardiff that year. I says, "Oh yeah, we're going to Cardiff." And he went, "Yes, we are, we're going to Cardiff." And he was, "Oh my days." Oh, it's so funny. He just like looked and scorned as if to say, "What are you doing?" No, most of the G400s have been taken over by the mystery bounties for next year.
Yeah.
I think the G400s were a bit of a stopgap, weren't they, from the 3030s, were the first events back after COVID, and the 3030s, which then became the G400s, were the first multi-flight days to come back after COVID. So.
But what we can tell you, there's plenty of 25-25s,
Yes.
25-50s.
Yeah. 25-25 and 25-50s. So they're putting 50,000 up as a guarantee.
50,000k guaranteed.
Pretty impressive. But yeah, there's we will have news on the side events and the smaller events. Obviously, we're not there.
Whoa, Terry gets there against Anthony Miles, pings the gut shot, all in. 7-5 versus the 8-4 on 7-5-3, and Terry finds the 6 ball.
What a 6. Unlucky Anthony. Ant Miles. He's gone walking 500 on him. Out the door. When will the 25-25 schedule be announced and the 25-50s?
Yeah, so basically, Des, I think it's going to be either a grand final or be first leg of next year, probably.
Oh, right, okay.
Unless we can speak to Jim and get it out this weekend. But the great thing about it, they're not just set as 25-25s. Dependent on location, they're either going to be a 25-25 or a 25-50. So obviously the busier locations, like let's say Luton, for example, would be a 25-50, and then your 25-25 would be up in Aberdeen or Glasgow or something like that, where it's a bit quieter.
There's a UKPT Glasgow been announced.
Yeah, I heard that as well. Have you heard about the other one as well, the EPT, where that's going next
Paris.
year? Paris.
Yeah, Paris. Yeah, Paris, indeedy. Yeah, I heard about that in Malta. Nick O'Hara told me. Prediction for Birmingham against the Mackhams tonight. Are you having a little flutter gas? Birmingham, Sunderland, 0-0. There you go. That's the prediction. Zip. Not many.
Yes, Daz, all will be the same structure, the 25-25s or 25-50s. Usual clock, usual structure, everything will be the same. The only thing that's different about those is they won't be set as 25-25s this year. Some will be 25-25s depending on location, some will be 25-50s. So depending on where you go, it may have a 25k guarantee, it may have a 50k guarantee. Because they're back next year, the guarantees, I see. Obviously we've had...
are they? Well, the 25-50s will be, won't they? No, most of them are just estimates.
I spoke to Jim. I said, "Is it an estimate?" He said, "No, guarantee."
Oh,
I did ask him. I know it says in the column estimate, but
Yeah. Well, there you
I
go.
definitely did ask the question.
Okay.
Not sure if that's the case for the main events, GUKPTs and whatnot. But when I asked about the 25s and 2550s, I think they will have the set guarantees on them.
Tony Pierce says 3-1 to Birmingham.
Joe says all the 25s have been 25k guarantees anyway this year. I weren't sure if it was just estimated, but they could have been.
Well, every one of them got smashed anyway, so.
I'm pretty sure it's the same comp, Daz. If it was this year, it might have been different, but I think maybe next year, with obviously different 2550s at different location, then 2525s, I think they'll all be the same structure. I don't think just because it's a 50k guarantee over a 25k guarantee, the structure will be changed. So I'm pretty sure they will be identical. When we do have the full structure, when everything is released on Grosvenor Poker, obviously you can go and look at the structure when it's all on the Poker Live app as well. It'll all be there. But we'll see. We know that they're coming back next year. There's going to be lots of 2550s, lots of 2525s. We've still got the deep stacks. We've got the mystery bounties, which are going to have a name change as well. They will be called something else.
Will they?
Yeah. You know, had a little look. You've not seen them? No. Not seen what they're called?
No. Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, the things with the the things with the 2550s, there's more levels on day ones with the 2550s. If Cardiff is added, it will make the Southwest happy.
Well, the Southwest might be happy.
Southwest might be happy.
That's the action.
Yeah, more news when it all gets confirmed and printed out and dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's. Justin and Lee, no hole cards, and they're all in and a call on a flop of Queen Queen 4. Kings for Lee. And Justin's got the ace 10 of hearts. Pretty sure. Six of spades on the turn.
Lee fading a heart to bust. Justin or ace.
And does.
3 of diamonds on the river, so we do lose Justin Devonport. And Lee going to take a nice one, put him up to over 75k. Yeah, and Daslow with the info for us. Thank you. It says 25.50 is 14 times 30 minutes, and 25.25 is 8 times 30, and then 4 times 40 to close out the day. Thank you. So 2 less levels for the day ones. That's how it was this year, I'm assuming. So next year may be different. We know the dates are confirmed, we know the buy-in level, we know the guarantee.
Yeah.
Just when we get the structure and it's all set in stone.
Absolutely.
And we can release that too.
It's what we want to do. We like giving out news.
Blackpool, 2 legs, that's all we need to know.
Exactly, 2 legs in blackers.
Surely it can't be as cold in March as it is now.
That's going to be Bring your clubs.
Yeah, I will. If it's decent weather, I will actually bring my club tower.
Bring your clubs. That's all I can say. Bring them clubs.
Danny just open ripping here. And Terry makes the call with the 7s. Danny Ryder with the ace-9 suited. Terry with the 7s to the flop. Been fairly card dead, Danny. Not much going for him, but can he win a flip here? Oh, no help there. So TJ holding. Danny going to need ace or 9. 10 no good next door. So Danny Ryder 1 card away from elimination. And it's the king of hearts all around it, but no good. 7s for Terry Hole. We lose Danny Ryder and some bust outs just before him. We
Go on then.
Sonny Rahilhu, Charles Shatter, Ronald Musson, Leo Worthington Lees again. I think Leo's maxed out today, Tower. He's going to have to wait to the turbo.
Okay.
Ewan McNicholas, Will McMurray, Michael Oakes, Andy Taylor again, Anthony Miles, who we saw on the featured table,
Yep.
Marius Varanavicius, Paul McCauley, and Richard Buck. Brings us up to now, I believe.
Wowzers.
Well, no, Darren Delahunty, Justin Devonport, Simon Appleby again, then Dan Ryder, which brings us up to now.
Oh, we froze. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Anybody else froze? Yeah, Mick the Mod says it's froze. Can you hear me, Mick? Oh, we sell. Can anybody? So if I keep speaking, you can hear me, which is good. That's good, but we have froze. Right. So we can hear me, but you can't see me. Hear me? I can see you, but you can. So can you see me? Let me know if you can see me waving. You can hear me, but you can't. Right.
Dave's gone as well.
Dave's gone as well.
So I don't know what's happened.
Uh-oh.
PK is running behind the freak now, and he's having a little fiddle with
So they can
some
see
wires.
us,
They can see us.
and they can hear us,
Oh,
but they can't. We can't see the pictures.
they see us now.
Let's figure. Yeah, we see you. Right. Maybe we should have waited for the exclusive.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, Jay's cat is. Oh no,
Oh no, that's not good.
that's not good.
I think we're going to be back in 30 minutes, guys, which means we're actually going to have just under 10 minutes before we're
Man,
back from
frozen.
break.
Oh man.
You can still see us here. I can't see us, but
Nope.
apparently you guys can. So looks like it's just been a crash of internet, and we're going to be back in 30 minutes time. So we'll come back for 30, do 10 minutes, and then we will...
I'll chat through the break.
you can chat through the break. I'll go for a little wander.
Yeah.
Go and get me Mira and Carter.
It does look like a 30-minute crash. I don't think they can hear us now. But they will. They'll be able to hear us. Apparently, nothing else is working. The 50 pence is back in the meter, and as soon as the clock strikes 0, it looks like we will be back. You can still see, can't see you, which is bizarre, but it's still here. You can hear. There we go. You can see us. Unfortunately, don't know what it was. Some surge, and PK went running out, and obviously realised that it had to be restarted. So, do we know what it was? A surge. I don't think... We were talking at the bar, and it was Robbie Bull and Feraldo, Dave Doherty, Jack Hardcastle, who were all sat around the bar, and they said that the UKIPT Glasgow is the word that's been spread around. But I don't know the dates, I don't know when it is, I've no idea what it is. But also, there's an EPT Paris as well, which is on in February. So that's on, and obviously the GUKPT dates have been announced. We can't show you anything. Oh, there we go. There's the dates for the GUKPT 2023. There is the schedule for the legs that we're going to be covering for the GUKPT. So that's what's... you can't find anything about it. It's just what we were told last night at the bar. The guys were chatting that the UKIPT apparently had been announced that it's on its way to Glasgow. So that was just something I was passing on from last night from the bar area. So if it has been announced, it might be later in the year. Just because they say there is one, it could be later in the year. So. So we'll have to wait and see regarding that. But that is the schedule for the GUKPTs. There are a couple of additions in with that. Obviously, Goliath has got to be inputted. There's another big announcement on its way that Jay has said that's going to be announced as well. So there's a couple of more additions regarding that, and there's also the 25-25s, the deep stacks that are going to be played on a regular basis in your local clubs. So they'll be announced very soon as we get the green light to announce those, and Jim gives us the exact dates. Well, then it's that's what we'll be looking at. So as you can see, the clock is on. What's the clock? The clock's on 26 minutes. And we are looking at that. If you want to look at the schedule for London, there we go. London, this is where we are for the end of the year. The end of the year this year we'll be starting on Wednesday the 30th of November for the cash. That'll be either a PLO or a no limit. That'll be in the club on the Wednesday, and then we're concentrating on the 12:50 Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Back up the road on the Monday. We're not in town for the rest of the schedule from Monday and through till the following week. So all the high roller there, the mystery bounty that's going to be playing the 100 on Sunday the 11th of December. The 100,000 guaranteed tournament, day 1A, 300 plus 40 starting at that's a day 2 on the Sunday. Wow. There you go. So 1A. Okay, and then we flick over That's a new one on me. I'm learning as we go along. It's less like life. We're learning as we go along. And then the second week, the 100 is on. 100k guarantee for a £300 comp down in London. So it's going to be run like by the looks of that, it's just going to be day 1A, day 1B, turbo, buy into day 2. 100,000 guarantee tournament in London. Then on Wednesday, we're down for the cash, either No Limit or PLO. We're not decided which is which yet. On Thursday, we'll be doing the High Roller PLO day 2. So if you like PLO, that's going to be on. And then the grand final for us will finish us off on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the 18th of December. A lot later than normal finishing for the year, but I think it's fantastic. An 18-day festival to finish the year. Fantastic, that's all we can say. And I do believe that Friday the 16th of December might just be Christmas jumper day. Oh yes, I do believe. It's got to be confirmed yet, whether we have 1 million jumpers in the Vic, but we are thinking that Friday, the last buying day of 2022, we do think will be Christmas jumper day. Keep your eyes peeled on social media for that. Yeah, Jim's only going for the middle weekend, which is the one that we're not there. Poor Phil, got to Phil's 26 minutes as Jay hits the bar. I'll be hitting the bar soon because my coffee's empty. Look, empty. Got to get a coffee in soon. The old dry throat. What's the thing that's going on in March? Is what that Jay has mentioned. Something big apparently. Something huge. Something big. As soon as Jay can tell me, I'll tell you. And as soon as we get the nod, Jay will tell me, and then I'll tell you. You know, I'll just sit here, wait for him to tell us what's happening, and then we'll just blurt it out. You know what it's like. You know what it's like. So yeah, there's plenty going on. That's for the December of the schedule for the Vic. The rest of 2022 for the sides. If you want to play, as you can see there, the grey one is in Blackpool. That's where we are right now. Leeds G400 next weekend. We've got Portsmouth, Leicester and Edinburgh. Edinburgh deep stack, and I can't get up for the golf. And then the grand final, as you can see, in the Vic. Ireland played up in Scotland again 2 weeks ago. Played Aberdour and North Berwick. Fabulous. And North Berwick, let me tell you, 0. In fact, I've got a picture. When I played North Berwick in May, invited by Tom Gill, thank you very much, Mr. Tom, we had 32 mile an hour winds. 32. 3 and a 2, 32. Well, let me tell you, I went up to North Berwick, and that was the flag. That was the flag. I'm not being funny, but that was the flag at North Berwick. 0, not any, none, wind. I had to blow it to make sure it was all right. Fabulous day it was. It was a fabulous day. There was 8 of us. We played North Berwick. We had breakfast at Craigie Law, if you know Scotland golf. So yeah, it was brilliant, really, really good. And hopefully we're doing a lot more of the same next year regarding golf. What about golf day poker night when Blackpool's on? Interesting. I might have to have a think. Do you think we could fit in? When are we in Blackpool? 16th till the 26th of March. Days are getting brighter. might ask Jim. I might ask Jim. What about a golf day, poker night? We've got the venue. We've got the golf course. 2 mile away, the old links. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Ashton and Lee, I tell you, nice golf course. Nice course. It is down. It's wet. Just get a bit wet though, and depending on the weather, obviously depending on the weather, might be snowing in March. But yeah, Ashton and Lee is a really nice course. Ashton and Lee, St Anne's Old Links. I'm never think. I'm gonna have a think. Week out, we selt. Remember Willie Hoy just throwing it on the table for us. Where is Willie? I thought he might have been down in Blackpool. Yes. Rob Cowan fixed his in this year, didn't he? At the beginning of the year. Rob Cowan fixed his bracelet in, and I actually didn't put it on. I didn't put it on. I should have done. I didn't put it on, or I put it around there and then didn't fasten it. Might never have come off. There's a top course in Blackpool, tough 15th with a windmill. You need to put it through. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah. He bought Peter Eastgate's bracelet when he auctioned it. Yeah, I knew that was a story. Loves his Celtic. Don't will it. But yeah, there's the day. It's just been announced for those 9 legs plus the grand final plus extras. We'll have to see what the extras are when we get the messages. Oh yeah. What is the Towers Treble? Towers Treble's going to be on tomorrow. It'll be on from 1 PM tomorrow. Don't be late. I'll be in the study room tonight. Like that. Who's going to win today? Yes, Goliath, 27th of July till the 6th of August. That's in between leg 5 and leg 6. There's a big gap next year regarding the end of June, or the beginning of June, till the Goliath at the end of July. I think one of the reasons Jim thought about it was, I know not everybody goes to Vegas, because that's impossible. Not everybody likes Vegas, not everybody wants to go to Vegas, but I think the consensus was you play all year, you support the tour all year, and maybe just have a little bit of a break, 3 or 4 weeks, just to recharge the batteries, not travel around the country all the time. And yes, a lot of the big players are in Vegas, but we all have a breather. And even the staff, even the dealers that travel the tour, have a bit of a breather as well. You know, it's good. So we've got the Goliath at the 27th of July till the 6th of August to be inputted in between legs 5 and number 6, which is a definite. That's definitely going to be on. Yeah, YouTube has froze. You can see me. We have a clock counting down at the moment, 15 minutes and 33 seconds. And that will be when the pictures come back. So we've got 15 minutes, so we'll gas for another 10, then I'll quickly go and get a cup of tea, because I think we've only got 10 minutes after this little break, and then we go on an official 20-minute break. So about time Blackpool had 2 legs, says oh my dog Blackpool. Yeah, it's the first time it's happened. Obviously this week's numbers certainly helped, but I think Blackpool was already in line for 2, because obviously they've not just thought, well, there was 973 runners for the mini, we've definitely got to have Blackpool and we'll stick it in. So Blackpool is there 16th to 60 till the 26th of March. The week after that will be the Irish Open that a lot of players will be going to. So that'll be on just after Blackpool. So the Irish Open will be on, I think that's the 3rd till the 10th of April. So there's plenty in the calendar, there's plenty going on, but there are a couple more announcements to be made regarding that. Well, we know one of them's Goliath. So I think Coventry also has got one of the first G400s or the Mystery Bounties at the beginning of 2023. So there will be plenty of chances to visit Coventry and the CBS Arena. So plenty going on regarding that. So that's the dates for 23. Take a screenshot, black this out, and then just carry on looking down as what they are. The rest of 2022, just a few G400s and 2525s. The Deep Stack in Edinburgh, which is on next week. You don't have a personal page. We all know who it is, Tan. We all know who it is. Miss you. Assuming assuming the CBS Arena is still up and running. Like, what is happening to the old Rico Arena and the CBS Arena? I've heard Mike Ashley wants to buy it. I'm not too sure he does. I'm not too sure if he does, but obviously the Rico Arena, or the CBS Arena, is where we have the Goliath as Wasps have gone into admin. Yeah, miss you too, Tam. Miss you too lots. When you walked into the room and there was a big smile, it was always you. Always you. But the team, as always, when Blackpool hits, done a great job. 973 runners for the mini, just absolutely amazing. Really good, and it's good to have two legs for next year. As we've done that, we'll quickly put London on if you want to check what's happening in London next week, or 2 weeks time. 1st of December it starts. Katie had 40,000 at the break, something like that. I think Katie ran about 40,000 the last time we saw. So yes, she's still in, and she is still playing. So she is injured. She was on the feature table before, and then we got TJ, now we're Plant. Howard's playing. Tanya, I know you're looking at this ugly mug, but and as the table crashed, Howard Plant was playing. He was sat in seat number 1. So really good to have him back playing. He was playing backgammon for 2 days solid with Chris Parra. A lot of backgammon players love it, coming to bring their own backgammon board and everything. We walk in, who wants a game? Who wants a game of backgammon? Stu McNally playing. I don't think he is, actually. I don't think I've seen him. Let me have a look. Let me have a quick scan. I don't think I've seen him. Oh, delete. Want a bit of information. Let's have a quick scan and a refresh. Quick scan and a refresh. And if we got any names, 278 runners today so far, 436 in total. So no danger of hitting the 500 mark. Could easily get to 550. Yeah, it is. Royal Lytham is £170 because I know Melvin played it this week. Melvin texted me and wanted to know if I wanted to play Royal Lytham. And unfortunately it was during work and I just couldn't get. So it was one of those things. Yeah, it was £170. It's expensive, Royal Lytham. It's very class. Let's have a quick look around and we can give you updates around the room. We saw Justin depart. on our table, Darren Delahunty from Liverpool, he was eliminated. Richard Buck, Paul Macaulay, Anthony Miles that we saw, Danny Ryder we saw, Phil Tate, excuse me, dry cough. Phil Tate, Emily Glancy has been eliminated, Zach Liversidge, Mitch Heinen bust, Fadil, who was on our feature table earlier today, he's bust. Mark Ruberthon, he's also gone as well. Elliot Moraes, former Goliath champion, he's been eliminated. Guy Taylor has been eliminated. Paul Maguire, the pot washer from the Wrightington White Lion, he's been eliminated as well. And the last person out was Philip Joyce. And we're still on 170 players so far, still in playing poker. But I don't think McSwaley's in, I must admit. Oh, we've been chatting 22 minutes. There's the clock. 22 minutes. We have just put London on. That's the second week in London. The final week of the year. And we'll get clarification, but we do think Friday the 16th of December is going to be Christmas Jumper Day in London. We're going to have flashes and baubles and things. We'll confirm that. So as we're waiting for the pictures to come back, we've got about 8 minutes until they do come back. I think we've covered just about everything. Run through all of December for the Vic. The first is day 1A of the 1250, and we do the cashier the night before on the 30th of November, and then we run through right until the end. We missed the middle week. I know Jay's playing a lot of it. I think Jay's going to be in London for nearly the whole 18 days. I think he's playing the middle section while we're not live streaming, but I do think he's going to be there for the middle section. Aye, here he comes. Here he comes. Oh. When we needed the tea. I
think I get one. 25 minutes. We've got 7 minutes. Well, we've got a break. The thing is, we've got these 17 minutes till break.
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah, I think we've just about covered everything regarding what is going on. We've done the eliminations. 278 today. We're down to 166. And when the pictures come back in about 6 minutes' time, there'll be 10 minutes to play. And then we'll be on a 20-minute break. So that'll be that. But yes, so anything to add, fire away in the chat, and then we will start proceedings for the poker as it starts in about 5 minutes' time. But fire away questions if you fancy. I don't think I've seen McSwaley, I must admit. I don't think I've seen him. Oi, oi! Snowy had about 60,000 chips in level 2 today. I don't know how he's doing. I've not seen him since. But he had chunks. This Snowy. He was sat. I only saw him because he was sat really near to where the casters was. So I was just walking past and he was there. And he had about 60,000. Really, really early doors. So I don't know how he's doing right now. Last weekend is Bounty Omaha.
Yep.
It is indeed. A PLO 456 Bounty. That could be mad.
Yeah. I wish I was involved in that one. I'd love to be in that one.
That could be mad.
Is this the whole schedule? Is there more on here?
The top, that one there.
This one? There we go. I think I will be playing the mini main.
The 4 card.
Yeah, probably the 4 card. Well, I might play, depending on the field, to be fair. I'll have a little butchers at the field. I might play the high roller as I can play day 2 for once, as we're not streaming that week. Obviously a mystery bounty I'll definitely be in. God, do they want any more flights for the mystery bounty tower? I've just seen Flight F. It's going to be like a
Flight F?
Flight F.
There'll be 1,000 runners.
There will. There could be a 50k bounty in that. Wow.
Stop asking silly questions, will you, Mr. Gary McGaffney? He's grinding on 55,000. He went down to 30. Nice one, Anthony. Good luck to Snowy. 2 chip leaders from yesterday. Are they still there? Yeah. They're the chip leaders. Pete Mason and Josh Musson. 2 local lads. They're the chip leaders from last night.
Yeah, a nice stack for both.
Wendy Watson's had a lazy day today, wandering down the prom, flip flops on, unit large down the prom. 100,000 me. Yeah, 100,000 chips. Oh yes. Johnny Kelly had a fantastic. He's done really well the last 6 months. Johnny Kelly made a lot of day 2s and a lot of deep runs as well. Dan Corbett, former winner here in Blackpool, 97,000. Tim Chung, John McCann, final table the High Roller. Steve Warburton, 1 bullet Warbs, as he's known for this event. It's never happened before.
John Gilchrist in the mix as well. Been regular on the tour the last few months. Nicholas Filoni jumped straight out of the High Roller and into the main and backed.
Ariana Sankashani as well. You got my name wrong, Tower. As he told me in Malta. Evening, Alex. Thanks very much for watching on YouTube. I know we're filling in at the moment and we've had a long chat. We just had a server crash and it just literally stopped everything, but luckily the mic's still on and the pictures are still on, so you've been looking at this for the last 25 minutes.
Bazza, I'm sure there will be actually, because it's a £900 buy-in mystery bounty at the grand final. Surely they'll hold a few satellites online. I'm not sure, but for a £900 buy-in, I think they'll get some decent runners online for the satellites, and maybe it's something
online
that could be, like an online satellite to get into the live £900 mystery bounty, like they do online satellites for the main event on the Grosvenor client. Maybe do like a little 90 plus 10. Because there's no live sats for it, so maybe could put it forward to the guys online, putting some
live sats
satellites in for the £900 mystery bounty, because it is quite a chunk for a mystery bounty just to buy in. £900. Obviously, maybe out of the price remit of some people that it's trying to attract. So yeah, it could be an idea. Could put that forward to Team Online.
Well done, Ian in Luton. Good to see you as well. Back playing the game you love. Had some live stats. Maybe so. Maybe they might be doing the local. You never know. Well, ask Jim. Jim! Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Alex. No, I know you're messing. You just had to. It's just a bit of an infill chatting away for half an hour because obviously we had a crash.
Got a bit of confidence about them now. Them Arsenal fans, ain't they? They have one good season in 10 years.
Top elite. We are top elite.
They have one good season in the last 5 years, and suddenly they're all got a bit of confidence about them, every single one.
Yeah. I know there's one song that's never been sung at Spurs.
What's that?
Ever. Championes, oh way, oh way, oh.
1960, 61?
61.
Yeah,
Jimmy
1961.
Greaves.
What about 2007?
Jimmy
Carling
Greaves.
Cup final versus Chelsea.
Champion.
Big John Woodgate with the header in extra time.
It's in. Hey.
So we've got a minute, guys. We'll be back to the table.
Count it down.
The
Count
big
it
news
down.
will be...
The big news is Big Ben's on.
Will TJ still be in? That is the question. He had 120k at the start of the session. Will TJ still be in when that clock hits 0? What do you reckon?
Will the magician Howard Plant still be there, or will he have made himself disappear?
6'4" Islands, Howard Plant. That was some call. the cold call with the 6'4" Islands getting it in.
Will he still be there? All will be revealed, as they used to say.
And when we do come back, guys, we have only got 10 minutes and then we do head out on a 25-minute break. A very unfortunate timing for the server to crash, but we're back up and running. Everything seems smooth and we're just trying to deal with what we got.
Yes.
But there are the chip counts.
If it doesn't come back on in 30, you can do next half an hour.
Okay. Have you been sat here the whole time?
The whole time.
What have you been talking about? There's no poker, there's
Things.
no... Things.
Things.
See, this is why I need your towel. When there's not much action, you've
We've been
just got
talking
the...
about things. We've been running through everything on there.
I noticed something as well on this schedule. Anything you noticed that's different from last year?
The date.
Luton is before Leeds. That's never happened. So Leeds is actually going to be in October, so a bit later.
No!
Terry's gone! He's gone! TJ's not there anymore, and Paul Riggs at the table.
Where's TJ gone?
TJ has gone.
Howard Plant's still there. He's not a very good magician, is he? He didn't make himself disappear. Oh. No TJ. Gone for a re-entry. Hey, right, back to the table.
Brandon makes it 1k, ace 3 suited. Brandon's lost a bit of chips as well. I can see he's near 100k when we left. Looks like Jamie Nixon's chipped up a little in the last half hour.
Sasquatch says, "Hi all, loved your goal question a while ago about painting the fourth bridge." Well, thank you very much. Everybody probably all got TJ's chips. Everybody.
Well, Howard looks like he's up to about 70k, so
Yeah.
Howard's obviously got some. Jamie Nixon looks like he's got a few as well, Tower, actually.
Yeah, 70k.
70k now
He had
for
dropped
Jamie.
down, hadn't he?
And Lee as well, up to 95, so
He had dropped down. So we're back with everything. Riggy in seat number 4. Is he in the top 10 of the league again?
probably Tower.
I'm not seeing the league. The league's not been updated, unfortunately. Try and get that before the weekend finishes.
So a quick 10 minutes for you, and then we are going to head out on 25 minutes. No, it's annoying, but there's not much we can really do about the situation. If it crashes,
Absolutely.
it crashes.
The clock still has to run, and the poker players still have to play. They'll be sat there all the time.
And Zong here with the ace queen. Just going to open off a 22. Good to see, not open shoving. And over to Riggy, who's going to 3-bet from the hijack. Makes it 2.5 from the looks of things. Just south of 3x. Going smaller 3-bet size than usual. Just function of Zong's stack size here. When our opponent is short in that sort of 20 big blind remit, don't need to go the standard 3x. Can go smaller in these spots. No main at Reading next year, Sam.
No, unfortunately not. Don't know why. We don't put it together.
And Zong flopping top pair, top kicker. Checks it over to Riggy, who is going to continue. And like, this is a spot where we can sometimes check jam, but I think with this particular holding, we don't need no protection here. So if I'm Zong, I'm probably happy to flat this one. We're happy seeing any turn card here other than a king. So I think it could be best just to flat. Keep some of Riggy's ace jack, ace king, these type of hands in, but he is going to move in, and Riggy snaps it off. He doesn't look too happy. Well, Zongming stand up, so maybe Riggy does have him beat here, but he does have the kings. So just a cooler here, queen high board, and Riggy fading aces and queens.
2 downs on the turn.
And 8 of spades on the river, so we lose Ming, and Riggy up to 50k. Good stack to have at this stage as we head towards the break.
Unlucky Zong.
I'm not sure if Dan Cholton's playing. I haven't seen him.
No. Definitely seen him at the bar or heard him. Not seen him.
Yes, that is Lee Mulligan Ribbons. Ryan Trinidad, Terry Jordan is GG. He's probably at the cash desk flicking it in again. Yeah, he's off the ale, says JC. A lot of people are off the ale.
Who's that? Who's off the air?
Dan Cholton.
Is he?
He hasn't drunk in...
50 days or something like that, isn't it? Oh no, that was Rick Trigg.
I think Dan's the same. I think Dan hasn't had a drink in a while as well.
Well, there we go. Excellent. Well done, everybody.
He's a serious legend, he is. Everyone loves Terry, he's great entertainment for the stream. And when he runs hot, he can build a huge stack.
Yep.
And Sam will show you the schedule after. No, Alex, I'm not in Hertfordshire anymore. I have moved to the Midlands.
Birmingham.
I am now on the scene. Well, not here. I don't really play in Birmingham too much. Every now and again, but play a bit more in the Bedford area, Milton Keynes, that sort of way. So that's where I am at the moment. But moved about 6-7 months ago. Yes, Wendy, another Blackpool is in March. I'm going to show Sam that now. There we go. That's what's happening in March. And you see there's a bit of a gap in the calendar from the after Luton in June all the way through till August. That is because that is when the WSOP will be. Me and Tal will be off to Vegas. Trying not to bust the main event this time before the money.
Fingers crossed, bro. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Hannah, basically everyone. They were scattered around the table.
Is that Reggie standing up because it's the last action? It could well be.
Ewan just comes straight to the table and 3-bet by Jamie here. Jamie makes it 2.7. Ewan is starting stack working with 50 bigs. And Ewan just moves all in. Jamie not snapping it off. And that looks like the man who's about to fold. I could definitely just have ace king here, Ewan. 50 bigs, hijack versus button. 10s, jacks, these type of holdings. And Jamie not insta folded here. And eventually does make the fold. That's it, guys, break time. Quick 10 minutes back, but we're going to be back at around 20 past. So we will see you at 20 past 8 with the penultimate session of the day. New featured table. That's all we got to say.
Thanks for chatting for the last half an hour, and
Well
see
done,
we'll see you in 25.
See you in 25.
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilting now, I'm tilting. I'm in for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
He's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all.
Changes nothing.
So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount, so we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited. But we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, it's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the king 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
So we've got new players. Is that Tom Hudson there?
No, Kieran coming in.
Bit of a doppelganger there.
He is a little bit. For the online manager, Mr. Tom Hudson.
Deborah's called now, and Richard. Which Richard is it? Do we know which Richard it is? Hearts and Hearts fighting off again. 3 times. A lot of hearts been dealt out, Tal, but not many on the flop. I did well. He hit the straight flushing hearts, didn't he?
Yeah. Kieran Davey comes to our table. Richard Griffiths in C1.
Richard Griffiths. I don't think I know him. Oh, look, what the
10,
hell?
9, 3,
Tower,
all hearts.
3 of them have flopped hearts.
All flopped.
Queen high, king high, ace high.
Wow.
This is going to be carnage. Oh my gosh.
There's nearly every out on the board. The Jack of
Have you
Hearts
seen
is
this?
out for Richard.
This could be a 3-way all-in, Tower, if it's played fast by any of them. This is absolutely ridiculous. When Kieran gets all this action, he'll have to check his cards back, see if he's bloody actually got the ace of hearts, Tower, and not the ace of diamonds. So Richard's just called. Oh, Richard's called just with a jack, with a king with a jack.
Yeah, he's got the redraw to the straight flush, he thinks.
Blow me neck. So what's going to happen now? KK's going to squeeze it up. He's just called as well. Now what's Peter going to do?
Yeah, Kieran's got the nuts. I don't mind.
No, KK just flattered with his queen high flush.
Oh yes,
and now
Kieran's
it's on
got the
Peter
nuts.
with the king high flush. He's going to raise here. Here we go. So he's going to raise.
Oh man.
Kieran's going to probably just flat call, or jam it, or just put it in, thinking he's never going to get a fold, which he won't.
Raise to 5k from Peter.
Kieran's getting a bit. Look at him. He's playing. He's giving it the old Hollywood, isn't he? He's got the stone cold nuts, and he's like, oh, what's going on here? What the blinking hell's going on?
Does he call?
I don't know, Tower.
Or does he think he's up against a set?
I just don't think he's. Well,
he's all in.
Yeah.
He's all in.
Now what's KK going to do with his queen eye? He's going to have to move all in, surely.
Yeah.
There's hands that Kieran could have aces with the ace of hearts here. Yep.
This would be an amazing fold.
And Peter's going to be absolutely sick.
Peter, what you done?
Peter's absolutely sick.
Peter raised it up with
he's going to have to put it in. And just hope it's a set against the ace with a heart, I guess, or 6-7 of hearts, for example, or 7-8 of hearts. These are hands that are possible as well in Peter's eyes. It doesn't have to be against the nut flush here. This is just the most brutal setup I've ever seen.
They're in.
He's in.
They're in.
And they're both drawing dead, aren't they?
Wow.
This is just dead. They're both dead.
Wow.
They're just dead.
Look at Debs.
It's just ridiculous. They're dead, aren't they? There's no runners, is there?
No runners. Because the Jack of Hearts has been folded for the Queen.
What a life.
Wow.
This is Kieran's first hand, and what a hand.
He's on 60,000. Sits down, one hand, flops the nuts.
Gets action from the second nuts and the third nuts, and trebles up.
Oh my days.
I wonder if anyone's dreams of Vegas rely on this tournament, Tower. I wonder if
you never know.
To get a top 3 finish, they're going to be jetting off to the desert or not.
Julian raised to 50 with ace 10. Max in seat 1 with Queen 8. It's a rid of the button. Queen 8 suited, small blankets out of the way.
Jan's kind of giving a few tells away that he's folding pre. He's kind of.
I like Josh's demeanour at the table, you know. I do like it. He looks at the players.
Yeah.
Wants to see a flop with the 5s, as you should.
Julian's got too much for Josh to just think about jamming there or anything, so standard defend.
6, 7, Queen, Rainbow.
Probably going to see a check, a small bet and a call, I'd imagine. Terry's still railing someone, so his horse must still be in somewhere.
And I still don't know what that signs is at all.
I think, is it in...
I can't read
I don't
the
think it's in
yellow
English, is it? It's got 2 U's in it, somehow.
40,000 bet from Julian with ace 10. So,
and I think he's going to call.
See bet.
I think Josh is going to call with the backdoor straight draw as well with his 5s. Some cards can peel off that he can win the pot by bluffing. Jewel for the win, yeah, maybe.
Nice one. I like it.
I'm quite impressed how he's playing so far.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds.
And this is a brilliant card for Julian to bet again. Keep barreling, get all the 6x and 7x to fold now. And you pick up a gut shot for Broadway. Looking at about 150, I think I'd say. 175 would be a good size.
Pot size.
Yeah, don't mind this
That
at
looks
all.
exactly pot size.
Yep, 230 or something. Yeah, nice bet, nice bet.
225, pot size.
And now Josh is going to have to fold. You just have to fold. It might be a bit suspicious, but you just got to fold. And nice play from Julie again. I have been impressed how he's played this hand and the 3-bet. 8 seconds, the shot clock's up there, you can see now.
30 seconds you get to act.
Wow.
Oi, oi.
Maybe he's spotted a tell on Julian, because theory-wise, this is just an easy fold, and it's really tricky to play for these 5s now.
Well, it bricks again.
And now he's just got to put it in for sure. Like King 10, he's got a 10 blocker, and King 10's got there now. He's just got to attack this range, I think. It's easier saying that knowing the hands, but
yeah,
I think he's just got to put it in. I hope he jams. Mind you, maybe Julian's thinking to himself, well, he must have a queen if he's called me twice, 2 streets.
But,
Come on, Julian!
The triangle is in. No,
Josh don't believe him, you know. I think he's picked something up, you know.
Josh Mahmood has impressed a lot of players in this high roller. What's he thinking, Trick?
There's no way he's doing anything theoretically here. He thinks he's picked up a tell on Julian, I think, because the turn bet should be a snap fold. You just can't continue with 5s there because you just crush so often, and there's cards on the river you can't call, kind of like this one. But yet he's thinking to himself. So I think maybe it's how Julian sat with his fist against his thing.
Yeah. Maybe
he's picked up on that and he thinks that's a tell of weakness. Or maybe something he's said or anything. He looks a bit shaky there with his chips.
Well, he's asked for a count.
I mean, this is just...
He is a non-believer.
I mean, you just... What if his bluff hands are ace queen, ace king, ace 10?
Yeah.
And you basically pretty much crushed against anything else. Obviously, like... I can't see many bluffs, to be fair, apart from ace king. He knows he's not got anything like ace jack. He knows he's not got a jack. He's polarised to a queen or better here, and a good queen at that. But still, he raised under the gun 1. His range is strong enough. Julian's like this is just Josh must have picked something up on him. It makes sense. He called like a pot bet on the turn with 5s when it's just a snap fold for everyone who's not got a live read. So I can only assume that Julian said something or done something in this hand that he's picked up as very weak. And as you were saying before, he is very studious at the table. He does look at...
Oh, he's made the call!
He's called.
That is incredible!
Wow, that is ridiculous.
Wow.
They are the things in poker.
Look at the table.
They're the things in poker that
Look at the table. They can't believe it.
they were the.
Even Steve would have passed.
What a table. Look
That
at Mike C. Cannon. Look at that.
They're the sort of intangible things that sometimes as a live player you
my
can't
days.
explain, but you just know. And he just knew he was weak for whatever reason.
That is the call of the tournament, and Max cannot believe it.
I mean, I feel sorry for Julian because he played the hand perfectly, in my opinion, and so did Josh, but in a different way. Julian played it perfect from the textbook and from game theory optimal way, but that's the thing in live poker. Sometimes someone does something and you know they're weak for whatever reason. You've just got to go with your read.
Is that the call of a champion?
He deserves to win it now.
Wow.
That's the thing, Tao. You can be as theoretical as you want, but if you give something away and someone like Josh has been paying so much attention, hasn't he? He's not been looking at his phone. He's not been up and about off his bum. He's been sat down studying every player. So
Jules for the
what
win.
happens.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen. The biggest hand of the tournament was calling with fives. That was unbelievable. Like, what was the thought process going through that? That basically give you the chips with the momentum and winning the trophy. That fives hand was insane, man.
I guess I just got lucky, but
well, did you get a tell? Did you think you'd only got ace high? There's only two possible hands we thought he got: ace king, ace 10. Everything else, there were no more bluffs there, was there?
So I think there are two reasons why I called, and although like on the river I thought that the only hand that he's going to jam on the river that made sense was king 10, because that's a hand that would definitely c-bet flop for small, and then over-bet turn to like get max fold equity, and then when he makes a straight on the river, which it makes sense, then he would go all in. But yeah, I just thought because of the SPR, if he had like a bunch of other value hands, like he didn't have to bet over the pot on the turn in order to get the money in on the river. Like why would he want to bet such a big bet and then like have a 60% river jam? Like instead, like he can just easily just bet like under pot on the turn and then bet under pot on the river, and that's like way more likely to get called. I mean, it's not like
it was a call, and we were just sat there and we're like, how's he made that goal? It was amazing. Honestly, it was just.
We thought he might call because turn call, because usually it's just check fold.
Sometimes like I know I read a few of the comments honestly, but I know I shouldn't, but it wasn't this, and I know some people are saying like, oh, once you call the turn, it's like, oh, now you've made up your mind on the turn. My mind still, it wasn't fully made up. But I mean, I would say that that river is like an extremely good card for him to continue his bluff, and I guess just this time, like, I just got lucky.
But it's what they do. It's the way they grind, solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though, can't take that away. And Jagger raising it to 60, Ryan folding the ace-5, and Jamie here on the button. Jamie freeband the Queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in with the cold call, and Jagger calls closing the action with the sixes.
Clock time 9:35. Rainbow.
Lovely flop here for Jamie after 3-betting this particular hand. And going to see him continue here, Tower, just so often here with the Queen 9 of spades. There is some argument in a heads-up coup to check this one, potentially in a 3-bet situation, but multi-way here, happy to try and thin the field down and get to the turn heads up. Vinny's actually going to call here with the King 10. I was about to say I'm surprised to see that, but I'm not, because it's Vinny and he is getting an attractive price. And Jagger here with the 6s in a really interesting spot, because this is a spot where we're not usually going to overcall the 6s, Tower, but with Vinny involved and Jamie, who's obviously more than capable of making a move, might actually choose to overcall the 6s here in this spot. Like, in a normal scenario, just be folding here a lot of the time as Jagger, but he's actually opted for the 3rd option and raised this one up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Raised to 950 from Jagger. And Jamie now just got a pure call, Tower.
Yep.
Nothing else we can do here as Jamie but call this one with the Queen 9. Well, we'll just chuck a plaque in, why not? Get 50 change.
Absolutely.
And now Vinny should get out of the way. I say should, but Vinny has been a very tricky
Vinny,
customer.
Yeah. We know what Vinny can do. And we know he likes the overs. And he could still flick it in. Capped it out the 950. It's 675 to call.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
In comes Vinny. 3.7 in the middle. Pot is brewing. And the Queen 9 of Jamie out in front at the moment. Turn time.
Oh, we've only spiked it on the turn.
Oh, Vinny. How does he do it? And this should check through though, Tower. I'd be very surprised if Jagger continued.
I should bring that out. It's like right.
Shall we do it again? Shall we do it again?
We can try, Tower. We can try.
We're here, ladies and gentle people, as things.
So set and ready to go, guys. We've got another fantastic table for this session. Penultimate of the day. Another 2 hours leading us up to the last break. In one's going to be Rick Trigg, already GUKPT champion this year. Dan Cryer in 2. Ben Sweetman in 3. John Adelaide in 4. Runner-up this year in Manchester.
He was.
Dave Doherty, GUKPT champion as well. Won Luton last year. He's in 5. Ben Teague in 6. John Mooney in 7. Wadey is in 8. And Wang Chung is in 9.
It was John Adler's birthday yesterday. Which is why he didn't play.
That's a legitimate reason.
Yep. He did not play. So level 7 of the day.
King Jack for Dan opens from +2, and Dave with the ace-5 of hearts. Great candidate to mix in a 3-bet bluff with. Makes it 3k. And Wadey should be out of the way in the big blind. There is the fold, and expect Dan to be doing the same here with the King Jack. Nothing we can do but get out of the way. Fine to open, but once met with a 3-bet, just going to have to let it go. So a few more bust outs to tell you about, guys.
Go on,
that
then.
occurred just before the break when my pad refreshes.
You're proper Yorkshire then. When me pad refreshes.
There's too much time around you, Tower, unfortunately. This is what you've done to me. This is
Proper
what you've
Yorkshire
done.
then, when me pad opens.
Right, so we have lost Matthew Perry,
Uh-oh.
Zongming Lau, we saw on the feature table, Denise Vilhauber, Brett Angel, Danny Grogan, Terry Jordan, Ionel Mihai, James Dorwood, Phil Joyce, Paul Maguire, Guy Taylor, Elliot Moraes, Mark Rubaffin, Fadil Isufu, Mitch Heinen, Zachary Liversedge, Emily Glancy, Phil Tate. So those are the bust outs leading us up to the last break. We have still 180 players left in the field. We've had a total of 290 entries so far today. We said it would get over 300, and it looks like it's going to go that way. So 2 of clubs on the turn, bringing in will draw for Trig after Wing elected to donk on this flop after defending the Queen 3 of hearts, and now picks up and down, goes for the double barrel, and does get Trig off of the best of it. Nice board to donk on if we are implementing a donk strategy into our game. Nice little board for us defending out the big blind to represent. We're going to have the nut advantage. Going to have some 2 pairs that Trig can't have.
Ben only flew back from Thailand on Wednesday night. Literally straight in. Couldn't get home. Trains were on strike Thursday morning, so he had to get an Uber from Manchester Airport to Blackpool. Made up his mind where he was going, what he was doing when he got back. That's why he's playing the GUKPT.
Drop my pocket 4s. Pocket 7, sorry, in seat 4 should be opening, and raises to 1.1, and Dave here, Queen Jack of hearts. Expect him to just call most of the time here, Tower versus EP. Very nice hand, good playability. And over to Ben in the hijack, he's out the way. Wadey on the table, always love watching Wadey play. He can keep you guessing at the poker table.
Absolutely. Here to entertain.
And Wing calling with the 3s, and Trig 5 do suited, going to come along for the ride in the big blind, getting an attractive price to call, closing the action, and it's 4-way to the flop. Oh, look at this!
What a flop, 4-6, 3-2
Oh
spades.
my word, we've got overpair, we've got flop straight, and we've got bottom set, and this is going to get juicy, because this is a board we're usually going to check fairly often as John Adelaide, but with this particular hand, 4-way, I think we want to be betting here with the 7s, just flush out a lot of equity that can be in there, but he's still going to check. in terms of range, it is one that we're going to be checking very high frequency, 4-way. So just mixing in the 7s as well. But there's a 5 on the turn.
And it's a spade.
So
Up
John
and down straight flush draw.
So Triggs straight getting counterfeit here, and John should just be flat in here with the pocket 7s, 7 high straight here. Trig can still plausibly have lots of flushes defending out the big blind. We just want to call with position. That is the call, and now Wing actually getting a really nice price to call with his bottom set here, looking for a board pair. And like Trig will be wary of this, like he may start ranging John obviously on some high spades that he'd definitely have here, but pocket 7s will definitely be in there. And there's the ace of spades, and that's a terrible card for John Adelaide here. Tower just means that he's not going to be getting paid now, and when all these hands are turned over they will see what a cooler flop this could have potentially been. And 7s for John, finds the 5 on the turn. That just shows it, and both players muck. I guess if we're checking, I like aces, kings, queens on that board, and the rest of our range, then maybe 7s is still one we want to check. Just one of those situations though where we can flush out heaps of equity, like all the overcards in there 4-way. I think either or could be fine. Worked the treat for John on that occasion, choosing to check. Maybe if he bet, would have been met by a call from Wing or even a raise, and then Trig would have been in as well and may have actually had to pass the 7s. So
how is Katie getting on? Don't actually know, since we moved tables.
well, the good news is she's not on my bust out list,
That's
so
all right.
that's always good news.
That helps. She's still in.
John here with the 4s from +1. We're going to be opening. And Bentique here with the ace king and a 3-bet off of 30 to 3.5. And this deep, just expect John to get out of the way here with 4s open +1, 3-bet low jack. I think you're going to be optimistic to pill here as John. Just expect him to fold unless he has some sort of read with Ben, or if there's a dynamic that Ben keeps 3-betting the life out of him. But looks like he is going to pill here with the 4s. There's the call. Robin set mine in EPV EP or EPV MP. Just going to be small bet here a lot of the time from Ben. Ace of hearts in his hand. Potential turns that we can rip on. Like, this is one of the problems I think as well, Tower, with when we open these small pairs from EP and we get 3-bet. Like, there's times where we're just going to get bluffed off our hands so often, the times that our opponent does have the hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, these type of hold-ins, and we don't make a set and we just have to check fold on most boards. And that's why I much prefer just to see the fold there with the 4s. But John maybe just wanting to get involved, maybe versus Ben, knowing if he flops a set he does stack him, but just don't think we're deep enough. Could be wrong. Just one of those situations. We're never going to be able to get to showdown for free, getting bluffed off our hand too often. Only really happy when we flop a set or get like a 5 deuce 3 board.
Oi, oi. Oi, oi. So level 7 of the day, the numbers are massive again. Are we at the 300 mark yet for today? Are we at it?
Not yet, Tower.
Not yet.
We are on 297.
Wow.
297. 3 off.
3 off 300. Who said we weren't going to hit 500?
Ben Teague opening makes it 1k from +1. No, I've got a feeling about Ben this event. So I'm calling it early on day one when he's got less than the starting stack.
Wow,
that's
bold.
I've got a feeling about Ben. Remember I said that here.
I
on day
will
one.
remember.
Clip that, Mick the mod. Clip that, and we can play it if he's on the FT. But I've been thinking, Ben, he plays well. He knows his stuff, but he hasn't really had a deep run in one of these. Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
And it's changed Guinness for side.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm gonna call it now. And we're going 3-way. Ben Sweetman versus Ben Teague and John Adelaide defending in the big.
959 flop. Pairs on the turn.
So ace high is still actually the best here. If anyone's going to lead this turn, probably be John. Going to have more 9x and 5x than anyone. They may be thinking as well, we're going to have to probably send 2 barrels to get the job done. Ben's still probably going to be calling ace highs once.
8 of clubs on the river. Nut flush for Ben. Just calls with being paired board twice. And the flush will win for Ben Teague. How does Wadey play starting stack? That's the question.
Wadey's a lot more ferocious when he's got chips, isn't he? He's one of those. But he's been fairly snug so far. Haven't seen him get involved yet, although we are only 10 minutes into the session.
David's English as well.
John Mooney makes it 1k with the ace deuce of clubs. What a start to the day it's been for him, up to 114, just past the halfway mark. And 10-4 suited here for Dave, suited hand, getting 4.5 to 1 on a call. Definitely will be calling in these situations from the big blind. Definitely can pill any two suited cards, even the trash ones like 10-4.
King 9-7, 2 hearts.
So not much going on here for either player. John probably favourite to win this with the C-bet on the king high board. And just a quick fold from Dave Doherty.
Shall we quick wander?
Let's have a look, Tower.
Let's have a wander around the room. This busy. Look how busy this room is. There isn't a table empty. That is one big Matt Davenport back playing. It's outside of midi.
There's Bouncy, I can see.
Yeah. Is that TJ outside of him? No. Mick Fletcher. Mick Fletch. That's in his head. There are some players. Spuddy still in. Andy Hills.
Some restaurants when we had a terrific cash game session.
It was.
It's a very tough table. See Rob the Russian there as well, Tower. Katie as well.
There's Katie.
And the Swan. And Swanee.
45,000. Katie.
That's quite funny, that, because I'll come back to that in a second. Stato over here, sat next to Rich. Stato chopping a high roller.
Mad Turk.
I was speaking to the Mad Turk on breaky.
Fletch.
There's Fletch. There's Jamie Lee, previous champion, Luton champion, looking short at the moment. Barry Grime. That's a lovely table as well. Maybe we can get that
tinted.
on. Maybe we can get that on last session before the end of the day. As Dan free bets the 10s to 4k, and John with the ace king after opening under the gun, being free bet here. Obviously we're maybe a bit wary, but I think ace king here more than good enough to 4-bet. Flatten never going to be a bad thing either. Obviously if we 4-bet to 10 and Dan rips for 29 effective, it's 58 big blinds we got to be putting in with ace king, gun versus hijack, so it's not a spot we're going to love. So that's probably what's going to go through John's head here, whether to 4-bet this one or to just flat.
What's John Mooney doing?
He's just going to shove,
He's
obviously.
115,000.
Just making the assumption that Trig has never got a trap here in this spot, so only worried about Dan and happy to get ace king in for 58. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough, makes sense. Trig was sitting with 70 odd bigs as well, so I guess this is perfectly fine from John. And Dan with the 10s in a real predicament now. Like, John never does this with 9s or 8s, so if I'm Dan here, I'm just going to be passing the pocket 10s. I know we can see it be flipping and have a decent amount of equity, but if I was sat there right now versus John Mooney specifically, I'm probably just happy to 3-bet fold this particular hand, leave ourselves a 50 big, still plenty on this structure. Like, it's a situation John's either flipping against us or he had us crushed. But one thing I will say, I don't think John jams aces or kings, maybe kings, but I don't think aces is going to be in there. So I think Dan's worry here is queens, jacks, and then ace king, and that's what's going to be running through the noggin. But personally I would pass. I'd pass even though I can see the cards. There we go. There's a fold from Dan. Totally agree with that one versus John Mooney's perceived 4-bet range, and just got to fold the 10s. Nice play from John. What I was going to say on the break, Mad Turk having a chat with him, he goes, Jay, I'm running so bad, I can't hit a thing, I've come all this way, I'm out. I go, don't worry, next month's the grand final, that's where it all comes together. He started smiling again, he got a smile out of him.
Is this running bad because he's not won anything since Coventry last week?
Probably, yeah, probably, Tab. Oh, yeah, of course he won Coventry, what's he on about?
G400 last week, he beat you won Coventry.
A couple of weeks ago, yeah, he did, yeah.
I'm running bad.
Oh, I'm going to have a chat with him. I forgot about that. Running bad. And the other thing I was going to say, Katie and Swanee, remember they were on the feature table, they were sat in 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Now Swanee's in 1, Katie's in 1 and Swanee's in 2. So they've obviously moved table, but they're sat next to each other still.
Everybody wishing to enter the table flight of the main event, please make your way to the tournament test now, and entries will now be taken at the tournament test in the conference.
So a lovely one to look down at on the button for Dave, pocket 10s. That makes it 11. He's 7 off here for Ben. Maybe thinking about the light 3-bet here versus Dave Doherty, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So it makes it just south of 4x to 4k, and Dave's just got an easy rip here. Starting the hand, what with 17.5 plus his open 18.5, 36 big blinds, button versus small. Ben, competent player. This is just an easy jam for David Doherty with the pocket 10s. 436 bigs effective. Should be 4-bet ripping here. We'll know that Ben's competent here, and 10s is just going to be well ahead of the range that he's going to be 3-betting here in the small versus our button open. And after some deliberation, there is the jam from David and quick fold from Ben.
Level 7 of the day, just shy of 300 runners again on a day 1B in Blackpool. Amazing, yet again.
John Adelaide with the aces. Makes it 1.1. John Mooney going to call here with the a6 suited. And Wadey coming along in the big blind. Jack 9 deuce. 2-spade board, John with the ace of spades here, nice flop for him. Just going to be betting this one. Freeway, a fairly connected board, not overly wet, but does fire. Fire's big as well, goes for 3.5. This is an over 90% size in here on the flop. Thought he'd choose a larger size, bigger than third, thought it'd be closer to half, but John just opting for near pot size there on the Jack 9 deuce 2-spade board with the ace of spades as well.
240 bigs for John, 121k. You'd love that stack just to take it through now.
Yeah, you would. But we have seen after the last session, Terry was in that seat.
Yeah,
Terry
exactly.
Had 120k, didn't he? Although I will go out on a limb, and I'm going to say John Mooney will still be sat there when we're about to go on break. I will go out on a limb with that one, Tower. I don't think John's one to give them away cheaply once he gets them.
No.
I know that, Brad. That was the joke. I know they're different types of players.
Read between the lines, ref Brad. Read between the lines.
So, Ben, this always nice. Is that a tell? Look at your cards, then order, pay for your drink, and then you raise. Got the aces. And wing with the 7-5, going to defend in the big blind. So aces for John, and now aces for Ben. Ben has one customer. Wing in the big. Won't want to catch a piece unless it's a big piece here. What tournament's that, Brad? It will give me something to watch later when I go to bed.
Yeah, I don't know.
And what?
And where is he?
Well, yeah. Because I like watching a bit of Sam. He's a bit of a joker at the table. So Ben continuing for 1.8 hit. 1.8 into 2.7. So goes for the big bet, 2/3. Wow, Wing's going to pill here with his dummy and gutter. 7-5 off. King of Hearts on the turn. Now maybe where we're going to see Ben slow down, could potentially check this one. Introduce some bluffs on the river. Obviously if we are up against King X, we are going very thin. If our opponent does have a king, unless they have some sort of combo draw, we are going to have very good equity within the pot. But looks like Ben is just going to go for the second street here, going after some 9x, some 6x, charging those type of draws. So there is the second barrel. Cheers, Brad. Cheers, Adam. I'll have a little watch back later. Ben does just go for the bet. And 7-5 obviously now not continuing.
Well, we'll see with his Poker Europe.
I've never been to Old Rosverdorf.
No, me neither.
I've heard that there's nothing to do around the casino. I've spoken to a lot of people over the years. Apparently there's nothing near the Casino Kings.
Right.
It's literally just a casino in the middle of nowhere and then there's nothing else to do.
Right. Okay.
So I guess it's alright if you're going just for happy to play poker.
Yeah.
Every day, 12 hours a day. If you're one that likes the old tourist attractions, probably not. Queen 10 for wing. Line on line, looks like he's going to raise this up somewhere around 1700-1800, 3.5x. What I'd like to see, don't know what he's put in. 5k chip, so size is going to come up shortly. Makes it 2k. So 4x here from wing and trig with the ace deuce off. Just call it. There's a trig with the best of it here. Not folding an ace in the big blind and blind.
Not folding an ace. It says flop time. Trig has called, and there's a flop. King 5-2.
Both players catch a piece here, and wing choosing to check this one over to trig. I think it's from Trig's perspective here, it's a board we do probably expect wing to be firing at higher frequency. So maybe in Trig's head that wing does have a hand that he wants to check call here. Firing small, 1.1 into 4.5 for trig, 25%, just under. Denying equity to overs of his deuce, albeit going ahead of all the ace high holdings that can be in there for wing. Looks like wing gonna go floating here off of sub 20, out of position versus a very good opponent. 7 of spades on the turn. I'm guessing Wing has some ideas if Trig checks back turn, which he probably is going to here, Tower, with a deuce. I think we're effectively turning this into a bluff if we fire again on the turn, and there's a check from Trig, so Wing has the lead now, surely, right? If he's floating queen high out of position here. No, he's just checked, and it's gone check, check. And
Trig's going to take the pot with a deuce. And queen 10. The turbo means that every table's back in use again.
I thought, sorry, I thought I was saying queen 10, Alex. If I said king 10, my mistake. I did mean queen 10. I was surprised that he called the flop. And then I thought he was having a little float to lead river if Trig checked back on the turn, which he did, but then maybe just thought queen high could be good against some of Trig's random stabs.
Is there any chance of some 25-25s in Wales next year?
Well,
yes. No.
No.
But there might be a deep stack. And I think if the deep stack's well attended, there might be more, is the word on the street. There is a deep stack, and it's in March. And it's the same weekend as the 25-50 in Edinburgh, and Leeds and Leicester.
Low jack open from Ben, suited king makes it 1k, John flat in the fives, Wadey flat in the ace 10 suited, and Dan not going to be defending the jack deuce off, so 3-way here.
How many numbers are we guessing for the 500? Come back to that after this hand, because the flop of King Jack Jack and Ben T.
Yeah, Ben wants to check this one, and does. Like, we've got two players on our direct left that can be quite Jack X heavy here. Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited. Wadey will peel like Jack 8 suited as well. Ace Jack that doesn't elect a free bet, so Ben up against hijack and cut off here, like his decision to check his top pair. He's just got an easy check call here versus this size of Wadey. It's going to be an easy call for us here as Ben, and then we will lose John from the pot. So Wadey firing with his Broadway draw.
Six of spades on the turn.
Free bet, no good. Kings and Jack 6 kicker. And Wadey going to go for the second barrel here. And against this opponent, Ben's not going to be folding just yet, Tower. The decision's going to occur on the river. We've just got a clear call here as Ben still with our king 6. Like, we can make the assumption as well that Wadey will start checking a king at some point, so if he does go for the third barrel, he's basically going to be representing a jack or better, or
wow,
just get there on the Queen of Spades river.
Wow, Wadey running well.
Loves to see it, and he's got less than a pot size bet behind, and now he's praying Ben has like an ace jack, jack 10 type hand, and doesn't go for the lot. Just a 5k bet here from Wadey, and now Ben in a bit of predicament here. We do beat some hands. I'm guessing the front door heart draws are in there. Does he expect Wadey to ever do this with queen 10, ace queen that doesn't free bet, queen 9 suited? Probably not. Those straight draws are going to check back, so it's basically front door hearts that are going to be Wadey's bluffs now, simply because like this queen on the river is not good for us here as Ben. Like, once Wadey fires, he's going to check his queen 9, his queen 10, and then obviously ace 10 will fire, and he's not going to be doing this with a king. So from Ben's perspective here, we are only actually beating the front door hearts here, Tower. Hands like ace x of hearts, but it's Wadey. It's Wadey, and he pays him off. Wry smile.
Yeah.
And Wadey pings the gutter ball, and Wadey up to 31k.
Just like that. Pings it. Put ding.
Yeah, I guess Ben must have put Wadey. The thing is, Wadey can have hands here like 5, 7, 7, 8 of hearts, 8, 6 of hearts, all this stuff on the button. And I'm guessing if we can give Wadey some more flush combinations, more than most, then maybe we're paying it off for that reason. But I think if there's a river we can potentially fold on, a queen's a pretty nice one to do it, just because, as I mentioned, the queen 9 suited, the queen 10 that Wadey can have are just going to snap check back after the river and a queen. So interesting spot on the end there for Ben. Unfortunately didn't come to the correct decision on that occasion, but still sitting there with plus 20 bigs. You've probably seen Ben around the country product. You wouldn't have just seen him at Luton. He's a regular on the GUKPT. He attends every leg. That's what he's doing up in Blackpool. He hasn't got lost. Ace 5 of hearts for Wadey. Makes it 1.1. And down with the ace king here. Free betting from the big blind. 3.5 excising just north of. So nice and big. We'd like to see. Could even go bigger here as Dan. Tournament buy-in for this one is $12.50. How does Ben pick himself up after that beat? He just carries on doing what you got to do, and like, this is the thing about poker. Once you play it enough, you just become numb to everything. The way, like, when someone finds these 1-outers, 2-outers, gut shot on the river against you for a big pot, even at times when you're deep in a tournament and you lose a massive coup, ace king versus ace queen, queen on the river for heaps and heaps of equity, you've just got to take it as it's part of the game, and you just move on. You don't even let it affect you. You just carry on and you play your stack in terms of big blinds. You don't start then making mistakes or doing things you know you wouldn't usually do if you didn't just take that beat. It's as simple as that, and the best players won't even care. They'll just get on with it. The best players will be happy that they got sucked out on because they got it in so good and just move on. That's the thing. If you get it in good, you should be happy. Whether you win the pot or lose the pot, if you're getting it in with the right equity share, then you should be smiling.
Exactly right.
It's as simple as that.
Our intrepid football reporter tells us it's Sunderland 1, Birmingham City 0. Bang goes the 0-0.
Yeah, like I'm more annoyed at myself, Jerry, like in cash games when, like, I look back at the hand after and I think, okay, maybe I've made a bit of a mistake there, or maybe I could have done something different, rather than when, like, if I get it in bad and somehow get lucky and scoop a like 5-6k pot, I'm actually really annoyed at myself. But if I get it in good and lose a 5-6k pot, I'm really happy. It's really weird. That's the way it should work. And once you can actually get your mind trained like that and play enough poker so your mind's trained in that way, it becomes massive. Like when nothing affects you at the table, it's just such a big thing. Because you know it's all going to come back eventually, and that's what it's all about. And like it's like a superpower if you want. Like if you can actually get your mind to work like that at the poker table, it is huge. Be happy when you've got done the right thing, got it in with good equity, and then be unhappy when you get it in with bad equity, and even if you get lucky in them pots. People overlook that side of the game so much. Mentally, it's such a... You need to be so mentally strong, especially if you're doing the game for the living, because you'll go through brutal downswings. You'll have upswings as well, big upswings, and sometimes you can get carried away. You think you're invincible and like you're never going to lose another session, which everyone knows is impossible. Like mentally, you need to be so strong in this game, and if you can master the mind at the poker table, it will make a huge difference over the long run, trust me.
Like it.
It's called The Zone. Ronnie O'Sullivan is always in the zone.
Always in the zone. How long can Ronnie carry on for at the top?
That's unbelievable, isn't it? What, 18, 16 years old was it he started, and he's nearly 50 now? So Ben on the button here. I think this one into Dave Dockey's big, probably a little bit too wide here, Tower, against this particular opponent that is capable of playing very well out of position post, and I don't think we need to open this wide when folded to us on this structure, especially against this particular opponent. Maybe if it was someone in the big blind that was over folding their big blind or wasn't check raising enough on flops or played really honestly post, then yes. But I think against this particular opponent and with John Adelaide in the small, 10 deuce might just be a little bit too wide. Nonetheless, does flop top pair and takes it down with C-bet. C-bet. I'm not the biggest fan product of the old Percy picks. Do you like them, Tower?
Never seen it.
Never seen them?
No.
What?
Never seen them. What is it?
You're joking.
No.
The sweet that looks like a pick, they're called Percy picks. They're like chewy sweets. They're like a bit of soft and then like a bit of like soft, I don't even know what's in
Are they
there.
jellies?
Yeah, like a bit of jelly and then a bit, I don't even know what the other bit is, but I'm not the
that
biggest
spongy
fan.
foamy thing on
Yeah,
top.
yeah, something like that.
yeah. I didn't know they were called Percy pigs though. I must admit. I prefer the fruit pastel. Jimmy White did an exhibition night in Blackpool last year at the Q Snooker Club, and it was packed.
Oh,
It
yeah?
was a good night. That's not Percy pigs. They're not Percy pigs. We're being treated to an ice cream. We're being treated to a rocket. Ronnie O'Sullivan. We've got a Ronnie O'Sullivan, and we've got a Max
What's that?
Walls.
Which one do you want?
But I don't really mind whichever.
Oh, I'll take this. I'll take the mystery.
We've got the Ronnie.
So no comms for the next 3 minutes,
That's
guys.
it. Laters, guys. Laters.
Trig opening to 1.1.
Keep the camera on. I've not been eating at all. I had salad for dinner. Cool.
Yeah, so John putting in a light 3-bet here with the ace block up versus a trig open and a flat. Not going to work. Trig, I'm not sure about trig. I think trig's probably just going to fold here. A7 suited. Maybe just a bit too low down. We are suited obviously, but we still got Dan behind us, not closing action, and just expect trig to let this one go and Dan to, okay, this has to be 4-bet Tower. Be surprised if trig peeled this. There it is. It is 4-bet. So sense is on point versus John. Thought that Mr. Adelaide was perhaps up to something here, and trig 4-betting, and Dan now folding the best hand, and John Adelaide going to get out of the way as well. Well played, sir. Didn't think he was ever going to call. Thought it would be fold almost always, but putting in the light for it, 4-bet there with a suited ace. Nice candidate to do it with, ace block up.
You don't have to get the grapes out right now. Everybody knows what it is. We've shown everybody. You've got the old. Hey, hang on a minute.
Got a different rocket.
I've got a rocket in a see-through one. You've got a rocket in a non-see-through one. Okay.
I'll have to break my diet, Tower.
How did tens fold to a 4-bet? I suppose.
Yeah, because it's a 4-bet Royal Freeman. We literally beat nothing other than a bluff there, and there's just not many 4-bet bluffs going on in live poker at this buy-in, at least. So tens is an easy fold there for Dan.
So there we go.
It's quite nice actually.
Is it? Isn't that nice one? Straight in was Jay. Couldn't wait.
Breaking my 1 burger a day diet. 1 meal a day, just a burger and chips from the casino, and now I'm adding a rocket lolly.
I love it. The old rocket lollipop.
Where he makes it 1.1 with the 8-9 suited. Down at Flatton with the 6s in the low jack. And Dave Doherty not going to be going anywhere.
Dave D. Off the old yellow rocket. Yellow rocket, red rocket, yellow rocket, red long rocket.
So everyone's got a decent hold in here. John defending the big with 10s.
Jack 5-3.
Jack high board here. And Wadey and a C-bet. I don't mind this 1-4 way. Usually I tell when we do go 4 or 5 way to a flop, we need to tone our C-bets down, but this bottom of our range is Wadey and it's fairly dry board texture, and we do have some nice backdoors. I can definitely give up. I'm just going to fire here as Wadey, just try and take this one down. Dan calls with the 6s. It's going to get Dave out the way, and John Mooney going to make the call with just one overcard on board to the 10s. That way he has to start checking here tower. Like John in the big blind here can have some ace 4, 4-6, these type of hands, and this just has to check here. Dan can definitely be Jack X heavy. Wadey just loves it. It's like in a spot where I don't think you're going to see 90+% of the field double barrel into 2 players here after going 4-way to the flop. Wadey just somehow finds it and finds 2 hands that he's going to get folds from as well. I think Dan, although we've picked up a gut shot here, faced with this overbet 7k into 5k, just can't continue now. Yeah, plenty man of straw. Make lots of friends with this job. I did hear about that man of straw, but he has. I was playing with him a couple of weeks ago. Definitely has. Maybe 2-3 weeks ago I was playing with him around the London area. Just definitely been playing. I've seen him.
Who's that?
Maurizio, old Maurizio Paes. Remember Maurizio? Slash?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Slash.
Well, he's not travelled as much this year, though, has he?
Been playing a lot of cash tower, I think.
Morning all from Istanbul. I hope back to that very shortly because Wadey has told the story.
Just got moves, tower. I'll play anything and anything product. Whatever I feel like. Mainly that, yes, but I come and support the tour before and play the sides, play some cash here in the casino when we're commentating. I don't know what the board is. Someone's telling us that the graphics are wrong for the board, so unfortunately it's pretty hard. But I don't think there's much on here for Wadey, and I think it's just one overcard to the 10 to John Mooney, and I'm really surprised John actually called the turn. Wadey overbetting turn, going for the 140%, 7k into 5k, with just 9-8 of clubs after 4-way flop, 3-way turn. It's pretty optimistic, but Wadey, that's why he's such a hard customer to play against. He can have lots of different hands that other players wouldn't have in any given spot, and now putting John Mooney in a real tough spot here. One overcard to the 10s. I thought John would personally fold turn, but somehow he's found the call, and this 3 obviously not changing anything on the river. I think if we call turn, maybe this is just a river card that John's going to pay it off on, and maybe the Wadey factor as well is going to factor into his decision.
Wadey's head is in his hands. He's like, don't call, don't do it. He's like, don't do it.
Oi, oi, 20 poker, little raid on Twitch, thank you very much.
Don't do it. He said, Wadey's like, don't do it. I'm out if you do it.
And why John's in the tank. Big thanks, Neil. Welcome everyone from 20 Poker stream. This is GUKPT Blackpool Day 1B, and you've joined us with John Mooney in the tank here. Wadey running it for his tournament life with just 9 high, and John thinking about heroing off with the 10s after Wadey went bet flop 140% on the turn into 2 players. One folded, John called, and now met with the river jam here, and Wadey just with 9 high. Is Wadey going to talk him out of it? I think he had the chips there that he wanted to throw in, but now he's chatting with Wadey. Is Wadey going to say the right things to get John to fold here? Oh, okay, the board's right, the graphic's wrong. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it went bet flop, didn't it? Of course, it went bet from Wadey on the flop and called in 2 spots. Yeah, that graphic's wrong at the left of the screen. Wadey's definitely gone bet shove here. And John Mooney. Wadey does not want to see John put those chips in.
He does not. And the longer he goes on, I think there's a fold coming in. Is he going to put them in? Wadey, he's praying he folds and puts the yellow chips back on his stack.
Oh! John gets him through, shows him the 9 high, and John's like, no! Oh wow, Wadey, and this is the thing about this customer. Yes, it's probably not a standard 3-barrel, we're probably not supposed to do it, but Wadey just has the feel in the moment. He felt like he'd get it through, and manages to just run it with 9 high, bets into 3 players on the flop, gets called in 2 spots on Jack 5-3, then goes for the overbet on the turn, on a brick turn, gets called in 1 spot and still finds the shove on the river, repping the overpair. Credit to Wadey, well played, sir, up to 40k.
So there we go. Wadey gets him to fold.
Product, fair few. It can be anything from 5.5 up to 25.50. It depends on the game, depends on the variant. Lots depends what's going on any given day. Wadey's actually got a T-shirt on, Neil. You can see just there, bottom left of your screen, that says "GOAT" on the back of it. The greatest of all time, he could be.
Then the front's got a picture of Muhammad Ali on, isn't it?
No man of straw. I'm in we done a 16-man £500 sweepstake. Everyone got 2 teams each, and I'm in one of them, and it's winner takes all as well. So nice little 8 bag if we can get Iran or Belgium to win the World Cup.
Iran? Iran? You run bad.
Yeah, I haven't had no bets. I'll probably have some bets on the games when I'm watching if I'm having a drink or something for a little sweat, but no like outright bets.
No. Iran. How bad do you feel when you pull out Iran for a sweepstake? Oh my days, man. Because you just don't even have a sweat.
No, what it was, because everyone got 2 teams each. You got the bottom one from the bottom 16 and one from the top 16.
Oh, right, okay.
So I couldn't get like Iran and
that's a good idea.
Senegal or something like that. Although Senegal might actually be top 16, I'm not sure. They got Mane, ain't they? That's all they need.
He's injured, isn't he?
Is he?
I think so.
So Wadey, this time with the goods, going for the value bet here with his ace, and Dave letting it go with the king height.
So the reason you had it there is like, it's fake. And you tricked it with the retail.
Yeah, but the problem with Iran is they're playing England. Marnie's out 100%. There you go.
I'll be in the pub of run score, I'll start jumping around.
How many teams in the Premier League tomorrow will field a lesser team?
I don't think any.
Do you not?
No, not their business. The World Cup is it? They're thinking about their club, not the national team.
Do you not think some of the top players will be thinking, don't play me, boss, and I'll come on just in case?
To be honest, I couldn't think of nothing worse going to play in 30-degree heat and in the winter. Is it 30 degrees in the winter or something still?
Something like that. Yeah, I know. I understand that the clubs play the wages, but some people would like to play in the World Cup.
I've always wondered, is there obligation to go? Say if Southwark went to Kane, I want you to obviously play the World Cup. If Kane just went, no, I want to stay at home, I don't want to go. Can he do that?
Yeah,
Players.
Most of the time, if any of the player does that, he'd never play for his country again. That's the way it goes.
Just a set on Jack 8-4.
Yeah.
For Ben, and he's going to get some chips as well because Wadey's got top pair here, so great situation here for Ben Sweetman.
Four spades fills up for Mr. Teague.
No, it's Ben Sweetman.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. But I just think Ben's going to go bet here. Yeah, no need to check here three-way. Like we're unblocking Jack X, which is going to call again, and even Wadey could potentially have some fours that call once. 6 of diamonds on the river, and now just choosing a size to get the max from a jack here. I don't think Wadey's folding for like 80%, so 12k, something like that. I think if Wadey's got a jack, he's always going to be calling it off for that type of amount, especially when the club draw bricks out. Mane is and out, he's on the plane, got announced earlier, says Jamie Rails on Twitch.
There we go.
There we go.
Mane is out.
And he does go 12k. Really like the size and choice here from Ben. And Wadey will know that obviously we don't beat any value. Ben's not betting Jack 10 or Jack 9 here, trying to get called by worse. So Wadey with his top pair in a bit of a predicament. He's having a chat with him, trying to pick something up as he slurps his water. I think, well, knowing Wadey's probably going to call here tower now that he's got some chips as well. And there you go. There's the call.
Yeah.
Going to see the full house, which is good. And back down to just north of starting for Wadey, but Ben up over 75k, and we've got 5 minutes left off the level. Take us into level 8 of the day.
So Mane's not out.
T-Boy.
T-Boy is on the way. Nice cup of hot chaw. for old Joe.
That's all for the circus. Please take your seats. We'll begin in 3 minutes.
So Dan raises it up with the ace queen. UTG. Let's have a look at some of the bust outs in the last session. Nine, 8, 8. Whiffs everybody. Five of clubs on the turn, better 3.2 from Trig. Could well be it. Man, where he's got a good to ball, but I don't think he's calling. John's folded, and so too has weighed it. Eliminations in the last half an hour. Let's have a butchers. Where were we up to? Dave Seeger is out. Dean Perry. Willie Henderson. Gunmeet Dingra. Trev Reardon's gone. Johnny Barker. Johnny Any2. Dan McCauley. Tam Lee. Emma Wolfrey is out. Denise Valabra. Bixie's gone. Bixie out. Andre Sidorski, and the last one out on the books is Richard Kellett. Rich Kellett bust, could well be back in already. Hiya Twinny, thanks for the raid, good to have you on board. We are in Towers Treble. I'll be in the lab all night for Towers Treble. Be working on it all night. Katie, when we did a pan about 15 minutes ago, had 30,000. Mick Lamont says 2-0 Sunderland. That'll move them up the league. 5 ace, 8 flop, 2 diamonds. Top pair, top kicker for John Mooney. But checks. And now bets. Bet in C number 3. Folds the fours. Charlie Reid, I'm not sure if he was playing or not. I saw him having a massage earlier. I think he was playing cash. Pretty sure he was playing cash, Charlie Reid. Living the dream, old Charlie. Favourite flavoured pot noodle? Question from product.
I like the. Wasn't there a hot one? A hot, like Chinesey hot one. That was all right. I don't like chicken and mushroom. I don't. Oh, product says chicken and mushroom is the best one. Is it really? I don't do. To be fair, Ash is right. I don't very rarely eat pot noodles. And I do like a bit of fillet. I do. I must admit.
Oh, yeah,
Is that me own? GBR Choppos. Got a few percentages of lads in the event. Good luck, good luck. Hope we have a deep run. Three, 4, 6 flop. Hands up. I think the ice creams. Are the ice creams coming out? Ice lollies. That was the cry from the valley. Ice lollies, ladies and gentlemen. Ice lollies. Get your ice creams. Dave GUKPT with the snowmen on a 6-eye flop. John Mooney had top pair. King of Diamonds on the turn after it was checked on the turn. Here comes the T-boy. Good lad. Ding, 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 ding. Oh yeah, the Preston Pixie's not in today. He's watching some thrash metal somewhere in Preston. He was in the chat. So Dave bets 1.8. He's going to get called by John Mooney, and the 8s will win for David GUKPT. They've actually brought out a Christmas pot noodle. What's that? Is that going to be like a Christmas dinner in a pot noodle? You can't have pasta for Christmas dinner. You don't have noodles for Christmas dinner. I know you'd eat it, Fizz. That's your kind of product. But when are the Christmas lights going on in Blackpool? The illuminations are on all year. The illuminations are not being switched off this year until January the 3rd. So if you want to come any time during the week, the streets are dead.
I'm just reading back through the chat. Are we here for the poker? Talking to Twitter. Not for me.
That
mate.
could be
It's
Paul's.
probably- you leave it. Just leave it there, mate. Honestly, just leave it. We're here for the poker or the dad jokes from Tower. What you been saying when I gone Tower?
No, nothing. No, nothing.
Back to the poker. Wadey makes it 1.3 from +2.
Number top one.
They must have wanted for the film.
9-7-2 flop. Ready with the king 10. With the best hand. Three of clubs on the turn, check, check. 9 of clubs on the river, check, check. Where do wins a small one?
Nice, all these are out. So me and Tara have ours half hour ago. We got ours before the players.
Evening the Loopster. John, how are you? Hope things are good. Quite a few brummies turned up. So John Hopkins yet again. Always floats around for the entire week here in Blackpool, does John Hopkins. Doesn't play too much nowadays. Just loves the social side of it.
So people, some people just come for that Tower. They'll play a bit of cash or just play the smaller sides and just enjoy the atmosphere at the bar. Speaking of the bar, that's why I was about 10 minutes with the teas. It's
chocker.
It's pretty busy out there. Yeah, pretty busy.
Will we both be going to the Northern Soul World Championships in the Winter Gardens this week? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Busy all day. We were talking about it earlier actually, John. But the World Champs are in Blackpool this weekend. Not sure if it's the Blackpool Tower or the Winter Gardens, but it'll be busy in town, that is for sure. Great weekend, the Northern Soul weekend in Blackpool.
So we see Ben with a very loose pill here. Four Deucer clubs should be hitting the mark versus EP Open, but may have something to do with Wadey opening, maybe wanting to get involved in a post with position versus Wadey. 9-6 deuce mono. Oh. And just a C-bet from Wadey. Goes over half there, these monotone boards. 3 to a flush, can definitely choose smaller sizes, but Wadey happy to just go for the north of half, and both opponents quickly fold.
As we're on stream until 1 AM, it'll be a little bit too late for us, John, to go strutting his stuff. That's Jay Howard. Oh, George Michael. Jay Howard is the man sat there. Jay eats a lot of Howard.
Jay, 1 meal a day, Mark. You know, obviously don't know me. I have 1 meal a day. That's it. That's all I eat. 1 meal a day. Yes, it's a big meal, but it's 1 meal a day. It's the fast for 24 hours, then 1 meal.
Best Northern Soul Bar in Benidorm. I've only been to Benidorm once. My first ever trip abroad.
King Queen is in for wing, and Ace King here. Someone had Ace King, it's Trig with Ace King, so Trig gonna make the call. probably the beers at the end of the night where the belly comes from now. It's Tower's fault. Never used to drink that much till I started this job. Now every night, beer at the bar, beer at the bar. Know where the term beer belly comes from. Surely Wadey's not thinking about this, is he? Just sub 15, 9-7 of hearts. There we go, into the muck. And Wing, once Trig cold calls, going to know that he's in a bit of bother and going to need to find 3 outs. Has picked up additional outs, 4 outs added to get there. So queens and 10s both working for Wing. 9 not changing anything, so same scenario, needing queen or 10 to survive. And it's a brick,
6.
so Trig busts out. Wing Chung will still have the option to re-enter, or could even flick in the turbo as it did start 40 minutes ago. And Trig up to 58k. Not this year, Adam. Just seen that, unfortunately. Not this year. Should be the other round. Lose 1 meal a day this year. It's not been the best 2022. What it's like, Mark, when you've not eaten in 24 hours. That's how it feels. You get hungry and all you want to do, as soon as it's there, you want to devour it, right?
Exactly right.
You're not going to pick at your food if you're not eating in that long. It's the best part of the day.
Excuse me.
So John in the small with the 5-3 of diamonds here. Little combo draw for him, 6 and diamonds working. I'm going to choose to raise it up straight away. Can still credibly rep some hands as well. Set of 7, set of 4s, can have both of those here in the small. May even start peeling some suited kings as well. King 7 and King 4 suited. And versus hijacker John may even start raising some top pair. King Queen could be in there as well. And then we counteract that by obviously having these as the bluff, some diamond draws, some 5-6 suited, stuff like that. But John Adelaide has made the call here. He was the original opener, still can have aces, ace king, set kings, all the stronger king X.
There's the board on the turn, 7 of clubs.
This is just done with the hand for John. This is not the river we're ever going to bluff on. This is a card that's supposed to be so much better for John here. So, or John Adelaide, so it should just be shut down from John Mooney as it is. 7 pairing, really bad card for us. Now our value range on the flop does decrease significantly. Pocket 7's only 1 combo. The King 7 suited only 1 combo as well. So really like John's decision after raising flop to actually slow down on this 7 turn and not try and steal it with 5 high on the ace river. What a life, Adam. You in the Bahamas for the PSPC? I'm just reading the chat now. Did you win a seat? I think I might have seen it actually.
Did you not get sponsored to do it in the Bahamas? Hey there, Adam. Pretty sure you are, aren't you?
What a life.
There you go.
What a life. Good luck, pal. Hope you crush it out there. Run
Absolutely.
good. Run very good indeed. Be great to see you on the stream at some point.
I am available for suitcase carrier.
All off a free roll. Wow.
Amazing effort. Amazing effort. Good lad.
Even if, like, hopefully it's not the case, Adam, but even if, like, you don't cash over there, still the experience getting to go to the Bahamas. You got the elite around you as well, just chatting with people, networking, all that stuff. It's just an unbelievable opportunity, mate. Chuff for you. Really nice.
Absolutely. He's doing a set when he's there.
Is he?
Absolutely. He's doing a 20-minute set when he's up there.
Dan here with the Kings under the gun, raises to 1.2 and called in 2 spots. Both Jack 10 suited are John Adelaide and John Mooney coming along for the ride. And Wadey with a fairly loose pill here in the small. Expect the Queen 8 to hit them up, but Wadey likes to go post and get involved. And Trig suited Jack defend in for him. And it comes ace high. Dan's not going to love seeing the ace, but he will like the fact he does hold the King of Hearts here, so nut flush draw for him.
Seven of Hearts pings the flush. Down with the check mark. Five hearts on the board.
And Trig's going to have a stab here. It's not going to work.
No.
So,
should be a raise coming in.
I might even just flat as Dan here, tower. We're getting called by the Queen of Hearts when we're probably never going to bluff this spot once he's checked all the way through. I wouldn't actually hate to see a flat here from Dan. There's obviously 3 combos of straight flushes, which are all tricks that one player that can have them all. Yeah, I like this from Dan a lot. I really like this flat here with a nut flush. Like, if he raises, I can't see Trig ever calling with the Queen of Hearts, simply because no one bluffs these spots with 4-liner to a flush on the board. Like, it's just not randomly going to raise a random hand. So Trig can still have 8-4 hearts, 4-3 hearts, 8-9 hearts in there, and sometimes we do get someone to call a worse heart behind us. So I really like the call there from Dan. You guys probably watching thinking, what, he's just flatted the nut flush, what are you doing? But what happens if we raise and Trig sets us in? It's like horrible, isn't it? And I don't think Trig can ever call with the Queen of Hearts because Dan's still with 4 players behind him, and big fan of that flat. I don't think a lot of people flat that spot and just think, oh, I'm going to raise, I've got the nut flush, and I think it just comes down to, are we getting called by the Queen high flush if we do make the raise? And I don't think we are, simply from that position with 4 players behind. I don't think we can ever have a bluff there, so fair play to Dan. He did nearly get Wadey to overcall with the 8 hearts, so nearly worked the treat.
Just sitting there with the 3 of hearts, like, I'm gonna bet 900 to just for the King of Hearts. 2,700 to get balls.
9-6 off on the button for Wadey. Into Dan's big. And Dan with the jack deuce. Let's it go. Woolly back well, boys. If you get a chance, get to Decades in Cleverley's for lunch / breakfast. It's amazing. Where's Cleverley's? Cleverley's.
Cleverley's is, you know, when you get to the Norbrek, carry on. But it's the next town.
I'm not going within a mile radius of that place, Tal. I'm sorry.
No, when you get to don't nip into Norbrek Castle.
Okay.
Don't nip into Norbrek Castle. Cleverley's is the next little town, little town. A lot of shops. Go to Decades. Not been down into Cleverley's for quite a while, to be fair. I must admit. There's a View cinema there. Quite a few decent pubs. The Wetherspoons, obviously.
Right, Kev, I'll tell you a story after this hand about last year. My dealings with the place. And then it was actually the reason I actually at the start of the year in January booked every single one of my hotels for like the side events in Jan all the way up to the end of the year. Trig opening here on the button and just a quick defend from Dan, John. Is it Don? No, it's Ben. We got two Dans, we got two Johns and two Bens. Ben in the big blind defending the 7-6 of diamonds as he should be, and does catch middle pair here on King 6-3 Rainbow. Continuing on the king high board as he should be. 4 of hearts on the turn. A lot better card for the big blind defender. Can definitely have both straights here. 5 deuce suited, 5-7 all going to defend. So Trig rightly so checking back and does get the river he wants to see. Ace of hearts. And Ben leading here. Oh my word, was not expecting to see that. That is a very unorthodox lead there from Ben. Doesn't really achieve much, but maybe I can't think. Maybe I don't know. Maybe just fancy throwing some chips in town. He didn't really think the river card come down. He was like, there you are. There's a few chips in the middle, and Trig obviously snapping it off with an ace. But last year, Kev, a couple of weeks before I come Blackpool, I messaged Main Event Travel. Like, is there anything you can do for me? I'm coming down for the side events a week before. Can you put me up somewhere nice? And I get a reply, and he sends me, he was like, yeah, I can put you up in Norbrek Castle. I was like, oh, Castle, must be nice. I didn't even search it, to be fair. I didn't even search it. He goes, only a short walk from the casino. Only a short, this is it, only a short walk from the casino. We get there, we check in. It's not the nicest of hotels. It's not the best. And then we Google the walk to the casino and it says something like 2.5 hours. And then we ended up having to get the tram to the casino every day rather than spending £50 on cabs back and forth. And that was the story of Norbrek for me last year. And
yes,
I will not be going back, put it that way. I will not be going back to that place.
It did not go well. It did not go well.
Short walk to the casino, 2.5 hours.
Can't believe he said that.
Because that was the main thing on the agenda, walking distance.
Yeah.
I wanted somewhere that we could just have a drink, walk home, like 15, 12. I wouldn't even mind like a little half-hour walk when you've had a few beers. It's all right, it goes quick, don't it? But 2.5 hours is a bit much.
Absolutely.
But the only good thing I will say about it, how we did get to see a bit more of Blackpool last year, obviously on the tram, coming in, getting off at some stops, going around some shops and whatnot.
Yeah.
Some arcades. As John opens the ace-queen, raises to 1.1, and Wadey with the ace-10 of clubs, peeling in the hijack. Yeah, Big Blue is a lot better. You are right, Gary. I mean, that's where I am this year, believe it or not. I'm in the Big Blue, so it's like Buckingham Palace, put it this way, compared to last year. It literally is. It's a really nice hotel. Sleeping next to the old new Prime Minister as well, next door. Got all his security outside, everyone's suited and booted inside the hotel.
Yep.
I didn't even think the PM of this country would ever even visit Blackpool, let alone have a conference here or whatever it is going on. So, John,
Don't
continue.
think they'll be walking the illuminations or anything like that.
Yes.
You know. Surprised they didn't stay in the no-brick.
So John goes to the big bet here, 2/3, 3.2k, and Wadey does have second pair here. Obviously on this free to a flush board, we'll need to tread cautiously, and does just make a very good laydown. Jack 9 here for John, loses a lot of value being free spades on the board, and he gets out the way too. So John Mooney just with a C bet takes it down the top pair, top kicker. He is Woolly Backwheel. He is in Blackpool. We might even flick it in tomorrow for a day 2 buy-in if we get lucky.
Oh, well.
That would be great. I know it's impossible to happen. Just walks in the casino, day 2 buy-in, get him on the feature.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in the boulevard, side of the Big Blue. That's where they all are today, this weekend. Rishi doing the Northern Soul Wheel Championships at the Blackpool Tower. Imagine. Imagine. Oh my days.
At least if you see the big guy, it's like
30 minutes to go, guys, and then we are going to head out on the final 25-minute break of the day. Going to be around
1 a.m.
Yeah, 1 a.m. finish for us tonight. Early finish, Tower and I. A couple of late nights to kick off the week, Wednesday and Thursday.
1 a.m. Richie Pearson. Oh, well, the 222 Richie.
I think that's meant to say richest. He's the 222nd richest person in the UK.
Oh, right, okay.
Woolly Backwheel asked out of the players on the feature, who would you like to see win? Obviously Trig, our team pro, great guy off the table. Dan's a lovely guy as well. I enjoy chatting with Dan. Dan in C2. John Adelaide as well, second this year. Went really close to winning one.
And it was
it's like
yesterday as well.
The thing is, it's hard not to be biased here. I've got a lot of good pals in poker on this table. I speak a lot with Dave, get on really well with Ben. Wadey, really nice guy off the table as well, always comes and has a chat with me. So to be honest, anyone really on this table could ship it and put a smile on my face. There's no one here that I'd think would win it and make me think, I wish they didn't win it. So
yeah,
everyone here. John Mooney as well, terrific guy. I remember I used to chat with John when I used to play the tours, must have been like 5 years ago now. Always seemed to get on the same table, and really friendly guy as well, lovely bloke off the table. You find that in poker with most. Charlie, it was Coventry, wasn't it? At the Goliath, he comes second. Manchester and Coventry. Leeds, don't think he comes second in Leeds. I think it was the Goliath main, the 1K we had at the Goliath, losing heads up to Jack Hardcastle. They done a deal, didn't they? No, they didn't do a deal. It was declined, and then they just played it out. Cardsmith, not really. I played 2 sessions for about an hour and 2 hours, probably like 3-4 hours combined. I just jumped on the DC game. It was pretty shallow. Just had a little spin. Was on the stars. Playing with drunk Riggy for a bit.
Brilliant.
That's an experience in itself. So not too much whilst I've been here, unfortunately.
I think Wade's calling. It's bet from Trig after Dave thinks about it and probably folds. I think Wade flicks it in. I know he's got. What have you got? I think he calls. Even though he's only got 20,000 behind the line and it's nearly half his stack. I think he calls.
Trig can't have Jack 4 off here, Tal. I've just realised that. Surely, can he? He just can't have Jack 4 off. It's impossible.
Straight, he said.
There we go. He can't,
4-5.
There we go. He's not. There must have been a pitch card into his
Yeah.
box there for Dan. I just realised that. I was just looking at the action. I saw Trig in the hijack with Jack 4 off, and then just knew straight away had to be 4-5 suited. And Wadey pays it off with the ace, and Trig wins a nice one.
Yeah.
So
that's
all that is, guys, it's always box 1 when it happens. When the dealer pitches a card into seat 2, sometimes it slides through box 1 and registers that card instead, and PK straight over with a deck change just in case.
And that means that Wadey did not win the hand. Trig won the hand. But the stacks will be slightly out. Unfortunately, stacks will be slightly out.
How are we doing, Raquel? Did I like your outfit on the final table rail in Coventry, Joe? Yes, I did, Charlie. What was it? TJ Detweiler, weren't it? Back capwards. We were calling it. Old TJ from recess. He had the top on like the half coat, the cap backwards. And then Guy Taylor tuning in as we approach the final break of the day. About just under half hour, around 10:30.
It's because like the back of it can scratch, or like the EPT one's going to say the technology, but the glosses can't scratch. I just like that's a genuine concern because we flagged it up and like the likely tables going like
Of course, yeah, Jack 4 off, it had to be, didn't it?
The Jack 4.
That's all blown over now. Don't remind me, Rich, it's all blown over.
The old Jack 4.
what's a bad call that What's a bad call? I just fancy it.
Put down 7-6 of diamonds, opens this one in the hijack, and John Adelaide finds the boot second times this session on the button. We're going to be free betting. And back over to Dan, and happy to peel the suited connector here against John's free bet range. Like I say, going to have some live cards here. Very unlikely that there's ever going to be a 6 or a 7 in John's range. Obviously we are pretty crushed versus the over pairs, but we do have decent equity versus hands of the Broadway variety. But just going to have to check that fold on this flop. There's a bet from John, quick fold. Yep, bigger weekly on Grosvenor Poker. Mick the Mod putting it in on the commands. If you haven't heard about that, guys, we got a new weekly tournament on Grosvenor Poker. It's €30 entry and a €50,000 guarantee. Day one flights are running all day, every day until Sunday afternoon. The day two is on Sunday at 8:30. They're running every week, so get yourself into that one. It's cheap, €30, and a chance of potentially getting a big payday for such a small buy-in. Every day on Grosvenor Poker they are running, and we've got tickets that we're going to be giving away over the weekend for that particular tournament. So
Could be a cracker. Play plenty online, get yourself in. Our intrepid football reporter, Mr. Colin Porter, says Sunderland win 2-1. Sunderland 2, Birmingham City 1.
it's fed back to me. With 4 decks, I've got markers.
Ah, I wonder why Guy was in the chat. There he is. All the way from China.
All the way from China, here he is, Mister.
Oh god, Wang Young was just in that seat before you, Guy. He busted about 10-15 minutes ago. With the system, the flags are signed to seats, not names, so that will be changed pretty shortly.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, maybe you might stay as Chinese. We had Italian Matt Davenport yesterday for a few hands, to be fair.
We did.
So Ben's all in here from the small for his last just sub 12 with the ace jack suited, and Triggs called it off with a 9, so flip here between the boys.
Ace in the window, ace 10-4. Not the best spread. Ace is looking to double, ace jack.
No runners, just a 9.
Yep.
Next door.
Next door. Is it the 9.5 on the river?
It's all
Or do
Ben's
we get a
fading.
double?
It's
3.5. So, Chinese guy sits down and see number 9 with 54,000 chips. And the thing is that we can't actually change it either.
No, Dave has to change it.
If Dave makes a mistake with the name, we can actually change it sometimes on the action tracker, but with it being flags, we actually can't do it.
So it won't get changed until until Dave sat there, Guy, and thinks, hold on a minute, there's a Chinese flag next to Guy Taylor's name, I better get that changed.
Yeah.
Fold around to John. 2 loose to open this one in the hijack. Going to hit the muck. And Dave with the Queen 7 follows suit. And it looks like Ben going to open on the button, fresh off his double. I don't know what the next feature table is going to be, Gary. Players have just headed on break live, so should get it handed to us soon. And Wadey just ripping the pocket 5s there for 60 plus bigs, just rips it in. Jack 9 of diamonds for Trig. Viable candidate to open from under the gun. Sitting with just under 70 bigs. Have run into the jacks here of John Adelaide. John working with 50. Looks like going to be free betting this one. Either or fine. I think we're going to free bet slightly more than flat, but flatting wouldn't be a bad thing either. There's John versus gun open. And does just make it 3.8k. And when we come up back after the break, guys, we'll give you 15 minutes, but make sure you're here because Tower, out of his own pocket today, has thrown another giveaway. So make sure when we do return after the break, it will be around 11 o'clock.
Two to give away.
I'll say we're going to do it about 11:15. We've got a £110 closer seat and a €30 bigger weekly seat to give away for you guys. So that's when we're going to do the Tower Thinks. Jack's a good forward job. Free bet gets through. He is a Yorkshireman, GBR Chopos. I mate, you're right. Oh, it's not Tower Thinks, is it? You had the earlier question today.
I did.
You got to think of one on the break.
Oh my days! How long have we got? 20 minutes.
Well, we're on break at 5:30, so you've got
25 minutes.
There, yeah. So you got a good 40
Oh,
minutes.
that's it. I'll be in the lab. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna make it easy for you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna make it easy. I saw a bridge. Let's play golf. Nice one, Ash. Dear.
Dan, King Jack suited, raises to 1.3, and I think John's going to be fairly strong here, Tower. When someone's looking at a menu and then suddenly looks down at their chips, just forgets about the menu, I think you're going to be pretty nutted. And there we go, Queens we can see for John Adelaide here, and it's just like he was reading the menu, quickly had a look at his cards and suddenly just froze. It was like, oh, I've got a hand here, and I don't know if DD would have picked up on that.
Doherty.
Because
tens.
Dave's got tens here, and like usually in this spot, gun versus +2, like we're hating our life as Dave, and I think if Dave actually reads into that the same way I do, the way John was quickly looking at it for his food and then saw his hand and just held the menu there and everything froze about him, it just made it look like he had
they're in.
a nutted holding, but Dave still chooses to go for it here for 37 BBs. And going to be getting called when it comes back round to John.
Lady! Wow!
Oh, wow! Can John fold?
I don't think he's got 41,000. I'm pretty sure it's less than that because he had a hand with trig.
I think John has to pass if he has got that amount, Tower.
Where he's in, but it's not 41. It's a lot less.
Guy as well. He's got ace queen of diamonds. What is this?
Wow.
Who set this deck? Look at this.
Wow. What 5 hands they are.
Oh, God. Guys, just...
It's got to be a 7-eye flop.
Guy's just got to fold this. He knows this. I think he's just saving some face. There's been a 5-bet rip here.
Well,
ace queen is just insta-muck. And...
Trig wakes up with aces here and I'm off.
I think, honestly, Tower, I think John could fold here. Like, it's a 5-bet rip and it's gun versus +2.
Yeah.
Low jack's ripped. Wadey's in... Surely.
I think Wadey's only got about 25.
Okay, if Wadey's stat counts out, then that's obviously...
out.
Okay, if it's a lot out, then that makes a big difference. Obviously, I'm just going on the graphic here, guys. If Wadey's is less than Dave's...
23,800.
Wadey does find the fold, John, with the ladies. Great fold from John Adelaide. And Dave with the pocket tens, Wadey with the kings. That is as cold as decks come pre-flop.
Yeah.
Tens, kings, queens, ace queen suited, king jack suited.
Ace, jack, 3. Can't think at guy's hand and think, well, he would have taken the lot out because ace queen was never a call. Even though there is always an ace on the flop.
4 of clubs on the turn, so it could be the end of David Doherty here, unless he can find a 10 on the river. And it's the 3 of diamonds, so Wadey gonna bust Dave Doherty.
Yeah.
Back up over 50k, and Dave.
Unlucky Dave with Dave
tens.
Doherty wheels his chair backwards. Gone. Will he re-enter now? Flicking in the turbo, or wait till tomorrow?
There was some hands out there, Tower. That was madness. How often do we see a cold 5 Tower? Cold 5 bet rip. How often do you see that? Open 3 bet, 4 bet rip, cold 5 bet rip.
Mick the Mod says no commentating coming after the break.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, he's got 3 options. He can re-enter now, he can buy into the turbo, or he can buy into day 2. He has 3 options. Which one will it be?
I don't mind the jam at all there from Dave. Obviously, the way this table's playing, there's a lot of free betting going on, and Dan's open. John's obviously very capable, and we've got, what, 30, 37 was it with 10, so just choosing to take the spot. However, what I will say, I'm not sure if Dave saw what happened with John when he actually free bet. The way I like, before we even saw the hole cards on the stream, just the way he was looking at his food and then suddenly peeked at his hole cards and he just froze. And he was like, just held the menu there, like still like a statue. And I don't know if maybe Dave saw that, he might have been able to make the hero fold. Like, in theory, can jam the 10s there, but it's a great thing about live poker, getting little bits of information you wouldn't get online, and maybe now to make some hero folds and spots, or even hero calls, depending on the situation. Yeah, of course, GBR. It's a standard fold for John. Once all that action's occurred, it's not really a difficult one, but still folding queens pre-flop. Still need to pat yourself on the back when you do see the kings or aces. Well, I can tell you, Katie's still in the field because I just heard her.
The big giggle.
I just heard the giggle.
The big giggle. She's got chips. She's got the giggles on.
As the players are coming back from the break, middle pair, top kicker here versus the King Jack on Queen 7-3. Rainbow, 6 of hearts on the turn after King Jack fires and the A7 calls. And Guy has definitely not shoved. He's got his English flag back though, which is good to see. Or Great Britain. Oh, sorry, right. So it was Guy that called here with the King Jack of spades, wrapped round that queen with some nice backdoors and position. Turn, went check back call, 9 of spades on the river here. And like from button here, it's hard for Guy to really have any bluffs here, Tower. Like, his main bluffs are ones like these floats, Jack 10 suited, King Jack suited, King Jack 10 suited with the backdoor flush draws, and then most of the time his value is just going to be the King Queen, Queen Jack, Ace Queen that didn't elect a free bet, some Queen 10 perhaps once Ben checks the turn, set of 7, set of 3s in there as well. But on this type of rainbow board, like, there's not really too many bluffs Guy's supposed to have other than the ones we just mentioned, mainly being the floats. Nice little candidate as well, blocking King Queen and Queen Jack of spades here from Guy's perspective. And now Ben with the A7. Personally, I think I would pass this spot, Tower, faced with this line. Check call the turn, but now Guy firing on the river. And definitely have the Queen X here, and some of the time the set of 7, set of 3s. And these are the great spots to find bluffs as well. These spots when you think about what your opponent's thinking and how they'll dissect the hand and thinking what would they think our bluffs are on the Queen 7-3 Rainbow, and there's not really too many out there, is there, on this particular board that we call flop with. And great play there, gets it done, floats the king high, very nice candidate to float, and then manages to find the double barrel once checked to, just making the assumption Ben's not going to be checking a Queen X on the 6th turn when the board's fairly dry, and then just going after all the, say, 8s through jacks, some 7x in there in checks, and even some ace highs that Michael wants to turn bet. So fair play, works nicely. But as I say, these are spots that are great to find, especially in live as well, if you understand that your poker's thinking about them competently. Just the spots where you shouldn't really have too many bluffs. It's hard to find bluffs, are usually the ideal spots to be firing on. And as you saw there, that's obviously what was going through Ben Sweetman's head. It's just so little that guy's supposed to have here as a bluff, unless he is pulling out a lot of floats with the Broadway holdings. Some backdoor flush draw, straight possibilities.
So the last 5 minutes of this session, 25-minute break, and then one more session to go, and that will take us to round about 1 AM.
1 AM?
Aye. That's the time we'll be finishing tonight. Round about 1 AM. We must be over the 300 mark now. We have to be. I'm going to check it right now.
Yeah, we've got some bust outs to go through as well. We'll do them after the break, as we're going on break in 2 minutes' time. You can see there in the clock.
Oh, 297.
No, that's not refreshed, is it?
No, it was 291 when you said it was 297. 493 total, 297 today. In the turbo, there are 42. 42 in the turbo. Alan Malou's in the turbo. John Hall's in the turbo. Alan Malou's in the turbo again. Go on then, Malou. 297 in the main with 493 total.
So Ben, really strange donk here. Doing some strange stuff, Ben, in seat 3, but as I say, you never know what's going through the player's head if he must be thinking about it. A different way to myself, but choosing to donk on a board that is supposed to be a lot better for the opener, and then just check fold in the turn.
Could be two more.
One more. 100% one more.
One more and, ladies and gentlemen, one more and then we will be off for the break.
Clock's under a minute, so this will definitely be the last hand. Because it's when it goes to this angle where you can see Trig, Dan and Ben,
yeah,
you can also see the clock.
Missed that bit. Missed that bit.
Grafton heads up for half a milli, just under. He's running well at the moment. Form game?
Absolutely. 9x for an high roller. Is that about right? That's a small field out then, isn't it?
No, 20. Oh no, it was 50k, yeah, 9x, yeah, it must be a tiny field.
Yeah, it's a tiny field. If you're only 9x for the win, that's tiny. That's like playing a 1k and only getting 9 grand back.
So Wayne opening from +2, makes it 1.3, and Guy gonna 3-bet to 4.3k here with the Queen Jack spades. You see already these two 90 bigs deep, closer to 85 effective, but Guy just adding a bit more juice on the 3-bet for that reason, just realising how deep they are, so slightly sizing up the 3-bet here already.
Brady's like, would you like a 25-minute break or would you like a 20-minute break?
It's
up to you.
Is that what he said?
Brady's up. They're going in.
I don't know.
They're in the muck.
Personally, I think we fold. I probably don't even open this one.
Yeah, there you go, and that is it.
25 minutes for us, guys. 25 minutes for you. When we come back,
giveaway,
final session and a
giveaway.
See you at 10 to 11. Giveaway is going to be at 1:15, so we'll give you some time to tune back in. See you then.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it, Tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot. 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand, Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
Low sets really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, Tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace kings. He just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing and have got there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his two pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with one suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3-3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow, what's Mitch
Neil's
got?
never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
Oh, he's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flattening the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call.
Absolutely. 5 all ins.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the king, queen,
10,
jack, 10,
queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, jack, queen, king.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the shablammer.
The shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is a side betting because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. And 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got
10-9
for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby and gentlemen.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felting everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just
for Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big after an initial raise from Keith in seat number 1.
A nice free bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a free bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot, Tower. Very nice from Dan. Just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered. So this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call Tower here. So Keith happy to go float post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop. Another pot brewing. Queen 2 3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot, Tower, already 1.6 milli in the middle here, and Danny does flop a wheel draw here with the ace 5, so probably one we're probably going to continue small, 400k, 500k, something like that, somewhere between the quarter pot and third remit is the size I'd like to see here from Dan. As always in these free bet situations, can go a lot smaller. So it does choose the 350 sizing, goes even smaller than the 400. So south of quarter, between fifth and quarter pot from Dan Gormley and Keith here with the King Jacks. Jack of diamonds working, getting this price. Is he thinking about pulling out the float with this candidate? It's probably, if we are going to float the King Jack, it's probably one of the better combinations we can have. King of spades, Jack of diamonds. Let's see what Keith does. Like folding would be fine here as well. Just because tangling with Danny, who's got us covered, could put us in a world of hurt. It would be a disaster for us to come 8 from this FT when we go in with the chip lead. But big pot brewing here on the FT, guys. Oh, and there's the call from Keith. He does pull out the float, and pot has got 2.3 million here, working with 1.25 SPR behind. Effective stack of Keith.
Whoa, King of diamonds. Brings in the flush draw top pair.
Yeah, so Keith loves to see this, Tower. And now Dan, what's the play on the turn here? Obviously this King's supposed to be a lot better for our range here. Does Danny ever expect Keith to be floating? That's the question. Does he expect Keith to have some floats with some King Jack here, some Jack 10 suited with backdoor spades, hands like that? That's the question Danny's got to ask himself. Because from a range perspective here, this King of diamonds rolling off, he shouldn't really have any kings here, Keith, other than King Queen specifically. Ace King's going to free bet pre, King Queen's going to call flop and then turn 2 pair. So it should only really be from our perspective as Danny, King Queen, the hand that Keith has here, and Danny goes for the second barrel here. So maybe going after some 4s through jacks, these type of holdings, although jacks or 10s might choose to 4-bet pre, but also perhaps going after some queen jack, ace queen and didn't 4-bet, as well as some queen 10 suited that could be in there, queen jack, queen 10 suited. So really nice bet that targets that proportion of Keith's range. The pocket pairs, the queen x, these type of hands are going to be in a really tough spot now faced with this double barrel. However, Keith has the one hand that he has pulled the float out with and does contain a king, so Keith's going to have to call once more with the second nut flush draw as backup. So it should just be an easy call here from Keith, and we're going to take a river, Tower.
Off to the river. Fourth diamond.
So over to Danny here. We'll know that he's never going to be good here with the ace 5, but has he got the shove in the locker here? We're probably going to have more bare ace of diamonds than Keith in this spot. Like, Keith shouldn't really have too many flushes once the king and 10 of diamonds run out. I guess he's going to have like some 7-8 of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, ace, jack of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds. But with these particular diamonds on the board, the king 10 and the queen, those being higher diamonds, hands that Keith will probably peel a free bet with, let's say for example king queen suited, king 10 suited, these aren't a thing, and Danny does go for it. He does find the jam here, and Keith sitting here with the second nuts, backdoors into the flush, and Dan Gormley making a big move early on and just applying pressure to Keith. Keith coming in with the chip lead, and he'll be thinking he could be going home in 8th here if Dan has backdoored into the nut flush himself. Dan could still plausibly have turned a flush here. He could be free betting some ace 4, ace 5 of diamonds, these type of holdings. Even ace 6, ace 7, ace 8 of diamonds could probably all be in there as well. So this is a huge move from Dan Gormley early on in this final table. And back over to Keith here. And I think with a jack of diamonds, Tower, it's... It's pretty gross, but
it's a gross spot.
It's horrible because Dan's only ever making this move for value with the ace of diamonds. He's not going to shove like 9s here or ace 9, so if he elected to free bet that and double barrel. He's not going to shove ace 9 with a 9 of diamonds. So Keith's jack of diamonds here, although it is the second nuts, it's pure bluff catcher here. We're either behind to the bare ace or a turn flush of Danny, turn nut flush, or he's just got a bluff in this scenario, and Danny with the bottom of his range just going for it here, and notice rubbing the left arm there, caressing. Usually that signals is something people do to calm themselves down, but this is what we wanted to see, Tower. It's what we've been waiting all day. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to, if not, try and put the heart rate down, perhaps try not to give anything away. And Keith here in a really tough spot because yes, we've backdoored into the second nuts, but the problem we've got, Tower, like I say, it becomes a bluff catcher the way this hand's played. Like Dan could plausibly have turned a flush with ace x of diamonds, he could have plausibly double barreled as a bluff with the bare ace of diamonds. So this is a gross spot for Keith here, and rather him sitting there than me, because this is one that's going to take a while, and rightly so. A tank's going to be needed here, Tower. This is a big pot, and it's going to be for over a third of the chips in play if he can make the call and be correct. And fair credit to Dan though. Let's go back to Dan. He's capable of running it in these spots. People aren't capable of making moves like this. Free bet, shove as a bluff on final tables. There's only a small percentage of players that have that in them, and it's a gift if you like. I know this time it may leave Dan short if Keith makes the call, but I think it's you've got to be a certain calibre of player to be able to pull this move, the free bet, the bet shove, without having the goods. Only certain opponents are capable of that, and if Keith's aware Dan is one of those that can have these bluffs, he may veer more towards call. But this is a fascinating hand, guys, and Dan Gormley just running it for chunks of equity here on the mystery bounty final table and putting Keith in the blender. What's he going to do, Tower? What do you think?
He has a second nuts. He can only put him on the ace to fold. He flicks it in. It's the call of the final so far.
And he does make the call, and Dan went for the lots, and he's going to be down to 11 big blinds now. But credit to Keith, come in with a chip lead, extending it to 8.1 million chips. And what a hand that is. That is a highlight of the week for me so far in terms of hands played. Everything that hand had. Really nice line from Dan. Unfortunately, we just run into it. It works if Keith doesn't have the jack of diamonds, if he doesn't have the ace of diamonds. This is probably going to work, but unfortunately for us, we've just run into it. And Keith up to 8.1 million chips, third of the chips in the play going to that man, and Dan now sitting with 11 big blinds.
What a call. So good to see Carl back at the tables, one of the Thanet boys. Ryan Spittle raises to 8, Harry with the pocket 5s. Who's going to make the call? Jess could feasibly come in with the old Jack 8, yes she does, which will bring in the small big blind.
Simon not folding this one. Suited king getting this price, closing the action in. It goes 4-way to the flop.
Yeah.
Ryan with the betting lead.
Oh, we flop a set.
Yeah, and Ryan's flopped the straight flush draw tower, so this is action time. Ryan with the 8-6 of diamonds on an ace high board. Great flop for us once opening in the cut-off. Not only have we flopped the straight flush draw in terms of range, going to be better for us. And Harry here with his set of fives, like it. Just going to flatten position. Don't want to set off any alarm bells. If Ryan's got a hand like ace king, ace queen, we've got that drawing dead to runners.
Quadzillas, baby! Quadzilla, baby! Woo woo! Am I getting the chips off Ryan? Woo woo! Oh, just I look down again. Yep, there are definitely 2 5s here. Now there's 2 5s on the board.
So Ryan firing
That's 4
again.
5s.
Maybe just trying to fold out some weak ace x, some suited ace x that Harry can have here, as well as that 9x is going to have a hard time calling a double barrel, and obviously Harry flattening in position. Going to try and get the max on the river with a
there's
shove.
1 out.
7 of diamonds is straight
Oh, he's already gone and done it! No! What's this dealer done?
Where's the bad beat jackpot in the tournament? No way!
£245,000!
That is incredible. I've never seen this tower on stream. Quads over straight.
This is the final call for Elliot Marias.
Is this you, mate?
Yes, baby.
2,
This
4,
is why
5.
we're
Always laugh.
What a guy you are.
A nice guy, isn't he? Give you a pay. Right, babe. Have you heard this?
Right,
I
babe.
don't know alone, babe. Last time.
Hey, have you heard this?
Babe, behave yourself.
I'll leave you alone, babe.
I think you've re-entered, so he'll be here soon.
Like, the last internet. It's going to be 4, 8, and 8.
Is it internet, this?
Behave yourself with the horse. Your mate will be flouncing around soon.
Which mate?
Wait. Wait, he flounces around. He does flounce around, doesn't he? Right, I'll have
You know you have to put 2 cards in them boxes. No.
is that what you do on this table?
You don't put 2 Aggies in.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. I didn't have time to do questions of anything. There's going to be a J Thinks in about 20 minutes. Woohoo! Get ready. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen.
Bolton, just outside Bolton, just push area. No, I'm not that one.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then. I can't. I'm
Alrighty then.
I like to show off at this live stream, but it'll be all live for you.
This is your stage, this man. You need the lights.
Yeah. It's all day perhaps it means all day. Don't let me click it.
Race 2000.
Here he comes, the man himself. All right, Sam.
Right on time.
Bang on time, first hand. First hand.
Oh, Katie's back.
Yeah, Katie and when they picked the table, Katie wasn't on the table and neither was Swanee. And then they come onto the table.
Following each other today.
Indeed.
They don't change since last time.
You've been Googling a question all break?
No.
No?
Completely forgot.
Completely forgot.
Completely.
That's what I've got to deal with, guys.
Totally forgot.
Just going to come up with some random category and then some random question that's nothing to do with the category. And
absolutely.
I had the nut flush. That's my pain.
it's going to be around a 1 o'clock finish for us this evening, guys. So a busy night in Blackpool. We'll see if we can get some numbers for you. Chip counts at the end of the day, as always. We have now got the 505 in the field.
Boom!
Surpassed the 500 mark. 533 was the number last year.
What was it?
So
533.
Gonna get beaten. 28 entries needed. I think with day 2 buy-in, still late regging the turbo, even late regging this one. I think we are going to surpass the 2021 record that was set here in Blackpool. It's just crazy the turnout. Everyone here, every poker player in the UK, unless they're busy, has literally turned up for this event wherever they live in the country. As Rich opens the 4s, makes it 1.6. Barry calling the King Queen on the button, and Nigel is all in here for his 12 big blinds, 13 big blinds I should say, in the small. Rich gonna have to fold 4s here, unfortunately. Like, we are ahead of obviously deuces or 3s, but we're crushed versus most of the range, and then, well, not most, but crushed against the bigger pairs, and then flipping versus the rest. So there's the fold from Rich. Completely agree with that, and Barry's going to pay it off and shows the King Queen. Going to like the shape that he's in.
We think Barry's had a few drinks, do we? If he's making Katie giggle, it's probably true.
There's the King.
There's the King.
4 of clubs on the turn, so could be losing 1, and we do. 3 of hearts on the river, so Barry Grime busting out. Nigel in 7.
Unlucky Nige. Barry up to 85,000.
Don't get me on this.
Seats open.
There'll be like 4 seats open.
What's he saying to the camera?
He said there'll be 4 seats open in 10 minutes. Sam Grafton finished 2nd in the High Roller. Less than $500,000 for the win. What was 2nd? 250? 270?
Guessing there was only four places paid. Probably
45 players.
Okay.
But they might have played 20 of the field. You don't know how many they're paying, do you?
Yeah.
For the events like that, they don't just pay 10% of the field. They pay 10% of the field. You'd only pay 4 players.
Long time I know you, Anna.
Yeah, I'm only going to be watching that back later because someone said Grafton was trolling Sean Deeb and he was biting. That is the only reason I want to watch that later. That's the entertainment I want to see. Someone trolling Deeb, especially Grafton, as Ben makes it 4K here. Very, very big size in here from Ben. We do want to go large. Small blind versus big blind. 5x though here. Be a pinch too big, but better to go large than small, I guess. And it does get Les out the way with a hand that would have had decent equity versus ours.
Is that your nick this morning?
Paid 7, says Guy Dog.
Have we got a pen tower? What did you do with the pen you used earlier?
I eaten it. I didn't order any food at the break. I don't know. I'm no idea. It's gone somewhere. I've not done much with it, I must admit. I'll write a number down. Oh no, you had it because you were writing the... Oh, it was yesterday.
Got my new paper today. I'll find one. It's only a pen. There's got to be one in the building.
Got to be a pen somewhere, or else we can't do it. No. Hey Joe, we got told it was $500,000 for first place. Chef Brad told us it was $462,000.
Oh no, I think he said that's locked actually.
Oh right,
Might have said that was locked up.
I see. Third got 330. 462,000 for second and then 700 for third. Not a bad effort. Well done, Sam. Man in form.
That guy Doug says he paid 7. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought 10x was a bit, or 9x was a bit poor. That was the second.
We went to
Right, let's Google about snakes. See what there is in the how many snakes are in Germany. What?
Is that a legitimate question that you can ask?
I doubt it.
Is there any way they can put that as a fact? Blind here, Stato completing for his 20k. King 10-4, 2-spade board here. Not much for either player. Always talk about these pots can just lead for a big blind here in these situations, and that's exactly what it looked like Stato was going to do. Harder for our opponent to connect with the board than miss it, and do you know what, I hope one day, Tower, you ask me a question in Tower Thinks and I actually know the answer to it.
Don't say that.
I hope there's a day where, either you as well, where one of us actually know the exact answer. How many cards in a deck of cards? I know that one. I get that one correct. But we'd probably be chopping the closer ticket 1,000 way. As Rich completing the 4-5, Swanee King Tang could definitely raise this one up with position against a small blind complete. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do, and Rich with a quick fold, no messing about, knows exactly what he's doing. Can complete that hand, but once met with a raise, just getting out the way. So guys, I will let you know about some bust outs that occurred just before we went on break. So, we have lost Mitch Hynam, Endrick Getchie, Mike Allen, Gary Stephen Smith, Nigel Burge-Jones, Chris Keeley, Matt Davenport, James Clark, Liam Hickey, Chris Johnson, Dave Doherty, we saw on the feature table, Andres Sidorsky, David G, Tom Aravara, Dan Stacey, Kenan Fazili, Phil Clark, James Dorwood, Lee Harlin, Rich Sudworth, Kev Allen, and that brings us up to now, and believe it or not, Tower, even after all those names, there's still over 120 players left in the field today. It could be a very, very busy day too. Larry, Jack 10 suited, makes it 1.6, and Les raise into 5k with the Kings. Sorry, 3.5k here from Les. This is tiny. Really small size here from Les. I think could go a bit bigger. But Barry just folds the Jack 10 suited to a near min click.
Still chatting, you see. Chatting away.
Wow. Jack 10 of clubs. Hand that's great to peel versus free bets. Just with the playability he has and against the range even there, like against ace king, ace queen, these type of hands, gonna have decent equity. Obviously crushed against the nutted range, queens for aces, but won't see many people folding Jack 10 suited to free bets, especially for that size. Was a very good fold from Barry though on that occasion. Was up against kings, so it wasn't a world of bother. Nice lay down on that occasion. Ace 9 of hearts for Stato. And Rich making it 1.6k from the cutoff, and Katie not defending the Queen 5.
You know he's my twin, don't you?
I mean, you wouldn't be surprised. A few years ago, that's what you were doing at Howard Roll.
With Blackpool, well, isn't it?
How old do you reckon he is?
Barry?
No.
Have you put in the lights?
Bouncy guy.
That's just been in for.
He's younger than me.
How old are you?
8.
Yeah, I think he's young.
But I don't...
I wouldn't give him mid-20s though. I would say even younger than that.
Oh, do you reckon? He looks...
Like
Matty!
20.
Matt!
Yeah.
I don't know, he could be really good. He actually could be anything between like...
18 and, yeah. Between 19 and 45.
Mick on the button. King 8 opens to 2k, 2.5x here, and Barry with the pocket 7s. There you are, Jim. There's the solve for jam. 40 bigs. Button versus big blind. Just rips it in with the 7s versus the button open. So he knows. He knows. He does know. And just gets it through for 40 effective. Just over.
Doing
That might be because it's got maybe.
Where's my wee man? I need a vodka.
Pocket 3s for Rich makes it 1.6, and Swanee here, pocket 8's probably just happy to peel this one on the hijack, and does. The old super system, Jim, that's throwing back the years. Do you know what, that was one of the first one I actually read when I was like 18, 19. I didn't read it all because obviously it's a thick book, but it's a long slog.
Have a little lay down across the okay. Top and toe.
I'm not topping the tail, no.
It's bright on here now, isn't it? Right.
Actually, over there.
I'm going to wear my hat.
So Jack 5, and Rich continuing, and Swanee putting in a raise. Bit of prediction, maybe for the 8s has position. Just fold out maybe some ace king, ace queen, these high cards that don't have a pair. That does get Rich off the 3s. I'm sorry, but man bags on anyone over 40 should be a 3-orbit penalty. And by 40 you mean 14, Paul, right? That's what Jim said. They're the trend nowadays. They're trendy, they're easy. You used to use pockets all the time, loser things, just chuck them in a bag now. 7-9 suited for Stato, not opening that one. And folds round to Katie. Bit short. Could plausibly shove this one for sub 13. Queen Jack suited is a very nice shove from the cut-off of this stack size. But Katie just choosing to open. Could even limp this one. Maybe all options available for us here. Like on this structure, can have some limps for sure off of this sort of remit from late position. But opening, just trying to steal it now as Katie. That Les has met her with a defend. And ace 3-6 rainbow, and like with our stack now, Katie, after we open this hand, we just need to bet one big blind. We don't need to go large here. We can go really tiny, and she goes just under 2 bigs, perfectly fine as well, just south of third. But on these boards, when we're working with this stack depth, we can just choose a one big blind c-bet size on the ace high rainbow as the opener. But nicely done from Katie, winning that one with queen high. Just buy a hoodie with zip-up pockets, no need for a bag, says Ash. Yeah. Well, where'd I put my laptop and my mini laptop and my iPad and my vape and all that stuff? My keys go in my pocket. And as well, the other thing, when you come into a casino as well, you don't like having thousands and thousands of pounds just dangling around in your pocket. So much more convenient just to chuck it in a bag. And you're not allowed in with like rucksacks and stuff, so they only let you in with the old man bags at the moment. Have to leave your bag behind reception if you do come in with an oversized one. And Swanee opens the ace-9 suited, makes it 1.8 from +1. And Ben with the 7s, getting involved as he should be on the button. And Les gonna call from the small with an unknown hold in, and Stato with some trash in the big, just folding off of his just north of starting. Oh, and we've got action, guys. 9-7-4, the rainbow board. So Swanee top pair, top kicker, and Ben a flopping middle set. And Swanee coming out firing as he should be here. Can definitely deny equity to overcards that would fold to a bet on this flop. And we can get value as well from some pocket pairs. Some 9x, 7x can be in there. And then charge some draws as well. Jack 10, stuff like that. Big blind can have 8-6, 5-6, lots of different holdings. Three of spades on the turn. Like the decision from Ben, just the flat here with the 7s. Always say with a set in position, like against our opponent's range, a lot of the time we're just going to have so much equity. We can also have hands like ace king, ace queen drawing dead on this particular board, so it's a disaster for us to flush out hands that have 0% equity in the pot. Just keep them in, continually get them to continue better and keep our range wide up. And firing for 6k here now, Swanee on the turn. And with position here, I think Ben could still call, but he may elect to start raising now, maybe making the assumption that Swanee could be weighted towards an overpair after double barreling, but does just choose to flat. And it's the 5 of diamonds on the river here, so 6s get there as a straight. So Swanee might slow down now and check, but once he does, if he does, well, he's not going to, he's going to fire for 10k. Just making the assumption that Ben's never going to have a set here, and Ben calls it off. And Swanee sees was up against a set. Unfortunate for him, bit of a cold flop, but maybe Ben could think about that for a bit longer and think, hang on a minute, Swanee shouldn't really ever have a 6x. Watch 6x here is going to double barrel, so effectively Swanee rarely going to have a straight. 6s are probably going to check turn after continuing flop, so what 6x is Swanee going to have in there other than a6 of spades, just the one combo that picks up spades on the turn. So maybe we can definitely raise the set of 7s there for value, but maybe Ben thinking he's not getting called by worse, or maybe not getting called by overpairs, because there is a 4-liner to a straight, and on the bottom we're going to have a lot more 6x, so I think either option can get behind. I think personally I may raise, but maybe a bit too thin, because overpairs likely to fold on the 4-line into straight when we're a lot more 6x heavy. Yeah, Pred, maybe he did, maybe he did. Personally, like I say, it's only a6 of spades, one combo that I think we'll lose to there once we get to the river, and we can't be afraid of one specific combo, so I'd just go after well, maybe we lose the 4 combos, actually 3 sets of 9s as well, 3 combos of 9s, but I'd just go after all the overpairs there. Swanee's going to have a lot more overpairs in that spot for value than he is straights. Like I say, I think it's just the one straight a6 of spades that he can rock up with.
A6-6 flop. Stato with the 10-9 leads out, and that will be the end of that. Ricker can't do anything. When we're doing J thinks.
This is Swanee, Pred.
This is Swanee.
This is Swanee we're talking about. Although this is a 1250, I can assure you a lot of the field won't have looked at a sim or anything like that, or looking at stuff regarding ranges, and I think in these live fields, flat in the 7s there, on the flop especially, like Swanee obviously can have overpairs, but obviously countless combos of Broadway. Only got the 30 combos of overpairs, and then probably 180 plus of Broadway, which probably c-bet that flop. And hands that have less than 10% equity, surely we want to keep in, and even the overpairs. Yeah, of course, you want to build a pot when you're a monster hand. Personally, I'd raise river, but or turn to be fair. Obviously turn I think's a lot better than flop. Obviously it's down to opinion in these fields, just from what I see live poker over the years, watching countless hours on the feature table. Like obviously if you're playing at 1k online or something, yeah, you're going to play a lot more theory based. .974, 2 spade board. Both players with a flush draw here. Ben with a nut flush draw and Barry with the nut low flush draw. 10 on the turn, and now Ben picking up and down to go with his spade draw, and going to call. And it is a spade on the river. And Ben, after just flopping a set, Barry going for the huge bet here, Tower. 20k into 13.8 here. This is just under 1.5x pot on the river. And like, I don't think Barry will, but once we go 1.5x pot and we get raised here, like Ben's not raising a set or a straight against this size, and there's and Barry just snaps it off.
Oh, I can't believe it!
It's just a cooler. It is a cooler, but Barry snaps it off. He beats him into the pot. And like I say though, like if we really think about that, once someone shoves over a 1.5x river bet, like the bluffs just going to be so few, if any. And maybe a lot of the bluffs are going to work with the bare ace of spades, which are going to have a lot of hands that want to see can bet flop when checked too. So Barry just snapped it off with a free high flush, and very unfortunate for him.
Back under starting stack, Barry 15.7.
Ben, what a 2 hands for Ben, Tower. Wins a nice one with a set and then gets flush over flush. It's just a dream when that happens, when you just get 2 hands back to back and you're now sitting there with heaps of chips at this stage. And ace 4 spades for KE from Gun, working with 16. Could definitely clip this up. Like full ring here, could even fold this one as Katie. We're on an hour clock. Could definitely wait for a better spot, but she's going to go for it. The power of the suited wheel aces. We always talk about unbelievable shoving hands, blocking aces, and then always going to have at least 33% equity against any other hand in the deck. Beautiful shoves, and Katie just takes it for 16 bigs.
I'm ready.
Oh, giveaway time. I forgot. Should we do it after this hand?
I'm ready.
You're ready? Oh, he's got a massive smirk on his face. I'm not enjoying the look of that.
I'm ready.
After this hand, guys, we're going to have a giveaway. If you have just tuned into the stream, we are giving away a £110 closer ticket for Monday and a €30 bigger weekly ticket, which can be played any day of the week at any time. Closer is a 2-day event, so if you win that, just be aware it's Monday and Tuesday. And we will explain the rules of the game after this hand. And Tower looks chuffed with himself. He's obviously come up with a question that...
I'm ready. I'm ready.
So Barry shoving here for just sub 20, like King Queen of Diamonds here. Barry's Barry, we know Barry on the stream. He plays his own game, his own way, and offered 20. We shouldn't really have any jams from under the gun. Should just be opening, but Barry just happy to put it in with a pretty looking hand, which is fair enough. And Mick calls it off with the ace-9 suited here in the small tower. And that's obviously the Barry factor. I don't think if this was, say for example, Katie shoved from gun for 20, I don't think he'd be calling this hand, but does want to put it in with the ace-9 of hearts. And can Barry find some help? He does.
Yes, he does.
Lovely looking flop for him. Just fading aces on turn.
Imagine a slit the chop pot. Oh, it's not anymore.
So just a Barry to fade for Barry and a jack of clubs on the river. So Barry Grime does get his double up and going to put Mick down to 16k, back to 33 for Barry Grime. What you got for me, Tower? First, guys, rules. If you never played this game before, Tower thinks, well, Jay thinks this one. One guess per person. 2 guesses or more, you cannot win anything. All you got to do is guess what I'm going to write on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win them a ticket. If you get the correct answer, it doesn't matter because we know you can use Google. That means nothing. You're looking for my answer. And Tower is going to fire his question at me.
I think now that this will be the best chance you ever get of getting it right.
Oh, great.
Are you good on history?
No.
Are you good on football history? Are you good on Tottenham Hotspur history?
Oh, great. This is going to make me look a right fool, ain't it?
Are you good on Tottenham Hotspur history?
Well, I can tell you, captain, when we won the double. I can tell you what years we've won cups.
Biggest Tottenham fan I've ever known. Ladies and gentlemen, what does Jay thinks is the biggest attendance of a North London derby at White Hart Lane?
At White Hart Lane?
Ray, don't answer. Don't put it in the box just yet. Don't put it in the box just yet.
Well, this is a difficult one because if I'm thinking obviously of before the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but then if you go back all the way to the whenever it was early 1900s when they're all on their feet standing there. So I'm not going to. I know it's a trick question, Tower. I'm not going to put the attendance of the old White Hart Lane. There's a clue for you guys. I'm not going to put the attendance of the old White Hart Lane.
It's White Hart Lane. It's your favourite football club.
This is.
Don't answer yet.
This is
the highest attendance of the North London derby at White Hart Lane. It's his favourite football club. Can't do anything easier than that.
Well, I would have. Do you know if you?
If what?
Thank you.
Wait a minute. No, start guessing just yet.
Right, I'm in. My
Are you
answer.
in?
My answer is in, but I'm going to look a fool. But I could have told you the attendance at White Hart Lane while we were in the Premier League and Wood playing Arsenal in the North London derby. But then I'm thinking going all the way back to early days when people were standing and whatnot, and so I've gone on that basis. It's a punt in the dark. Good luck, guys.
It's in.
Get
Go.
your answers in.
What does Jay think? The highest attendance at the North London Derby at White Hart Lane.
Obviously, you've googled the right answer.
And obviously, Jay should be close. That's all I'm saying. Should be being the operative word. The operative word was should. Jack King against A7.
And Katie, the player at risk, going to need a king or a jack to survive in the main event, and
not.
it is
It's a
the
jack.
8 of clubs.
The King Jack goes gone, and Katie has just been eliminated. Unlucky Katie. Unlucky Katie, and it's Barry that takes it out. So, what does Jay thinks is the highest attendance of a North London derby at White Hart Lane? And don't forget, he's supported Spurs all his life.
Yeah, since '94. So anything before, good luck with that.
Good luck. Get your guesses in. £110 close a token and a £30 ticket to the £50,000 guarantee.
At past, we will let you know.
We will.
The answer.
I'll give you the right answer at 25 past.
And Tower, well, I'm just scrolling through the answers. If anything happens, give me a nudge. Give me a nudge.
We've just lost Katie. That's about it. I believe. Ben 140, Barry 51. That's how big Ben's stack has grown since the break.
Great guesses coming in, guys.
Yeah, fantastic guesses. Obviously,
You're all around.
obviously, football stadiums only have a certain amount. Obviously, so it was a little bit capped. To be fair, it was a little bit capped. King 9 flop, King 8-3. But it's all about what Jay thinks for £110 token. Flush draw. Oh, now we've got trouble. Now we have trouble yet again. Ben again has got the nuts, and this time it's against Stato with the nut flush against Stato's flush. I know it's a paired board like it was before, and Stato's not Barry. But Ben keeps cooler in these players. So it's 5k to call. We know it's a paired board. Stato can't get away from this on the turn.
He can't with his stack tower.
No.
He cannot. Like, there's still maybe some King X in there, some hands like that might bet to try and check back river, or even like a King Queen with a heart, Ace King with a heart, and there's the order.
They're in, and a snap.
And he's going to get snapped off.
Yeah. And we're going to see the bad news yet again. Flush over flush yet again.
Stato just dead. What a session for Ben. 2 flush over flushes. Set versus top pair. It's just been heater time for Ben in C8. And sorry guys, I did miss the action. I was just scrolling through the chat to make sure I didn't miss any answers.
Exactly.
And meaningless river because Stato was drawing dead. We're going to lose Andy Hume after
Absolutely.
shopping the high roller yesterday.
So I did ask, this guy, big Tottenham fan, I did ask, what was the highest attendance at White Hart Lane for the North London Derby? If North London Derby is Tottenham Hotspur versus Arsenal. So,
can I just say?
Yes.
If it's 36,285, I'm not going to be happy.
Well, you can be happy.
Okay,
because
that's
it's
all right.
not.
Okay, that's good.
So, I was going to say, what was the biggest attendance ever? But we'll do that at the end.
Okay.
Right. So, the correct answer is in 1953.
Obviously, 1953. I mean, Mum and Dad weren't even born then.
In 1953, there were 69,821 at White Hart Lane when Arsenal 4, Tottenham Hotspur 1 was the final result. So that's the correct answer, 69,821 for White Hart Lane. You've got 4 more minutes, but what does Jay think?
Four minutes, guys. Get your answers in. If you haven't got one in already.
Indeedy, indeedy.
Ace 7 deuce rainbow is the board, and Barry was the opener and has caught a piece. So going to fire here, good for his range as well. And Ben just smashing flops. Ben just calling here, and Rich going to have to get out of the way with the Queen Jack of clubs here. It's a pretty annoying one. We've got a lovely little hand defending the big, but just not flop well here. As Rich is getting a really attractive price, over 6.5 to 1, but I don't think we're going to be calling out of position for our backdoor equity, even getting this price on a call. But he chooses to raise, okay. So raises to 5k here with the Queen Jack of clubs, and Barry with the snap call there. And now we're in a really dicey spot here as Ben with the ace 10. Like on this board, there's not really too many hands we can come up with as bluffs. And there's the fold from Ben, and because Rich has elected to raise here, he may actually be able to win this pot. He's got the ace to fold, and if it comes a club or something dicey on the turn that he could potentially double barrel, Barry might fold his 7, but now Rich slowing down. Barry with a check and 3 of spades on the river. I'd love for Rich to go for it now though, Tower, because like the main bluffs, the only bluffs we should really have, I know we can have these ones with good backdoors as well, like an 8-9 of clubs, 8-9 of hearts, but the ones with gut shots, stuff like 4-5, 3-4, 3-5, they now all either make trips or a straight, and whether Barry's thinking about that or not, that's quite an interesting thing. But like all the 3-5, the 3-4, the 4-5 all now make either trip threes or a straight, and they're like the plausible ones on the flop. But Barry, non-believer anyway, and Rich shows the Queen Jack of clubs, and nice call from Barry with his pair of 7s, and did get collared, but just like that, back up to over 70k. And it's time.
Are we ready?
We are ready.
Right.
I've lost my piece of paper.
Oh no!
There it is.
So we asked Jay, what does Jay think the highest attendance of a North London derby, which is Arsenal versus Tottenham at White Hart Lane? I was going to ask, what was the biggest attendance of a North London derby? Would you have known?
I wouldn't have known. Like I would have.
Would you have gone high?
Guess. I would have gone higher than this. I would have gone higher.
Reasoning?
Than this. Just because Arsenal's stadium, Emirates capacity is bigger than that.
What about when Tottenham played at Wembley?
That's a very.
I should have got that one.
Yeah,
I nearly did. 83,222.
When we were at Wembley. Yeah.
It was when you were at home at Wembley.
I would have thought that. No, I would have thought. It would have clicked. It would have clicked in my head.
Being a football fan, being a stadium fan, and he's probably got a good. I think this would have been a really good one to get very close. So the answer was 69,821 in 1953 when Tottenham lost 4-1 at home.
Cheers for that.
So, so all the guesses are in.
Yeah.
All the guesses are in. You put.
Well,
John Mercer.
First, I'd like to say,
yes,
it was a difficult one because I know the Old White Hart Lane. That was 36,280 something. I think it's around there. So I knew it was a trick question. I knew it wasn't going to be based on that, and I just thought going back in time when obviously health and safety weren't a thing. All the people standing around hanging on,
get me
and
in.
I went for an
6.
educated guess of. Did you see that?
65,000.
65.
That's not a bad guess.
So that's what we went for.
That's not a bad guess considering 1953 was a little bit before his time.
And we got some news, Tower.
What we got?
2 people have guessed 65,000.
Wow.
So what we are going to do, because I'm feeling nice, I'm in a good mood today, we're not even going to do the flip. We're going to give you both £110 closer seat. Rosie England on Facebook and Flash0040.
Hello, Tom. Yeah, yes, Tom. Yeah, I know. I don't have no idea what he's just done. Don't psych me. It's in.
So Rosie and Flash0040, you've both won £110 closer seat for Monday. All you need to do is drop your alias on Grosvenor Poker in the chat box. I'll get it on the spreadsheet, and those tickets will be in your account on Monday. So well done, guys.
And just to say, Katie's mum, Sue,
yep,
went 65,200.
Oh, Sue, so close. Ooh. So well done, guys.
Well done, everybody. Well done. You'll be playing the closer.
So just drop them in the chat box, Flash and Rosie, and they will be in your account on Monday.
Well done, everybody. What a good effort. Well done, Flash. We just need. There we go. We've got the. I'll write them down for you. Rosie is Catonia. 75. Nice one, Rosie. And Flash, we just need your username, and then we'll get it passed on to Tom, and you'll be playing the closer on Monday. Oh, can I win, big lad? Says, well, I was meant to say 65,679. No, 2 people got it exactly correct. 2 people got it exactly to Jay's guess, exactly correct, which was awesome. Yeah, tea be lovely. Yes, please. Thank you. He's on the tea room. He's going to Google, see if it was the correct answer. I'll tell you, I know exactly what he's doing. So well done, Rosie. You are in. You were very close, yeah. You had a guess of 65,200. You guessed 65,679, and we had 2 exactly at 65,000. Which is really good considering the new White Hart Lane, when they had the seats, it was something like 38,000. We'll do some more giveaways over the weekend. We've got a massive day 2 tomorrow. Massive day 2. We've hit the 300 mark today. 304. 304 today. And at this moment in time, there's over 100 players still in the mix on level number 9 of the day. Wow. Who have we lost in the last half an hour? Let's have let's have a butchers. Who we lost in the last half an hour? We lost Stato, as we saw there. We lost David G, Andy Hawksby, Tony Fayad, the Mad Turk, Yusul Eminoglu, Andy Hume. Andy Hume again, twice. So Stato bust twice in the space of 20 minutes. Cheryl Taylor, and we saw Katie. And Wade is back. Oi, oi, ladies and gentlemen, Wade is back. There is Stato. Stato! The Stato. So back in the same seat. How is that even possible? All them empty seats in around the room, and the Stato comes back for his third bullet in the same seat. Lucky Les with the boots. Look at where he's stacked now. 92. He's completely doubled up, Wadey. He's on 92,000. He should have been out the door. He hit the Queen on the river to survive miraculously. There we are. Last two amazing. Last two of the day. Absolutely. We've not got Flash's username yet, but that's Rosie's. Lovely, thank you. Rosie's is there. Not got Flash's.
I'll whisper him on Twitch.
Okay. We need your username for Grosvenor Poker. Flash. Please. Make the mods Google him. Google him. Send him a message.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
So Barry back up to 73,000. Wadey's up to 92. That must have been a full double up for Wadey. On to 92,000. Good table move. Six, 6, 7 flop. 6 on the turn. Les is the lead in a minute with the pocket fours, so he's a bit out. Makes 2.2.
And Rich not insta folding here, Tower, with the King Jack, which I'm surprised to see, but maybe thinking about repping the overpair here. Was the original opener +1. I guess four-way we will check some aces, kings, queens here in a four-way coup with big blind involved. So maybe thinking about repping the overpair here as Rich could be what's going through his mind. Personally, I think we just want to be folding with two players behind, but if he's going to take the spot, it's a very nice time to with the holdings in question out there, and fair enough. Does choose to raise here, Rich. Makes it 5.6k, and now Les just out of there. Fair play to Rich, nice racer. Gets the job done.
Can I win big? I don't think that Blackpool are going down this season. Surely not. Was born in Blackpool. If you're born in Blackpool, where are you living now?
I was walking back with the teas and I just thought of something. When I asked you before the tower, I think you went, you might know this one. 1953.
No, it's just history. It's just, it doesn't matter when it is. You might have instantly known what the highest attendance was
For a North London
North
derby,
London.
specifically
Well,
at
it's
White
probably-
Hart Lane.
It's probably your. If I said what's the biggest attendance at White Hart Lane,
Yeah,
that's it.
I would have. Yeah, I guess.
That's it. I'm guessing. I don't know. Was there a bigger attendance at White Hart Lane other than the North London derby?
Yes, Sunderland. When we.
Why Sunderland?
It's an FA Cup game, I believe.
Oh right, so you get more fans. Well,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's.
Well, there you go. You got close. I'm impressed. You could have done 38,720 or whatever it was when the all-seater stadium. That's what a lot of people think about, isn't it? 1938, Sunderland were good then. Won again tonight, did Sunderland?
They beat my second team.
Behind Birmingham City. Why is there no fans at Birmingham City at the minute? Why are all three sides of the stadium all cordoned off at the bottom?
Is it? I didn't even realise.
Yeah.
That must be really recently, Tower, that's happened.
It's been about the last 5-6 home games, maybe more. Are they having a stadium refurb or something?
I don't know, they might be. But you know when the game's on, because it's usually absolutely, because we're right next to the stadium, it's absolutely chocker, the traffic usually when the football's
At the moment, there's no fans around the bottom tiers at Birmingham City's football game. So if anybody knows the reason, please let me know.
We've got about an hour and 15 to go for today, guys.
Awesome.
See, 6 minutes time. Lines are going to be going up. Stephen's coming down for the cup tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Stephen.
How many do you reckon for that? Between 80 and 100?
I'll tell you what, I'll give you 120 and I'll have overs. We can have pound a point if you want.
You think it'll be that busy?
I think it will be. I think it could get at least. I think it'll get at least 150. That's
Whoa.
a pretty bold prediction, but
That is.
the only reason I don't think it would get 150 is because if there is still too many people in the main and all the table space but the amount of people I know that are actually playing that and not the main event, and then all the bust outs from day two early on, all the day two buy-ins that bust out early, the people that bust out, and then you still got late reg till 6:30. So even after we get in the money, you can still, and then say if you get in the money, the usual time you're doing, you bust the main, you might still be able to squeeze in the cup as well. So I think it's going to be a big one, Tower.
Oh, nice.
I really do. Ben, God, just look down and he's got aces. And we're on a 10-6-7 flop here versus Big Blind. And it's just going to fire. And Rich here, 9-4. That's how the gut shot is going to take one off. Jack of Hearts on the turn, not changing anything. Ace is still in front here for Ben. And versus Rich's stack size. I'm guessing we could go for bet now. He's in the big blind, obviously is going to have all 16 of 8-9, all the two pairs, these type of holdings, but then there's also a whole host we can get paid from: 10x, 6x and 7x with a straight draw, turn Jack X with hands like Jack 8, Jack 9, and does choose the double barrel, and now the 9-4 just having to let it go.
Well, Birmingham City, Tilton Road End and Spine Cop stands both remain only partially open more than a year on from their full closures because of extensive asbestos damage beneath the stadium. Thanks for that. My team's Rotherham United, and yeah, I do watch American football more than football nowadays. The NFL does interest me a lot more, even though I'm rubbish at fantasy football when it comes to NFL, and I'm usually last. I love it. Enjoy the crack. Enjoy watching football. NFL, I must admit. Oh, go on, Les, lad. Yeah, he's still in. flicking around the 35-40k mark.
I was speaking to Sharon earlier in the smoking area, and she goes, "You know, remember all them tickets he won pre-COVID back in 2018?" She goes, "After this event, he's finally used them all. 4 years ago. This is his last one that he's got.
Really?
This is the last main event ticket he's got."
Wow.
Yeah, she's going, he's got to start laying online again and get all the tickets again. So Sharon was telling me how this is Les Kearney had countless tickets. I remember I won countless online satellites.
Yeah,
basically been able to free roll the main event for the last 4 years and finally run out of tickets today.
Wow.
But he's still in the mix here, and we got an unusual situation. Jacks v Jacks. There we are, Flash. Thank you very much. We got there eventually. That ticket will be in your account Monday.
For the sake of the table and the rig, please don't put 4 spades out. Please, for the sake of the table and the rig. And everybody's ears. So Stato's all in for 17, Barry jammed for 75.
Even versus Barry here, Tower. I'm not going to be calling this one. We flatted pre. We've got 2 big blinds invested here as Ben. Like, we're sitting here so comfortable. I know we can see he should be calling with the hands in question, but like, just Barry here, he can have ace king. Do we want to be flipping here for 90 bigs on a table? We've still got over an hour left, and we've got a great seat. We've got Wadey and Barry on our direct right. Like, we've got a dream seat here. We're going to get another spot over the next hour. I don't think we want to be putting 90 bigs in here with pocket jacks as Ben, even versus Grimo, who is more than capable of not having it. And I agree with the fold there from Ben. Nicely done. I just don't think Barry's ever doing that with 10s, and maybe he is. And even if he is, I think versus the range that Barry can have there, just let it go. And Stato gonna need to find an ace.
Barry just said it's alright, there's a jack coming on the flop. Ben said I folded jacks. He went, "You what?" He says, "So if an ace comes," he says, you're not doing very well."
Yes, baby, give me a 10. Give me a 10.
Clean so far. Oh, Stato's got aces.
Aces, not ace deuce.
Oh, he's got aces. He's got aces.
Not the ace. Well, the deuce must have been either on the second card or whatever it was. Apologies about that, guys. Stato got the boots.
That's me not even questioning why Stato's putting 17 bigs with ace deuce off. Obviously, it couldn't have been ace deuce. I just realised, like, it's got Barry open, where we're probably not going to have too much fold equity against the flat from EP as well, and then jamming. So. Don't tell him you had jacks. Just give him hope. You want that hope. You don't want to know you're drawing dead. You don't want to know that. So blinds going up next hand, and that will take us into the final
Barry
level.
must be fed up now. He's just gone all in for 58k. Les is going to call.
Yeah. What's Les got here? 40, 39.
Lines are up.
39 bigs.
Last level after this hand.
The thing is, Tal, these spots I always think are maybe different with Grimo. I haven't played with him enough or whatnot, but when someone usually like loses a big pot, like, and then they just insta shove the next hand, like, sometimes they actually have it and they're actually trying to make it look like that they're just steaming and they're just trying to act like they're putting all their chips in light, when there's been a lot of situations over the years I've seen this happen, and the player that does it actually having the goods, but Barry may not fall into that category because he's just got the ace 4 here, and there we go, we've got Les to fold the pocket 10s, and it is for 39 bigs for Les.
Oh, that's why he folded 10s.
What a fold.
What a fold. Mick's got a big chance of doubling up. Oh, he was all in. Oh, Mick, oh, there you go. Mick's got the headphones on listening to Real Northern Soul, and he just realised they can't raise it up because Barry's all in.
Love the flat though, Mick, if Barry did min raise, just to add.
Yeah.
If it was a raise, I do love the flat off Mick stack size, but didn't realise it was an all in. And all got a fade, a 3 now, as well as an ace. 7 outs to fade twice for Mick Fletcher.
Next door, a 3 or an ace, and it's not, it's the Queen of Clubs, so great fall from Les Kinney as well. So they're just counting the stack and getting the chips out, and Barry is now down at 43.
There's still 53 bigs though, Tower, which is plenty on the structure, as we say.
Saves Les's chips as well, because if Barry just normal click, Les would have come over the top with the 10s.
Yeah, and blinds actually gone up now, so correction, 43 big blinds for Barry.
Yeah, the blinds are now 500, 1,000. Last level of the day.
Yeah, just over an hour to go.
Yeah. Well, Barry's definitely either needs his sleep or he needs another pint at the bar, because he's now raised under the gun to 13,000, just the old 13x.
When can we go back?
Ace 10 for Ben. What a session it's been for him. Didn't even come in with lots of chips, but he's had a couple of callers go his way. He's flopped sets, he's had aces. Just one of those sessions.
Over flush twice.
Yeah, it's just one of those sessions that everything turns to gold. I'm going to be bagging up a decent stack, I think, come the end of the day. Unless Barry has something to say about it, Tower. At 9-3 off, it's going to be in the bin from the big. Pretty sure it's Ben won a GUKPT, Tower, Ben Dobson.
Ben Dobson, he was heads up with Ben. We had two Bens, didn't we? Ben Windsor and Ben Dobson, wasn't it? We had the we had the Ben double.
Yeah, got a great resume. 1.35 million in cashes for Ben. Heaps and heaps of earnings for him. And a WSOP bracelet as well. 7 card stud high-low, scooping the bracelet back in 2018. Didn't even realise we had a bracelet winner on the table.
And the GUKPT Manchester. I'm thinking, was it Ben Windsor and Ben Dobson? We had to put the surname,
Yep,
didn't we?
there we go. They chopped it. Ben Windsor and Ben Dobson in Manchester a couple of years ago.
Ben Dobson came out with the trophy.
Yeah. Won an FPS. Deep in WPTs, deep in EPTs, 1.35 million in earnings for Ben in Seat 8. Great resume.
And going along nicely.
Yeah, he's had an unbelievable session. I don't think he'll be afraid to admit how well he's run.
No.
And
Barry's in with the Jack 8. He definitely got a place to be. Wade's going to call. And this could be the end of Barry.
Look, play till I hit the flop.
Weird it.
I'm not gambling, I got top here. I'm not gambling. I don't know what.
Yeah, that's who you want. 8
He's made the call. Up and down straight draw for Barry. Wade's got top pair. He says I've got top pair.
Got a little 7 blocker in there as well, helping.
Yep.
Blocking some of Barry's outs. So Barry in need of a queen, jack, or 7.
And this could be the end of Barry Grime. Needs to find straightening cards. That's not it. A 7 or a queen
or a jack.
And it's a 9.
So Wadey does knock out Barry Grime. We lose Barry from the tournament. Might flick in the turbo, might have a day 2 buy-in. But Wadey now with plenty of chips. And before Barry, guys, we had an influx of bust outs. Losing Spurs legend Anthony Gardner, Stephen Smith, Minji, we saw Katie, Cheryl Taylor, Yusil Imanoglu, Tony Fired, Mike Allen, Mike Kane, Will McMurray, Dan Cryer, we saw Raymond Power, Mo Kearney, and that brings us up to Barry Grime.
There we go.
So still over 100 left in the field though.
Wowzers.
112 remain.
Hour to go.
Pocket 8's for Stato. Raises to 2k. Ben, another hand. Ace King this time in the small one. I think Stato got 44 here, and Les has got 30. We're obviously free betting, but is there ever a world where we can just jam this off of 40 with 30 in the big and 40 of the original opener effective stack? There may be, but this is the more standard approach, I think. Love the sizing choice, nice and big versus the gun open from out of position, makes it 8.5k. And Stato here, quick count of his stack, just over 40 big blinds for him. This is an awkward spot for Stato. He'll understand the positions in question, under the gun versus small blind. When the small blind free bets the under the gun open, a lot of the time it's a very strong range. Not many players find bluffs in this spot. And that's what's going to be going through Stato's head here. Like, even if we are up against a hand we're ahead of slightly, like ace queen, ace king, still going to have decent equity versus us. And then Ben's never free betting 7s through deuces here versus the gun open. That's always just going to be a pill. So the 8s here do shrivel up once we are met with a free bet from the small, and Stato does let the pocket 8s go. And was up against a hand he was flipping against, but against range we're just going to be drawing to our 2 outs or in a flip situation. Ben back over the 150 mark.
So Wadey left the table with about 40,000. He was all in. He hit the queen on the river. He doubled up.
He then tried to bluff John Mooney, and if John Mooney just threw them, they were there, weren't they, Chow? They nearly over
John
the
Mooney
line.
calls Wadey's out. That's twice he could have been out. He then doubles up, moves the table, doubles up, comes back and takes out Barry Grime. He's now chip lead on the table.
Classic Wadey.
What a game.
King Jack from Mick raises to 2.2. Oh, a bit of itchy feet for Les in the small blind. Maybe a bit of boredom, not getting distributed hands as much as he wanted to, so maybe just sees a little suited 2-gapper and think, you know what, in the small I'm going to come along. patience in this game is key, and they're long days as well. You can start slipping up at this type of the night, like not making the strong decisions you usually be making throughout the day. You get a bit tired, you look at a pretty hand and maybe just flicking a call, see what happens on the flop. But obviously these decisions pre-flop can lead to more errors down the streets. But nothing there for Les anyways, just check fold in here, Mick flopping trip jacks and Stato out the way with the 8-9 height. Such a tiring game, and this is so hard explaining to someone who's never played poker or doesn't understand poker how you can be tired after playing poker. They cannot fathom it, how you can sit at a table having a laugh playing cards and finish and you be shattered after. I don't think people realise all the brain cells that are working together while you're at the poker table, all the things that should be going through your head. It's constant thinking.
That's Brian. No, Brian didn't play today. I think he's playing the... He might be playing the Turbo. He didn't play the main event that started at 12. I think he was coming to play the Turbo. We'll check that, and if he's in the chip counts, obviously he'll find them out a little bit later.
Suited King, good enough for Wadey to open, makes it 2.2. Yes, Adelaide. John Adelaide is in this, and he's still in. He was on our feature table before the break, and he's not come through on our bust out list, so will still be in the field. There's Peel in the bottom with the 6-5 of clubs, and that brings Rich in the big blind with the King 9 of clubs. Jack 8, 5, 2 diamonds. So bottom pair here for Les. We've got Wadey with second nut flush draw, so just comes out firing for what looks like 2k, and is quarter pot from him. And Les with his bottom pair, backdoor straight and flush possibilities, is happy to pill one in position, and Rich then got an easy fold with a King 9 suited. Heads up to the turn. 3 of spades. So Les still out in front here. Is Wadey going to apply the heat? And it looks like he is. Second barrel incoming. And now Les is 6-5, just shrivels up. Wadey can still have the over pairs. He can have all the sets. Wadey Jack 8 suited would be in there. And then obviously all the 1 pair holdings, all the Jack X, Jack 9, probably through to Ace Jack. And Wadey may even be one for this size to start betting some 8X here as well. So agree with the fold from Les after face with the second barrel. Although we could see he was ahead. Very difficult spot to be continuing with, especially with our stack size. How's he doing? He's me uncle, says Adelaide on Twitch. He was doing all right when he left the feature table. Yeah. So
he was indeed.
We'll let you know if he passes out. He won't be on the table again today, but if he's lucky enough to be on the feature tomorrow for day 2, may get to tune in and watch him play. 2 seconds this year. I'm sure he'll love to go one further in Blackpool to finally get a title.
Yeah. It was his birthday yesterday. So happy birthday to John. It was his birthday.
Ben with the King 10 of spades here. Lovely one to open. And just clicks it up plus a little more. Looks like 2.1 from him. And Les with the King 5 of diamonds, maybe thinking about a light free bet with the suited King. Out the way, Stato and Rich do the same, and over to Swanee in the big blind, who has defended with the 10-9 off. And the flop's nice, especially with the 10 of diamonds working as well as Swanee. Up and down straight draw here for him. And Ben, not much going on for him, but is going to c-bet here with the King 10 of spades. And Swanee shouldn't be going anywhere. One we could plausibly mix into the check raise bluff range as well, Tower. But calling never going to be a bad thing either. I think 10-9 with the 10 of diamonds is definitely one we can check raise, and then we can sometimes barrel on diamond turns. And continue barreling on brick turns. But Swanee taking the passive approach here. And on this 6th turn, I don't think Ben's going to be continuing here, Tower. I think this is going to be a pretty easy check behind from us once his 6 pairs, and Swanee checks over to us, 5 of spades on the river. So Swanee just with 10 high. Is he going to have a little bluff? It is. Start folding out some ace highs, king highs, even queen highs that see bet and don't elect to double barrel. And there is the bet from Swanee, and does get Ben off of the best hand. Nice play, sir. And don't forget, guys, if you're watching whatever platform it may be on, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter, and for live stream coverage /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. If you hit the follow or subscribe button, that would be great for us. Make sure you set the notifications on, and then every time we go live, you will not miss a live stream.
Still over 100 in the mix on day 1B. How many's in the turbo? Did you have a look? No? How many do you think is in the turbo? It's not an Ask J, it's not a J thing.
67.
It's not a J thing or anything like that. There's no tokens on. Oh, good effort. 57. 57. Busting out of the turbo. Busting out of the turbo. Pat Donahoe, Fadil Asufi, Mitch Einem, Bixie Yao, Michael Caine, Vinnie Musson, William Henderson, Simon Appleby, Ali Malou. And if Brian has played, Brian Clark, if he has played, the turbo is still in.
When did you get there today? Yeah, I'm there. That's why I can't see you. That's why I don't know. I can't see you. That's why I don't know.
King Jack for Les. Makes it 2.2.
No.
7-3 deuce rainbow.
We're in it, cracking session. Both tables doubled, you're now on 142 after taking Barry Grime out.
Really pulling out the float here with the 2 overs versus a 20% sizing.
That's paint.
The jack would be interesting.
It's a king for Les.
Now Les just going for a second street, and now easy fold from Wadey. He has to get out of the way now. Don't mind the float for 20% with good overcards and backdoors.
Ben Dobson 147, Wadey 141 there, streets ahead of everybody else. They are cracking stacks to take to day 2.
They do, the people will. The only thing is, it won't be as bad as you can get that.
1B of the main event. Once you finish handing progress, please pause the deal. Dealers in play 1B. Once you finish the hand you're on, you'll be dealing 6 more hands for tonight. Once again, dealers in flight 1B, finish hand you're on, and deal 6 more hands for tonight. $147 to Ben, 140 to Wadey.
30 minutes to go until the clock is paused, and then a certain number of hands. Razor Kev says it'll be 6. Towers treble tomorrow. Final football of November, as well, not final football, but the final fixtures before the World Cup starts. Can't believe the World Cup's only 10 days away and they're still playing football in the leagues. A little bizarre, but there you go. At least they'll all be fit. Not many problem on that score. King 6-5. I'll see what Rick has got in seat 2. Better 1.8. And the call. Sounds a Jack of Diamonds. Checkity check. Can't see what Rick has got. And the 9 of spades on the river. Then Missy up now straight draw, bets 3,000. Ricker in the tank, 1 pair holdings probably. Initially raised. Initially raised. What's it got? Ace Jack, Ace 10? Oh no, Ace 10. Ace Jack maybe?
What we got, Tower? What's going on here?
Pocket Queens. Nope, missed it. Missed it. King Jack. King Jack.
When you get over 50, you'll start looking tired.
Oh, then Johnny Scott.
Oi, oi. Another brutal night at the Maybury, the Friday night at the Maybury.
Yeah, it's been a good day actually. Today's actually been really quick. It's flown by. It's we've had some really good feature tables, so it's always nice when we got a good table on. The 2 hours usually does go fairly quickly.
How many runners in the Maybury, Johnny? We're another 2k up top. Decent comp. Good comp. £80.
Les here offered 26 from the big. Just 3 bets. Snapfold from Stato. Doesn't even think about it. Just gun versus big blind, king queen there, just going to be dominated way too often. Yeah, some of the times we flip versus 9s, 10s, jacks. So although 9s would probably have to jam. Gun versus big 26, pretty standard jam that would have been. Going in Talia. Good evening to you.
That was Luton.
Luton?
Yeah, that was Luton. Have you been in for a boogie? Friday night DJ in Luton?
BJ in here tonight sounds like he's just copied your Joker's Wild set.
I copyrighted it and started selling it. Yeah.
£1,700 up top in the old Maybury tonight. It's still a decent payday.
Yeah, not bad for £80 comp. 72 plus 70 plus 10 or 72 plus 8, whichever it is. Very good cup. Fully dealer dealt. Les, 10s, folded them once before.
Yeah, this is just jam tower, I think. Well, it's going to get in anyway because Swanee's going to move in himself. But
yeah,
like 10 off just sub 30 when there's an opening and call and you've got pocket 10s in the small, like just going to be a pure shove most of the time. And Swanee now just ISO with the ace king. Right, so let's going to fold this. We're going to 3-bet 10s off of sub 30. 3-bet fold.
No. We're not folding.
I guess this is one of the problems as well, Tower, with just 3-betting rather than shoving for sub 30. We sometimes get bluffed off the best hand by ace king, ace queen, and he's got the chips in his hand.
He's not full.
He's having a little smile at Swanee. But I say this all the time, broken record stuff, guys, like how often do you hear it? When you 3-bet, have in mind what you are doing if you are met with a 4-bet. Have it already set in your head so you do not get yourself in tangles and somehow make a mistake and come to an incorrect decision once the pressure is actually back on you. Like, when you're sitting there and you already know what you're doing and you're about to 3-bet and you don't go that extra step ahead, what happens if the opponent 4-bets? When they actually do 4-bet, sometimes it can cloud your judgment in the situation because now it's actually back on you, it's on you to make the decision. And it's so important that you do that, a bit like a chess match, looking moves ahead, just thinking, what are we doing if this happens, what are we doing if this happens, and it will make you a much better player. It will make you make clear-cut decisions rather than decisions when you're sort of in limbo, whether you're going to go one way or the other, and it can sometimes lead to a mistake. But it's crazy how many times I see it, even in 1Ks and stuff. And
you're going to be thinking, the longer he thinks, the less likely he is to be calling.
yeah, and I think there's been an ace and a king in the muck tower, at least one each, so actually really great shape to get the double here. Les, if he does want to put it in, we really 3-bet folding 10s off of 30 +1 versus small. Like the standard approach here, like if you look at this theory based, it would just be a jam, open, call. We've got 10s sub 30 in the small blind, it's just a jam. But Les obviously a bit old school, maybe doing the old 3-bet, find out where I am.
Clark. One thing you don't really hear anymore.
And there is the fold, so Swanee gets him off the best of it, and Swanee was in pretty bad shape there with an ace and a king in the muck. So was only actually drawing to the 4 outs, and Les letting go of the 10s, and I think this is one of the reasons as well, Tao, why we do not want to be 3-bet in from the small, and we just want to be ripping it in. I know Les plays his own game, he's been around for years, and we know he wins countless tickets, but
yeah. 20 minutes to go until the clock will be paused.
And I do it tight, mate. Wait, ace king. Kings and aces and queens sometimes. Sometimes. Years.
We should push these there to 5.
Nines, tens. I would take the flat, mate.
Oh, I know you would.
Happy for flats. Lions against the chaps, it's fine.
I had one of your cards. I had ace 10.
On the beach.
That's a fair fight there, mate.
Ace Jack for me. Mikko got a double about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, started 3-betting from the small here. Going to be fairly strong versus a Mick Fletcher +1 open. Like off of 35 effective, similar stacks. I don't mind this, just calling with position, seeing a flop. Don't think we want to be 4-bet ripping.
Ace Jack 9.
Talk about seeing a flop.
Absolutely.
Now Stato.
Just a good job for Mickey, weren't it? Ace Jack 10.
Yeah, going to go small here, Stato, between quarter and third. I reckon between 4 and 5k. Size we're going to see here from Stato. Prefer to have a diamond in his hand, but still can fold out a lot of hands that are in front of us here with our C-bet as the 3-better here.
6, 5.5.
So he does opt for third, just north off, and I'd love to see Mick Fletcher flat here. Like Stato's still going to continue range on this board most of the time in the 3-bet coup, so queens, kings, 10s even, if he's ever got a bluff like he has here, king, queen, suited wheel aces. Say if Stato's got like an ace-x suited here, that's drawing so dead, so like the flat there from Mitch, just keep some bluffs in of our opponent and keep our range wide, as we always say, and
that's a beautiful turn card.
Delicious turn card.
For Mick, Stato not drawing on the river.
Yeah, as
Mick Fletcher up to 53.
It's well timed check fold from Stato. Like, I guess there are some king queen combos we might barrel there, but that one, just letting it go. Obviously king queen of hearts, king queen of diamonds, probably going to be in there as double barrels, but I'm not always going to 3-bet that. Going to 3-bet it less likely than the offsuit.
Very good. Very good. Good luck, mate.
Nice one, Talia. Saturday night's the place anyway. Saturday night's the time to be in Luton anyway. It's always busy on that dance floor. I'll not ask. Sat in bed working. Watching the live stream. Okay. Oh, you're alright, Talia. I'm saying none.
But you just did.
Enjoy. Enjoy.
I got 4 envelopes at the beginning of the day. 4. You just got 500, 500, 500, 1k. 10k in there. No. Yeah, 440. There's still like 25k and 10k in there.
So you see on the clock there, 15 minutes before it will be paused, around the 10-minute mark, and then we will draw for the number of hands left to play today. It will either be 6, 6 or 6. Yeah, it's a nice one. It's just a shame of the area, David, the Luton G Casino. It is a nicer casino, I agree. It's very nice in there, but
that sports area, I wish was in every casino in the country.
Yeah, it's a lovely sports area.
Amazing.
It's just a shame where it's situated, unfortunately. You got a lovely plush casino just plunked in the middle of Luton. It's David opening the fours from under the gun, opens the 2K. Stato's going to get out of the way, which is 2. And Swanee Jack 9 of hearts on the button, could definitely pill this one if he wanted to, but going to take the tighter approach versus the gun open, and Wadey is flicking in the defend. As it should be with a suited ace.
3, 2, 2.
Well, we got overpair versus still will drop. 4 on the turn would be madness. But Dave here gonna be betting. Oh, Wadey's actually okay, he has already bet, I didn't see that. So it goes really small size in here, just instant service for Wadey, 10 of diamonds on the turn, check pretty quickly, and a 10 on the river. So Wadey, I was going to say he should really go for value here with his nut flush, no real deuce X in David. Well, David's going to go for value here with his fours. And Wadey with the quick call. And he's going to show the nut flush, and I think we can raise there as Wadey tower. Like, the thing is, David's never going to have a deuce opening under the gun. Ace deuce suited, only 2 combos. So the only thing we're worried about is a 10. And I guess he might bet small with some ace highs, some pocket pairs, stuff like that. So if I'm Wadey there, I'm probably going to raise fold. So raise and then fold to a free bet, because we can still have a 10 ourselves, or a deuce calling out the big blind. Maybe left a bit of value on the table, but David might not have called it off anyway.
Was that the 10k smile of Jambo? Yeah, he was, but unfortunately, he was coming to tell Swanee that he's just bust queens into ace king on the last level for the 60k pot.
Wow.
Unlucky for Jambo, but he did have a 10k win this week as he pulled out the £10,000 mystery bounty.
And speaking of bust outs, we have lost Aaron Phillips, Chris Turnbull, Boz is gone, Jamie O'Connor, Ashley Locker, Anthony Hamilton, Neil Wolfrey, Lee French, Benjamin Sweetman, Ed Swales, Kanan Faziliev, Martin Frey and David Johnson. That leaves us with 92 players with around half hour left to play today.
There we go. Does this go into Sunday? Yes, it does. Start again tomorrow on the live stream at 12:30, and again on Sunday at 12:30, all the way through to crowning a champion at some point Sunday evening.
So Stato raises the 2k with the King Jack, and Rich could definitely mix in a free bet with this one time to time. Suited wheel ace, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Nice understanding. Really nice selection, really nice sizing as well. Like I speak about this a lot more now. Just free betting smaller when we are up against this sort of 20 big blind stack size. Like, do it with all of our range when we're up against this stack. Just going just over 2.5x in position. Don't need to go the full 3x we'd usually go if we were deeper. So it's really nice. Everything here from Rich, sizing, understanding, stack size, hand selection, nice as well. Makes 3 hearts, gets the job done. Jamie's still in. However, we did lose Katie Swift, John. She might be back tomorrow for day 2, or she might even have flicked in the turbo. We're not sure.
Not sure just yet. No idea what first place we'll be getting. We can still buy in now. The turbo's still going on, and you can buy into day 2 tomorrow morning. So round about 4 PM tomorrow, we will get the prize.
I reckon first place will be £140,000.
Okay.
We're going to go with that. And it's going to be Ben Teague taking the check home. He's still not come out on my bus list today, Tower. I called it, had lesson starting.
He had about 18,000, you called it.
Mick the Mug clicked it and everything. And when he wins it, we can do that spooky music and pan it in. Buying for this is $12.50. JH, 1100 plus 150. Min cash is usually double your money, so probably be around 2.2k, and 15, well, about 12-13% of the field getting paid.
6, 7, 8 flop. Bottom pair, bottom end of the gutter ball for Les.
So going to be check calling here as Les. Like one Wadey can definitely check here. This is a board that in terms of range we're going to be checking fairly high frequency versus big blind 6, 7, 8. But with Wadey's top pair here, blocking some 2 pairs. Just happy to fire the 9 equity to overs and potential straight possibilities defending from the big blind. And the Queen on the river and just goes check and King 8 going to be good for Wadey.
Do the buy-ins change during the week or stay the same? Yeah, with different tournaments all week.
Here we have a look.
Go on then, show us the next. Well, there we go, that's what we had.
Yeah, so we are on Friday the 11th, main event today, day 1 being the Turbo. Tomorrow is the main event, day 2, and the GUKPT Cup. So if you haven't played the main event, you can get into the GUKPT Cup at 2 PM. It's a 40-minute clock, really nice structure, 50k starting stack on that one as well. And then Sunday, the busy day, when we cover day 3 and crown a champion. Day 2 of the GUKPT Cup, as well as the seniors and the £200 turbo. And cash games running throughout all day.
Including up until about 12 o'clock midday from the night before.
Midday.
Midday. I wonder what time. So you play cash for hours and hours and hours.
Yep.
At what point does your body think, you know what, I need bed?
To be honest with you, Tower, if the game's really good, or like good enough, even if you're tired, you still think you're going to be beating the game to warrant you staying there. You go into like a mode where you're just sitting there, you're like on cruise control. You're tired, you can feel it in your body. You're on like cruise control. But as soon as the game breaks or you get up, it just hits you straight away. It's a really strange sensation. Any like cash game grinders out there that are watching, I'm sure you'll know the feeling where you're sat at a table if you're playing like a 24-hour plus session, and then you finally finish, and you go through a stage where you're tired, and then it kind of stops. But then when the game actually finishes, and your brain knows that it finishes, and like now it's time for us to get some rest, like it just hits you. Like it's like you just feel like you just want to, just sleep. Like you could sleep anywhere, like just on the floor, body just crashes. And like I played a 48-hour session once. That was the longest over 48-hour session once, and over 2 days. And I remember that one. I remember I didn't even drive home. I ended up sleeping in my car for about 16 hours outside the game. because I was like, and then and then eventually drove home, went home, and then slept at home. But wow, it's a really weird feeling actually, because when you're out there at the table, you can feel the tiredness, but you're still playing, and you're still like, you may not be making your star decisions, but you still feel like you've got a handle on the game. And then when eventually it does break, or you get up and leave because the game's not as good anymore. It really does hit you. Very, very tiring when you are playing very long hours at the poker table. So just jumping back into this one here, we've got Rich with the King Jack going for value here on the river versus the 5s of Wadey. So mixing in a top pair check here as Rich, which is nice to do from time to time. Like I say, it's nice to mix in some top pair checks, just so your opponent knows you have these in your range. They're not just always going to blast the times that you check to them. For example, on a king high board, if they're aware that you can start mixing in some checks with top pair. And Wadey does make the good lay down with the 5s.
So 4 to 5 minutes before the clock is paused, and then a certain number of hands, 6, will be called. 4, 5 or 6.
You can see why Les is good at satellites, hangs in there a little bit timid on an all-in and cool, says Ian.
Yep.
That's it, he's probably won more seats than anyone in this room on Grosvenor Client. He used to just play the satellites, and maybe that's just his game, and maybe his game suits satellites very well. Maybe he just has the one way that he plays, and regardless whether it be a satellite or a tournament. Maybe that's just his style, which obviously is going to do very well in a satellite when you do need to do a lot of folding and not getting involved too much. But you say that whenever I see Dara O'Kearney, he always seems to have a shorty stack as well. He's usually always very short. He's obviously the satellite master. It's rare you see old Dara O'Kearney with a big stack in any tournament. He's always usually grinding away a small stack, and I guess that's the old satellite mentality. Not wanting to get all the chips in, just lasting.
Yep.
You can't win the tournament if you're out of it. Naughty, naughty.
Oi, oi.
Here he goes.
There he goes.
No, he's having a little tank, so he's not the big blind. Got to do it. Got to do it, Tao. Everyone does it. Everyone does it. Stato just taking some time, so when the number of hands are drawn, he can't be in the big blind. He knows that it's going to be 6 maximum, rather than this hand folding through and then getting dealt another one. So it's just clever play, Tao. It's clever. You're allowed to tank for 30 seconds pre. And people don't realise that. You'd be amazed the amount of people that don't realise that when it's the clock's like a few minutes away from getting paused. Just looking at your position at the table, count if it's 6 hands drawn where the big blind's going to be, and if it's like a spot away from you, just start tanking for 45 seconds just to make sure you get one less hand in, so you're not going to post that big blind last hand of the day and potentially come into day 2 with 2 bigs or less. It's just a bit of smart thinking from Stato, and we know he's a very smart guy. Old countdown champion years and years ago. Wonder what he does with all the teapots. You reckon he's still got them? Yeah, at first I thought he was going to 3-bet the 8 deuce Tao. I was like, doesn't seem like him, but fair enough. But then I saw the clock and I was like, makes sense.
Last hand, and then a certain number of hands are going to be shouted. Six more hands.
You're joking?
Nope.
It's impossible. It's mathematically improbable how often we get 6 hands now. Now Stato's wishing that he tanked for 30 seconds longer because
1 of 6 on its way.
Because he is going to be in the big blind
Oh
now.
man! 1 of 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, you're true, Ian. We spoke about this at the bar yesterday. If Span wins that 10s versus Ace Deuce or Stato, there's three left, and Span's got over 75% of the chips in play. It's a huge moment in the tournament. So 6 more hands, guys, and then that will be it for us this evening.
Indeed, indeed. Did you see the end as well, Ian? Robbie came in to have a chat right at the end. I hope you watched the ending as well.
So Swanee with the Queen 10 of Hearts going to open. And Wadey defending the 7-8 off as he should in the big. Perfectly fine one to defend, even versus 2.5x, and flops best on King 9-8 Rainbow. Swanee with the C-bet coming in. King high, good for our range equity to the nuts in form of the jack and backdoor heart possibilities. 7 diamonds on the turn, does bring in an up and down. Now for Ian, improving from a gut shot, however Wadey turning 2 pair here. And a card that will connect with Wadey as well once he calls this flop. He will have a lot of hands in there, straight draws that connect with his 7, King of Clubs on the river, and Wadey getting counterfeited and fires for 5k and just a quick fold from Swanee. 5 more hands to go, and as we got 5 more hands to go, we will show this tomorrow as well, but here is the schedule for next year, guys. This is what we're working with. GUKPT 2023. Tower and I will be covering every leg there you can see on your screen. And Blackpool in March, I'll be bringing the flip-flops, the shorts, the golf clubs.
Hey!
Might even have a dip in the sea, Tower.
If you do, I will.
Get it on stream, get it on the pan. But screenshot that, guys, if you want the dates for next year. Kicking off at the Vic as always. And
Blackpool March.
Yeah.
Camel Derby.
Okay.
Championships.
Yeah, we'll have to do that. The Camel Derby Championships. We'll have to boot everyone off and just have a heads up.
The Camel Derby Championships will be taking place in Blackpool in March.
So far, Rhythms, there is 91 players remaining. So 91 remain. We still have a few more hands left to go though, so expect to lose at least a couple more. Just a raise and take that hand, so 4 more hands to go, and Wadey needs to be seated before the cards are pitched.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
That. This is 2 of 6.
This is 3 of 6. Just went raise and take on
of this 3 of 6.
Yeah, on mix button. Remember, Swanee opened the button. Last big blind's going to be Rich.
Yep.
Last button's going to be Les. As Rich opens, the suited king raises to 2k, and Ben Dobson, who's had a terrific session, ran well. It slowed down in the last 30 minutes or so, but flew out the traps. Final session of the day on the feature as 984 Rainbow rolls off on the flop, and Rich here, nice one to be continuing on here. Over card, backdoors, straight and flush possibilities. I think we're happy to just see bet this for around 3rd. Plenty of double barrel candidates to roll off on the turn, or even turn a king, which make us top pet. And Ben with the Queen 8 here just got an easy call. Pair of his own and backdoor hearts and straights. And there is the check call.
Ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah, and obviously not a card that's improving us in terms of equity as Rich, but a card that definitely favours our range over Ben's. So I expect Rich to actually double barrel here, although he doesn't have a draw and just sitting here with king high. The reason being is, like, Ben's just never going to have an ace here, Tower, unless it's aces up, a hand like ace 4, ace 8, ace 9. So we just go after all the 4x, the 8x, the 9x, the straight draws. They're all going to fold a lot of the time to the double barrel, unless it's 8x or 4x of spades specifically, which would add added equity of their spade draw. So if I'm Rich here, I think we will be double barreling this ace just against big blind here. Shouldn't have any ace X on the 984 rainbow board as Ben. So we just put all this 8X, 9X, 4X under a hell of a lot of pressure. Like the 4X and 8X are definitely going to be folding versus the double barrel, and the 9X is going to have a real tough time continuing. And here is the double barrel from Rich, and back over to Ben with the Queen 8. And now we're in a real world of hurt. Rich can plausibly have the ace X. And there is the fold from Ben. And it's what you expect to see. Once again, just good understanding of ranges of Rich and how Ben should never really have an ace on that turn card, and firing the double barrel bluff and works a treat, gets the best hand to fold, and that's going to take us into 4 of 6.
It is. Won't be playing golf in January, Alan, not because of the weather, but because I come down on the train to London, and I would never bring the clubs on the train with my shoes and my hat, my scarf and my plus fours or anything like that. So it'd have to be somewhere else, Alan, later in the year. And luckily for Ian Roberts, Everton is not going to be in my Towers treble for tomorrow, because he's off to watch Everton versus Bournemouth.
A little away day for Ian.
Bournemouth versus Everton. I can recommend the Barling Court Hotel.
Yes, we will, Rhythms. We will show a stack after it is finished, although I cannot see PK. I'll quickly run out to just ask him.
To be fair, there'll be nearly 100 stacks, so. But we can ask him.
Yeah, Rich is just going to fold here, so it's going to be penultimate hand of the day.
Yeah. If not, it'll be tomorrow morning. Yeah. We've got 2 hands left. We have got 2 hands left tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hands left. All the best, Ian. We will see you tomorrow in the chat for day 2. In the chat. London will not see the Illuminous. I need a new one. That's about 5 years old now, that hat. I need another Illuminous green hat. If anybody can get me an Illuminous green hat with a bobble on it, I want a bobble hat. And I don't mind paying, obviously. It needs to be Illuminous green. Keep your lookout wherever you are, but it needs to have a bobble on it. Thank you. Good for the winter and the wind.
So David just going after it here. Last hand of the day has seen that Rich is opening a lot of hands, and maybe thinking that Rich is just trying to go after it with people tightening up, trying to find a bag. And it is the final hand of the day, guys.
Final hand left, ladies and gentlemen. Final hand, final hand, final hand. Banging and tagging. If we get chippies, we'll show you them. Obviously, PK's got a lot to do. Is he over 90?
Yeah, there's 90 left now,
90,
Tower. So
wow.
we might lose one. We're not sure, but
How
there's.
many made it through yesterday?
I'm not sure.
I forgot. Weren't 18, was it? No, it was more than 18.
Would have been more than 18 at 160 inches. Whoa, there
41! That was yesterday.
41, there we are, straight
That's
up.
a lot.
So 41 plus 90.
That's a third of the field, nearly. That's a lot.
Like 27%, yeah, it's a fair amount, yeah. It's
So today's 90 from 300, that's a third of the field. So
yeah, about 27 again, yeah.
Yeah, 27. Alright.
Closer to a quarter.
Normally about 50% of the field make it through in the turbo.
Closer to a quarter of the field,
So
we'll go with that.
130, 160. We could have 180 players tomorrow for day 2.
We could.
180 players for day 2. Is it a day 4 in Blackpool?
What, you think we're going to get 50 day 2 buy-ins?
No, there's a turbo, don't forget.
Oh yeah, of course. Ignore me. Long day, guys. It's the wind in Blackpool.
It is. And this guy thinks it's going to be sunny in March.
If it's not, I'll be making a complaint to the mayor of Blackpool.
You'll want it second leg next year after in July.
Cheers everyone. If you're just tuning out now before the end, thank you very much. But if you do want to stay, we are going to have chip counts for day 1B. I don't think it will be all the chip counts, but it will be some of the bigger stacks around the room. Final hand 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. And back tomorrow for more of the same. boom.
Yeah, and Swanee, yeah, probably just going to be done with the hand. Like, yeah, we can still win at showdown if it's checked the whole way, but this is a board that's just going to be all over Rich, and he's actually going to elect to donk it. And if we are implementing a donk strategy, this is a very nice board to do it on from the big blind versus gun.
That's it!
And there is the fold from Swanee. Let's see what we have got. There we are.
All of them? All of them?
So at the top of the pack is GDPR MI, followed by Nick Ramsey. Mickley's up there. Go on, Mickley.
Mickley.
153,000 for Mickley. Wadey we saw on the featured table. Cow up there as well.
Then Dobson, Paul Gascoigne.
Jack Hardcastle with 126. Brandon Shields there as well, followed by Jamie Nixon on the leaderboard.
The trigger.
Yeah, the trig. Andy Bax, spanned after High Roller yesterday. Gary Miller I can see in the mix. Renee Z.
A couple of local lads in the way of Sean Donovan and Jamie Klossick.
Andy Hill's one of our pros bagging it as well. So plenty of stacks there. Look at the bottom tower. Who's that right at the bottom?
Royster Robbie, High Roller champion.
Ball is rubbish, that Robbie Ball. Only bagged all day to bag.
Yeah, but to be fair, that Ruby Ball's better.
Yeah, Robbie Ball is the player. He is the superstar. But Robbie was sure. I'm sure he'll be capable of spinning that. He's still going to have 7 big blinds. If you fancy it tomorrow, guys, day 2 starting at 12 o'clock. I suggest if you're buying in, get here around 11:30, just so you don't miss it. It would be terrible if you got here a minute late.
You won't know him. Tom Rutter, he's Stu Rutter's brother.
Oh, is it?
Dr. Tom Rutter.
Proper
full-on Dr. Tom Rutter, ADGHXYRPTTGD. He's got letters that long after his name. Mr. Dr. Thomas Rutter.
So there's the counts, guys. If you want to look back at them, they will be on the Facebook page very shortly. That is going to be it from Tower and I for today. We will be back tomorrow, as we just said, at 12:30 on stream. If you do want to buy in for day 2, 12:50 buy-in. That is, I'd say, get here at latest 11:45. Should we go to bed?
Gone. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks ever so much. Top lad. Great team. Thanks to PK. Thanks to Dave. Everybody else involved as well. And thanks to you a lot as always, because you always make it a lot of fun. We will do it all again tomorrow from 12:30. It's time for bed.
Cheers, guys.
Ta-ta.
Good night.
Yeah, I hope your bet wins. England looks like favourites for me.
You tell me.